I have transformed into a little tiger in the garden, and have become the elder brother of the reborn Empress and the demon lord from outer space. These two top-notch big shots who once dominated the world in their past lives are now being tightly suppressed by me. This little tiger. Damn it! Why can't I defeat this silly little tiger even though I possess memories of past cultivation techniques and have already cultivated the devouring heaven demon art? How would my younger siblings know that I am also a transmigrator from another world? Capable not only of hearing their thoughts but also equipped with a feedback system that binds me to others. The harder they cultivate, the more I gain. With a feedback of tenfold, the faster my younger siblings' cultivation progresses, the more extraordinary my feedback cultivation becomes. Just as I was prepared to easily let my younger siblings send me to the peak of the tiger's life, the whole world suddenly ushered in a revival of spiritual energy. My younger siblings took to it like fish to water, advancing to become two huge tigers in one go, while I, under tenfold feedback, advanced to become a gigantic tiger beyond their comprehension. However, unlike the wild revelry in the animal world, humans are facing an unprecedented crisis, as armed forces have been mobilized to eliminate the alien beasts in the city. Beasts below the third rank are no match for human firearms, so it is essential to seek opportunities from past lives and advance as soon as possible. The foresight Lu Ruyan chose to avoid the human threat, and I also joined the team with Lu Ruyan to seek opportunities. As for Fang Yuan, the reincarnation of the demon lord from beyond the heavens, both of his blood relatives unexpectedly left. So be it, then all the demonic beasts in the zoo belong to me. Little did he know that in the following days, he would face human persecution and pay a painful price for it, fleeing in panic to the wilderness to survive. At this point, the three siblings have all entered the wilderness to escape from humans and survive. By now, Lian Ruyan and I have obtained the Thunder Spirit Fruit Tree and have begun to master the power of thunder. The human cleansing operation has also spread to the deep mountains, and as we evade them, we arrive at a mysterious town. The strong smell of blood hit me in the face, making my heart skip a beat. This town, Snake King Town. Could this be the territory of the bloodthirsty Snake King? Lu Ruyan's tiger-like eyes flashed with a hint of speculation. The bloodthirsty Snake King was an ancient species with extraordinary bloodlines, a notorious demon king at the beginning of the revival of spiritual energy in the previous era. Listening to the intense gunfire coming from the town, Lu Ruyan narrowed her eyes and muttered to herself. Following the sound of gunfire, the two tigers headed towards the town. However, along the way, apart from the desolate ruins everywhere, not a single living person was found. Fortunately, the gunfire continued, and the two tigers ventured further in. At the other end of the town, a hissing sound filled the air as numerous mutated giant snakes slithered out from all directions, opening their mouths wide and emitting a piercing hiss as they crazily attacked the townspeople who had fled to this place. The entire small town was filled with terrified cries and chilling screams. Not far away, a military force of several hundred people relied on a simple defensive position, launching an attack on the snake swarm. Hundreds of rifles spewed out flames, firing dense barrages. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of mutated giant snakes fell, and the snake tide couldn't advance at all. With such a record, the soldiers on the battlefield not only did not show any joy on their faces, but instead looked extremely solemn. In the tide of snakes, there was a giant snake over 15 meters long, covered in blood-red scales. Faced with the rain of bullets, this red-scaled giant snake was only pushed back continuously, its body miraculously unharmed. The scales of this snake are extremely tough, bullets hitting it only spark off. Without heavy firepower, we can't even budge the Snake King. On the battlefield, an officer cursed angrily. In the military command headquarters in Daheshi City, the room was already filled with people. Based on the data provided by Qingshui City, is the location confirmed? At the forefront, a middle-aged officer with half-white hair asked sternly. It's been confirmed. The Black Demon Tiger is currently staying near the Snake King town in Lingshui County, under the responsibility of the 3rd Battalion, 8th Company. Should we? Someone stood up to respond. Forget it. Let's not startle the snake in the grass. This Black Demon Tiger is very cunning. We must learn from the military in Qingshui City. Let's first send drones to monitor it. Then we need time to mobilize forces to encircle it. We can't let this Black Demon Tiger escape again. The middle-aged officer pondered for a moment and waved his hand. Yes, at this moment, in Snake King Town, hissing, witnessing a large number of mutated giant snakes fall, the bloodthirsty Snake King was extremely angry. With a hiss, it no longer hid among the snake group but instead tensed its body like a steel cable and charged towards the front line in an instant. Throw grenades. Quickly throw grenades. In an instant, the previously scattered barrage quickly converged and shot towards the bloodthirsty Snake King. Round grenades rolling down from the sky. Clang clang clang. A large number of bullets hit the crimson snake scales, sparking and emitting crisp collision sounds. The bloodthirsty Snake King's charging figure suddenly paused, continuously retreating. Boom boom boom. Then a dozen grenades exploded around the bloodthirsty Snake King. Deafening explosions and blinding flashes instantly engulfed the bloodthirsty giant snake. Suddenly, a scream came from the flames, and the bloodthirsty Snake King rushed out, with several wounds appearing on its snake body, scales flying off, leaving ugly craters, looking quite disheveled. The bloodthirsty Snake King's eyes were blood red, roaring to the sky, a flash of red light on its body, its mouth opening, spraying a strange red mist towards the battlefield. The blood mist spread rapidly, and soon a pale blood mist enveloped the entire position. Afterwards, the wave of snakes behind him, led by the bloodthirsty Snake King, once again charged towards the position. Attack! Attack! Knock these back! In the next moment, large swathes of bullets flew out, killing what was intended to be a large number of mutated giant snakes, and a grenade burst out, clearing an area. Boom boom boom. But just as the battle was more scorching, the army side suddenly became chaotic, and the barrage that had been able to suppress the wave of snakes instantly stagnated. Squad leader, my gun doesn't work. Not good. This blood mist is corrosive. My body itches. This blood mist is haunted. Everyone be careful. Ah! In an instant, the bloodthirsty giant serpent's wide body moved, leaning in quickly, its lower body taut as an iron cable, directly sweeping the vehicles that made up the position out of the way. The army and the wave of snakes instantly made short work of each other. All of a sudden, there were gunshots, explosions and screams amidst the blood spray. Retreat! Retreat! The army could not hold out at all, and with heavy death and injury, leaving 30 or 40 corpses behind, they had no choice but to quit the town, and the snake-tide side was no better. Facing the grenade and gun strikes from the humans, the mutant giant snakes were killed and wounded, and the snake-tide became thinned out. Chapter 30, Long time no see. Have you missed Big Brother? Even the bloodthirsty Snake King was also quite injured, covered in wounds from the grenade. His body was densely covered with a pit of blood that had been blown out of his body. Rolls of snake blood continued to gush out from the wounds. Sprawled on the ground, his breath shriveled up. Not far from the battlefield, Fang Yuan prostrated himself in a corner, revealing a vicious tiger face as he looked towards the bloodthirsty Snake King that was not lightly injured, revealing a greedy gaze. If this demon monarch can swallow this stupid snake, his strength is bound to increase greatly, at least as much as if I were to eat 10 ordinary ferocious beasts. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's body shrunk back, and then with the help of the surrounding buildings, his black figure was like lightning, constantly flashing and changing position, and getting closer and closer to that bloodthirsty giant snake, until he stopped in an alley. Jiang Che and Nangong Luo were about to leave after watching the action. Suddenly, Jiang Che keenly sensed something. There was a lurch in the tiger's stride. What a familiar scent. Jiang Che's tiger eyes brightened slightly. The bloodthirsty Snake King, who had suffered a heavy blow, was being guarded by the group of mutant giant snakes in the center of the room, and it saw that one mutant giant snake, with a corpse in its mouth, was sent to it. The bloodthirsty Snake King took one bite at a time and swallowed all of these human corpses, and as it fed, the stream of blood that gushed out from the wounds was slowly becoming smaller, and the buds of flesh began to wriggle, and the wounds were clearly on the verge of healing. Hiss! As if the pain coming from his wounds had lessened, the bloodthirsty Snake King raised his body and let out a hiss of pain. Roar! It was also at this moment that a giant tiger roared angrily and scurried out from the alley, transforming into a black shadow and leaping violently. Fang Yuan's body flew in the air, and his 4 tiger claws clasped the upper half of the bloodthirsty Snake King in death, biting down on the other party's neck and pulling it down. Knock! The 2 behemoths fell down. Sizzle! Fang Yuan's sharp tiger teeth were like divine weapons, vicious and cruel, directly tearing off half of the bloodthirsty Snake King's neck. Large swathes of snake blood were thrown out, dripping with blood and flesh, deadly pressing down on the bloodthirsty Snake King. Fang Yuan's tiger's mouth, which looked like a black hole, once again bit down, this time completely snapping the bloodthirsty Snake King's neck. The intense pain caused the bloodthirsty Snake King to let out a frantic hissing sound as it continued to struggle on the ground. Before dying, the lower half of his body rolled quickly towards Fang Yuan, but unfortunately, when he flew in mid-air, he became powerless and limp. The snake's head hung low to the ground, and the luster in his pupils dimmed instantly. From Fang Yuan's sneak attack to the bloodthirsty Snake King's death, it happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the surrounding mutant giant snakes reacted, the bloodthirsty Snake King had already been killed, leaving only Fang Yuan standing in the center, snake blood dripping from his mouth, exuding a biting killing aura. The death of the Snake King caused the snakes to instantly riot. Hiss! 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 The surrounding mutant giant snakes let out angry hisses and attacked Fang Yuan like crazy. Roar! Fang Yuan's face was scornful as his tiger body rushed out and launched into a killing spree. Seeing the ferocious devil tiger on the field, it kept charging and killing, waving its sharp tiger claws, pumping its tiger tail like a steel whip, turning into a black shadow, tearing and pumping away an incoming mutant giant snake, continuously harvesting lives. In the end, on the entire battlefield, the broken snake corpses piled up like mountains, the blood flowed into rivers, and the bloody gas rushed to the sky, and there was no longer a single living creature except for Fang Yuan. Roar! Bathed in snake blood, Fang Yuan, who had already transformed into a bloody tiger, raised his head to the sky and whistled, his domineering and vicious aura sweeping in all directions. Afterward, Fang Yuan took a step and came to the corpse of the bloodthirsty Snake King and started to devour it. Suddenly, there was a tremor coming from the earth. Fang Yuan's gaze froze and he turned his head to look. Two behemoths came into view, striding forward. Lao air. It's been a long time. Jiang Che looked at Fang Yuan, who had changed quite a bit. Chapter 31 Thunder Strikes the Demon Monarch. Boss? Lao San? Why are they here? Fang Yuan's deep tiger eyes opened slightly, his heart somewhat surprised. I didn't expect to see Big Brother and Senior here. Immediately, he was overjoyed, and his dark tail, which was like an iron rope, was slightly arched. Since the goodbye at the Qingshui City Zoo, he didn't know where he had run off to, but he had never found any trace of these two guys again. This demon lord's strength has increased greatly, and I was thinking of finding an opportunity to avenge the insults of that day, but I didn't expect these two fellows to come right to my door. The corner of Fang Yuan's mouth gently grinned as his gaze looked at Jiang Che and Nangong Luo with malice. However, there's no hurry. This demon lord has plenty of time. These two guys can't escape me. It's better to swallow all of this giant snake first. Fang Yuan turned his head back, no longer paying attention to the two, and lowered his head to quickly devour the bloodthirsty Snake King, gobbling it down, running the heaven-swallowing demon cannon, his body glowing with a faint red light. The oldest two still haven't changed at all. Still, so insouciant. Jiang Che, who had heard the heartbeat, sneered coldly in his heart, his eyes light, not worried at all. Nangong Luo followed Jiang Che's side, half a body length slower. Its radiant golden tiger body contrasted sharply with the earth that was filled with blood and mutilated corpses. This second brother is as brutal as ever. Too crazy. Looking at the oldest two who were covered in blood and greedily gnawing on the bloodthirsty Snake King, Nangong Luo's tiger eye slightly condensed with a hint of dissatisfaction and disgust in his heart. Jiang Che didn't disturb Fang Yuan and just stood quietly on the Scarlet Avenue, waiting for the other party to finish devouring the bloodthirsty Snake King, because he has nothing to fear. Nor was he worried about Fang Yuan being able to beat himself. For every point of strength Fang Yuan increased, the greater the benefits he gained. As time went on, his own strength would grow higher and higher, pulling Fang Yuan further and further away, with the heaven-swallowing demon code helping to transform the blood food. Soon, Fang Yuan had eaten the bloodthirsty Snake King cleanly. In addition to the snake scales and skull, even the ribs and spine of the body were chewed and swallowed. Roar! Feeling a considerable increase in strength, Fang Yuan licked his lips and let out a long whistle of satisfaction. Jia jia jia. Next, it's time to clean up these two guys. Fang Yuan turned around, his eyes staring at Jiang Che and Nangong Luo with a fierce gaze. Scattered all over the snake blood has solidified. With the black hair, the dark red tiger body looks extremely evil. Standing between the bloody corpses, exudes a ferocious aura, like a demonic tiger that kills everything. This is about to get physical? It seems that if we don't teach the oldest two a lesson today, he's already forgotten who's really the big brother. Looking at Fang Yuan's creepy gaze, Jiang Che laughed lightly in his heart with a playful look in his eyes. It was just as well that it had been a long time since I had whipped the oldest, and he should have slacked off a bit lately. It was estimated that Fang Yuan had already forgotten in his mind how badly he had been cleaned up by himself in the zoo at that time. What is the oldest two trying to do? Dare to challenge Big Brother? Isn't this looking for death? Looking at Fang Yuan, who was full of malice and leaping forward, Nangong Luo was a bit dazed. So brave? After reacting, Nangong Luo's mind instantly recalled the image of the second one being taught a lesson by the oldest one earlier. That's pretty bad. Beat up and wailing. However, after feeling the aura emanating from the oldest two, Nangong Luo could not help but feel some surprise in his heart. He had already intercepted the Thunder Spirit Fruit, and he hadn't eaten any of the other spiritual objects, but he still hadn't managed to surpass the other party. It seems that the second brother also has some chance, but even so, this second brother would not be a match for the elder brother. Chapter 31 Thunder Strikes the Demon Monarch. Big Brother at this moment was at least second-order strength, and even more so, he had mastered the power of thunder. His strength was too much stronger than first order. Looking at Fang Yuan's extremely confident appearance, Nangong Luo felt amusement in his heart and just looked on gloatingly without uttering a word. She seemed to have seen the image of the second one being violently beaten up by the elder brother, but the guy deserved it. Nangong Luo had long looked at this guy with displeasure. Jiang Che took a step towards Fang Yuan. His huge body was like a small mountain pressing down on him, like the limbs of a giant pillar. Every time it fell, the ground seemed to tremble as the blood of the snake splashed in the pool of blood, as if it was a giant beast that had traveled from the ancient times, giving people a huge sense of oppression. If you dare to insult this demon lord, you will be turned into my blood meal today. Looking at Jiang Che, who was slowly approaching, Fang Yuan finally couldn't help himself. The tiger's eyes flashed with a biting, killing intent. The tiger's mouth slightly opened, revealing 2 rows of sharp tiger teeth, and his body was taut and ready to strike. Roar! Instantly, a soul-shattering tiger's roar resounded through the clouds and exploded in the air, and the blood-colored light on Fang Yuan's body suddenly lit up, transforming into a dark red figure that rushed towards Jiang Che in front of him. Fang Yuan knew that the gap between his own size and the opponent's was a bit large, so he didn't choose to attack head-on. Instead, in a folding leap, he utilized the opponent's large body's shortcomings and attacked towards Jiang Che's flank. Trick! Lao this guy's small mind. And how could it be hidden from Jiang Che? Disdain in his heart at the same time. His huge tiger body, even extremely dexterous deflection over, tiger palm swung out violently, breaking the air and whistling, powerful and heavy. Boom! That stern tiger's palm and the dark red-black shadow that Lao had transformed into collided in the air. A violent roar. It spread throughout the entire avenue, and the powerful chi energy lifted all the surrounding remnants of the giant snake out, crashing into the walls of the houses on both sides. One blow. Jiang Che's tiger palm didn't move at all in the air, but instead, Fang Yuan was directly bounced out. Boom! Fang Yuan was like a cannonball that had been knocked out of the air. His dark red figure quickly sliced through the air, smashing a large hole in the wall behind him. The house was nearly smashed down. Dust rose in all directions, and Fang Yuan fell into the depths. With this you still want to compete with Big Brother me? Jiang Che shook his head in his heart. His opponent had collapsed before he had even exerted his full strength. But just then, roar! An unyielding figure, rolling out of the dust, was none other than Fang Yuan. Although he was coughing up blood in his mouth, his gaze was still fierce and cruel, murderous, staring at Jiang Che with a deadly stare, his body gleaming with red light as he was slowly repairing the damage to his body. Roar! Fang Yuan was like an undead demonic tiger as he let out a roar and charged up again. Ha! Worthy of being the reincarnation of the ancient demon monarch. If it were any other ferocious beast, I'm afraid that just this one time, all the bones in his entire body would be shattered. I didn't expect that this guy was only slightly injured. Jiang Che was a little surprised in his heart. This old man really did have 2 skills. No wonder he still dared to provoke himself despite the large size difference. But, your big brother is your big brother. Boom! At that instant, a thunderous explosion rang out, and the purple lightning of Jiang Che's entire body leaped out, as countless thunder threads flew out, snaking through the air and converging into a dazzlingly radiant ball of lightning that emanated the power of destruction. Boom! A blinding light flashed across the sky, and a thunderbolt shot out from the ball of thunder with astonishing speed, instantly splitting on Fang Yuan. Chapter 32, Big Brother is spurring you on. The oldest 2 have to cheer up. Fang Yuan, who was originally leaping in the air, was knocked down, and his entire tiger body was constantly trembling on the ground, his fur exploding with wisps of black smoke. Ow! The moment he was hit, Fang Yuan first felt a coldness all over his body, followed by a blazing pain that swept through his body. It was just too painful and he couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. Boom! 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 Before Fang Yuan could detach himself from the pain, the field once again erupted with 3 blinding bright lights, and 3 thunderbolts were struck from the ball of thunder, in succession, with a burst of thunder, splitting on the opponent's body in turn. Ow! Fang Yuan was struck like a heavy blow, being chopped, screamed repeatedly, his entire body, uncontrollably on the ground, constantly shaking, his limbs irregularly paddling. His movements were extremely comical. Even the tiger's body was scorched black by the 3 thunderbolts, and what was originally just blasted hair had now directly carbonized, with a large amount of black smoke emanating from the fur, making it look extremely miserable. Why is it like this? Damn it! He has swallowed so much blood food in this period of time, but he is still no match for the boss. And where did this ferocious thunder power come from? Just now it was really too impulsive. If I had known that this demon monarch would have endured him once or twice, what's the harm? A few moments later, the thunder gradually disappeared. Lying on the ground, Fang Yuan finally stopped shaking, a pair of tiger eyes with tears, the heart of aggrieved regret, but also incredulous. Boom! Boom! At that moment, 2 more thunderbolts flew out from the thunderball above Jiang Che's head. Damn it! This boss is trying to split this demon lord to death. That loud thunderous sound, regaling the hearts of the people, made Fang Yuan's heart fearful, and instinctively, his tiger body trembled violently. Fortunately, these two thunder very coincidentally split on both sides of the body, and did not hit the body. Fearful Fang Yuan's heart suddenly relaxed. Lao air, you still have to practice. You still want to swallow Big Brother with this much strength? How can you do it if you don't speed up your breakthrough? Looking at Lao air's sudden movements, Jiang Che's eyes were filled with teasing. Chop hard, chop this guy to death only. Nangong Luo, who was on the side, was also very relieved when he looked at his second's miserable condition, his tiger eyes sparkling with a happy mood. Sure enough, as she expected, the second was once again severely beaten by the oldest. What they didn't notice was that overhead, a simulated bird drone was hovering, filming the scene. It's the same drone sent out by the military of the city of Grand River to keep an eye on the black demon tiger. Boom boom boom. Subsequently, Jiang Che continuously inspired thunder, and thunder flew out one after another. The blinding flashes of light continued throughout the town, and bursts of rumbling noises were emitted. However, most of the thunder struck Fang Yuan's sides, and only occasionally would it accurately strike Fang Yuan's body, causing him to let out guttural screams of pain, rolling on the ground as his body continued to convulse. Damn it! One day, this demon lord will retaliate back tenfold, 100-fold. You wait. So much for the thunder hitting and missing. Fang Yuan naturally knew that the other party was teasing him, and immediately felt doubly humiliated, cursing continuously in his heart. Although his mind kept clamoring, his body was honest, and with his limbs, he made a begging gesture and let out a gurgling wail from his mouth. There is no fear of being left without wood. A moment of humiliation, and what is it? This demon monarch today will spit in the face. If you can escape out, then everything will be worth it. There will always be a day when the magic is complete. Fang Yuan muttered to himself in his heart. This oldest too, he really has a heart of gold. Alas, it seems that this character cannot be changed. Seeing Fang Yuan in this dead state, Jiang Che also felt that it was almost time, dispersing the thunderballs coalescing above his head, returning to Nangong Luo's side, and no longer caring about him. He was also just trying to teach his dick a lesson, not really break him. Chapter 32 Big Brother is spurring you on. Second one should be cheered up. Because of this, he hadn't even used his full strength just now. After all, he was counting on the oldest two to increase their strength as soon as possible to help him with his feedback upgrade. If the second was traumatized, the one who would suffer the most damage would be himself instead. Lao air. Big Brother is also for your own good. Know that there are people, outside the sky. In the future you act will not be too arrogant, so you can also live a long Get your strength up and try to get stronger. Damn Big Brother. You wait, this is already the third time. The humiliation you gave me, this demon monarch, is all engraved in my heart, day and night. One day I will find you to settle the score. This demon lord wants you to know that letting me go today is the biggest mistake you've ever made in your life. Jia. Kill. Must make you stupid tiger, pulverized bones, flesh and blood into mud. Stupid tiger. This demon lord wants you dead. In the end, Fang Yuan grayed out. While running, his heart was still constantly releasing harsh words, his hatred towards Jiang Che rushing to the sky. No good. We can't let this guy just run away. Nangong Luo was anxious in his heart. His tiger body shook, leaning slightly towards the back, about to scurry out and chase after the other party. But just at the critical moment, a figure stepped in front of her and stopped her. Nangong Luo's heart was in a hurry, and his tiger body flashed to the sides, about to go around and pursue from the side. Roar! Jiang Che stopped Nangong Luo and lightly growled at him, signaling the other party to let Fang Yuan leave. Nangong Luo stopped, realizing that his big brother was prepared to let Fang Yuan leave and still not allow himself to pursue. Nangong Luo was helpless and could only give up, shaking his head in his heart. Big Brother is still too soft-hearted. How can he let this guy go? With Lao Air's kind of vindictive, ferocious and cunning character, he must be harboring a grudge and thinking of finding a chance to retaliate back in the future. In the future, if this emperor has the opportunity, he must eradicate them, and he must not let the tiger return to the mountain like Big Brother. Isn't this sowing mischief for itself? Let the tiger go back to the mountain? Jiang Che laughed in his heart, not caring. He naturally understood that Nangong Luo's idea was right, and also knew that Lao Air hated himself and would definitely seek revenge on him in the future. After all, he had already heard the other party's heart. But, this is his own brother, and how could he spare the kill? After all, it's the same mother. Well, actually, he was just waiting for Fang Yuan's strength to break through so that he could upgrade his feedback. Fang Yuan's figure faded away, disappearing into the mountains and forests. Here again, it was a human town. and it was also slaughtered by giant snakes. The two tigers didn't dare to stay here for much longer, and after hurriedly eating a few mutated giant snakes to fill their stomachs, they continued on their way. Just as Jiang Che and Nangong Luo quickly exited Snake King Town and were about to walk into the mountain forests outside the town, Nangong Luo seemed to have noticed something, and with a lurch in her steps, she raised her head to look at the flying birds in the sky. At once, the gaze was fixed. The bird of prey was very strange, and its flight movements were a bit stiff and unnatural. Moreover, she had seen this bird in the air before, and after all this time, it was surprising that it had been hovering overhead and not flying away. There's something wrong with this bird. It looks like we've fallen into human sight. Nangong Luo's tiger eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of urgency in his heart. Chapter 33. The military was shocked that there was a ferocious beast stronger than the black demon tiger. Grand River City. Military command. The tester came rushing in to report a significant discovery. A few moments later, inside the conference room, the video of Snake King Town, captured by the drone, was played on the big screen. At the beginning of the scene, what appeared was the incomparably vicious black demon tiger, leaping out as a black shadow and crushing the bloodthirsty giant serpent as soon as it appeared. And in a very short time, he strangled that bloodthirsty giant snake. The movements are crisp and the kills are decisive. Although it was a sneak attack, the strength it displayed was still not to be underestimated. Subsequently, that black demon tiger faced the siege of those mutant giant snakes. Its movements were even more relaxed and easy to write, and in just a few moments, it slaughtered the mutant giant snakes that had surrounded it. Seeing this, the atmosphere of the entire conference room was very grave, and the people present looked serious and gradually frowned, because many people had noticed that this black demon tiger's change was very obvious. It seemed to be getting stronger again one day at a time. From the previous image data transmitted from Changshui City, this black demon tiger is rapidly becoming stronger, and its intelligence is quite high and exceptionally cunning. In the long run, it will become a great danger. An officer sitting in the center of the conference room said, "Indeed, this black demon tiger was able to break through the Changshui City siege 3 times. He is bound to be extremely smart. We can't give him any more time to grow. We must make our move and kill him right away." Someone said in response, "I'm not in favor of doing it immediately. Many places in Great River City are now infested with ferocious beasts, and most of our troops have been dispersed, so we simply can't gather them back in a short period of time. Without enough troops, it won't be able to form a siege, and it will likely result in the same outcome as Clearwater City." As soon as the words fell, one of the military on the opposite side of the room, with a solemn face, spoke out against it. "I also oppose. We can't joke with the lives of our warriors. This black demon tiger is ferocious and cunning." There is not enough certainty. Of the people present, some thought that the black demon tiger needed to be rounded up immediately, while others felt that the time was not yet ripe, and that the troops were not yet ready, and wanted to drag their feet. Both sides have expressed their views and are at loggerheads with each other, and the whole conference room is noisy. At the head of the table, the chief, who had not spoken, rubbed his brow even more, his head aching from the noise. And 2 giant tigers. Suddenly, someone in the conference room exclaimed, overpowering the noise. At this moment, the other party was looking at the screen above with an incredulous expression. The crowd sniffed and looked over. In the picture, the black demon tiger was devouring the bloodthirsty giant snake, and not far behind it, there were 2 huge figures slowly leaning over. One of the model giant tigers was extremely large, looking much larger than even the black demon tiger, like a prehistoric giant. The black demon tiger in front of the other party was like a child facing an adult. The gap was enormous. The other tiger, on the other hand, was about the same size as the black demon tiger and was not as perverse. Only the other party appearance is very good looking. A golden hair. In the sunlight, the golden light is bright, extremely conspicuous, looks god handsome extraordinary. There are actually 2 more giant tigers. What is their relationship with this black demon tiger? Seeing Jiang Che and Nangong Luo in the video, the crowd present, for a moment, had the same question flash through their minds. It's no wonder everyone is so confused. It is really the picture of the 3 giant tigers look too special and rare, and now even converged together, naturally will cause people to think. These days, the military in the city of Grand River has also dealt with several incidents of ferocious tigers attacking people. Add to that the video footage of ferocious tiger attacks across the country circulating within the military. Chapter 33. The military is shocked. There's a fierce beast stronger than the black demon tiger. That's why people are not really unfamiliar with the look of tiger-like ferocious beasts, and none of the tiger-type ferocious beasts that had appeared before were able to compare to the 3 giant tigers in the picture. Regardless of whether it was the vicious and cunning black demon tiger, the divine and holy golden tiger, or the formidable and mountainous model giant tiger, They were all complete otherworldly amongst the entire ferocious beast tigers. The picture continues to advance. It was then that the black demon tiger seemed to have noticed the approach of the other two giant tigers and turned to look over. This black demon tiger seems to have a poor relationship with these two giant tigers. Both sides seem to have hostile intentions. In the conference room, someone spoke out after noticing the ferocious light in the black demon tiger's eyes. That spotted giant tiger seems to want to make a move against the black demon tiger. It seems they are in a hostile relationship. It's moving. The black demon tiger has struck. The spotted giant tiger was seen leaning towards the black demon tiger, which seemed to feel threatened and directly launched an attack towards the other party. But what happened next made the crowd's faces dismayed and their hearts shocked. That black demon tiger was actually directly crushed by the spotted giant tiger. Seeing a purple light flashing on the screen, it was the dots of thunder emitted by the spotted giant tiger, splitting the black demon tiger on the ground and screaming miserably. They had already seen the strength of the black demon tiger, and in the opinion of the crowd, it was definitely the strongest known ferocious beast, but they did not expect that in front of the other party. It was so unbeatable. At this moment, the conference room was silent. Everyone was shocked. The thunder power of this giant tiger is too strong. The black demon tiger can't carry it at all. After a long time, someone finally spoke, breaking the calm that had just prevailed. According to the database, among the ferocious beasts that have been discovered, the black demon tiger is considered to be the topmost existence, but it is not a match for this giant tiger. And this giant tiger size growth is definitely different from other normal ferocious beasts. Strength and other ferocious beasts are already not at a level. I suspect that he may have gone through a secondary evolution. At that point, someone voiced their guess. Surprised by the strength of the giant glistening tiger, there was a lot of discussion within the crowd of the conference room, expressing their opinions on this beast. In the end, because Jiang Che possessed the power to command thunder, he was named Thunder Tiger by the military, while Nangong Luo was named Golden Tiger by the military based on her special fur color since she didn't put up a fight. The military's attention to this matter was so great that the relevant information was quickly sent back to the imperial capital, and Jiang Che and Nangong Luo, like Fang Yuan, were included as key targets for observation. The black demon tiger seemed to have been seriously injured by the thunder tiger and fled, which was the best time to attack. Take him while he's sick. The military of Day City immediately gave orders, wanting to take advantage of this good opportunity to eradicate the scourge of the black demon tiger. Upon receiving the order, the troops originally stationed in the downtown area of Day City, as well as the purging troops closer to the downtown area, converged in the downtown area and marched towards Snake King Town in great numbers. At the edge of the mountain forest, after realizing that Jiang Che and Nangong Luo had left, Fang Yuan secretly returned to Snake King Town. Injured, he desperately needed a large amount of blood food to recover from his injuries. Fang Yuan had just bitten a few mutated giant snakes that were hiding in the town, and he hadn't had time to eat them yet. Suddenly, there was a familiar noise that rang through the air. Buzz off! Looking at several helicopters flying in the distance, Fang Yuan immediately changed his color and was in a depressed mood. These humans, they're really shady. Chapter 34 Demon Emperor Rui Beast, the strongest aid. That's a few miles away from Snake King Town. In a mountain forest, Jiang Che's footsteps lurched as he heard an ear-splittingly familiar noise. Turning back to look, sure enough, in the air not far from Snake King Town, there were several helicopters in flight. Jiang Che's tiger pupils shrunk slightly as his heart tightened. Humans calling for help so soon? Nothing's going to happen to the second one, is it? If the penis is ed to death, one will lose a lot of money. Where can one find such an incredibly talented and bound target with memories of his past life? To go back, save. There was a moment of hesitation in Jiang Che's heart. After a long tussle, he decided not to go. The second one is an ancient demon monarch turned. He shouldn't die that easily, and with his current strength, he's not yet old enough to compete with humans, so he's probably run far away by now. Jiang Che thought in his heart. Big Brother's abnormality naturally caught Nangong Luo's attention, and following the other party's perspective, he also spotted the helicopters. Looks like the humans are on to Ergo. Nangong Luo thought of the strange flying bird from before, and his heart was enlightened. She didn't want to go over to save her second. Instead her light golden tiger eyes were filled with joy. I'll let you go wild again. Now it's good. If you're targeted by the human military, you'll lose your skin even if you don't die. Nangong Luo gloated, the golden tiger tail behind him swaying in the air. Roar! Nangong Luo urged at Jiang Che and prepared to continue on his way. The Bodhi sacred tree grew in Ning province, the next door to Jiang province. For this opportunity, and even if one traveled day and night, I'm afraid it would take about 10 days to arrive. After all, most of them were detouring from the wilderness, which took a lot of time. Jiang Che turned his head and followed behind Nangong Luo. not entering the dense mountain forest. Time passed in 2 days past. Jiang Che and Nangong Luo had almost reached the border of the two provinces and would soon enter the Ning province's range. Moments later, the two tigers arrived at a mountain forest. The place is filled with a bucket-thick walnut tree, one shading the sky, the branches covered with golden walnuts, the aroma of ripe fruit wafting through the air. Seeing that these walnut trees were arranged extremely neatly, Jiang Che knew that this place should have been an artificially planted walnut garden before the recovery of spiritual qi, but right now it should have been abandoned. Looking at the golden walnuts rolling down on the ground, Jiang Che lowered his head and sniffed, then stopped paying attention to it. There is no meat fragrance. Raising his head, he followed Nangong Luo ahead of him. Before they could go far, the two tigers spotted a huge figure swaying under a tree not far away. Upon closer inspection, it was a vicious-looking giant bear. This giant bear was robust, with broad shoulders and back, thick and powerful limbs, and its entire body was covered with thick brownish-gray hair, making it look like a small hill. The most unusual thing about it was its neck, which was encircled by a circle of purple lines. At the moment, the giant bear was searching for ripe walnuts on the ground, swallowing them one by one. Ow! The giant bear seemed alert. Jiang Che and Nangong Luo were spotted by the two tigers as soon as they approached. The giant bear violently let out a deafening roar, and it was seen arching its back, the purple lines on its neck glowing with light as it rushed over with open teeth and claws. Jiang Che didn't move a muscle, and his eyes kept staring at the purple lines on the giant bear's neck with some curiosity in his heart. Chapter 34 Demon Emperor Rui Beast, the strongest aid. There's something odd. He realized that the purple lines seemed as if they weren't made up of mere hairs, and that the two weren't one and the same. That purple lines are like flowing water, constantly flowing in the brown bear fur, around the neck of the brown bear. Very mysterious. Roar! Just a mid-first stage. How dare you be so arrogant? This emperor will beat you all over the place today. Jiang Che didn't move. Instead, Nangong Luo's desire to fight was aroused, and he was disdainful of the brown bear in front of him. With a long whistle, the golden figure scurried out. Boom! A few moments later, the two huge beasts collided together. The golden tiger paw and the incomparably thick bear paw slapped each other. The sound roared and resounded through the mountains and forests, and at this moment, it was as if the entire walnut forest was vibrating. Suddenly, a golden figure violently flew backwards and fell several feet away. Nangong Luo instantly got up, looking at the giant bear in his line of sight that had only taken a few steps back, his eyes full of disbelief. This guy was clearly only in the middle of the first rank, and he was surprisingly not an opponent. Impossible. Let this emperor see what your true strength really is. Nangong Luo had a stubborn face and did not give in, and with a cold snort in his heart, he directly exerted his own abilities to the extreme. Countless golden lights and thunderons emerged from the tiger's body, and the golden-purple light flourished throughout the gloomy forest, penetrating through the layers of branches and leaves blocking the way and spreading out over the mountains and forests. Sharp weapons broke through the air. Thunder roared, and it was seen that wisps of golden light coalesced into a 1-meter-long golden blade of light that floated in the air, golden and bright. Immediately after a thunderbolt leaped, a large number of purple thunder wires followed the golden light and quickly converged onto the surface of the golden light blade. Crackle! On top of the golden light blade, wrapped in a layer of purple thunder, the thunder light jumped. The purple light and the golden light reflected each other, and a purple and golden light blade was constantly shaking in the air, as if that light blade contained a huge power within it, and it was about to break the seal. Boom! With Nangong Luo's thought, the purple gold-colored light blade instantly flashed with light and flew towards the giant bear, cutting a straight purple gold-colored light pillar in the air. The violet gold blade of light went forward as if it was going to cleave through everything. Ow! The giant bear roared. The purple lines on its neck blossomed with purple light, and its two huge bear paws were seen slapping towards the ground. Boom boom boom! 5 huge, thick stone walls broke through the ground and stacked on top of each other, blocking the front. Bang! 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 The purple gold light blade slammed into the stone wall, piercing through the stone wall with extreme power, and after breaking through 3 stone walls in a row, the light blade finally dissipated. How can that be? Nangong Luo gasped. His eyes rounded, really unable to comprehend how a giant bear in the middle of this rank could be so strong. Boom! Luckily, Jiang Che stepped in, hitting a thunderball to shatter all the stone walls, and immediately after that, without giving the giant bear a chance to react, several thunderballs flew out one after another, ruthlessly splitting on the giant bear. Ow! The giant bear screamed miserably, its body covered in leaping lightning, its torso falling to the ground uncontrollably, trembling constantly, its limbs paddling mindlessly in the air. When Jiang Che once again condensed a few thunderballs, preparing to finish off the giant bear in one go, the purple lines on the giant bear's neck suddenly lit up and actually came to life, transforming into a small purple beast. This little beast resembled a purple milk cat, with purple scales growing underneath its fur, a pair of pink horns on its head, and big watery eyes gazing at Jiang Che's two tigers. Looking very cute. Nangong Luo froze, then thought of something, a trace of shock flashing in his eyes. Could this be the demon emperor of his previous life, the Rui Beast? The demon emperor Rui Beast, rumored to possess the bloodline of the ancient divine beast Kirin, was born an auspicious beast with the ability to change. When it transformed into a purple battle pattern and merged with other living beings, it would cause the strength of the other party to skyrocket, and its ability was extremely special, making it the most powerful auxiliary-type ferocious beast in the previous world. Chapter 35 The Third Binding Target. Memories flooded into my mind like a tidal wave. Nangong Luo looked at the small purple beast in front of him in shock, his heart jumping straight up. There's no mistaking it. This little purple beast is the famous Rui Beast. Aside from being too small, it wasn't far off from what she remembered from her previous life. No wonder just now this giant bear was obviously only in the middle of the first rank realm, but its actual combat ability was terrifyingly strong. Even I, a late first rank, couldn't fight it. It turned out to be aided by the beasts. Oh, my god, I should have thought of that a long time ago. Nangong Luo came to a realization and smiled bitterly in his heart, shaking his head helplessly. This sight was déjà vu. How could she have forgotten? Isn't that what happened to that demon emperor Nine-Tailed Skyfox? In her previous life, as a female emperor of the human race, she had fought with that demon emperor Nine-Tailed Skyfox for I don't know how many times, although the two were at the same realm. Every time they exchanged blows, Nangong Luo was at a disadvantage and could only manage to withstand the other party's attacks. One of the biggest reasons was that the other party had the help of the Rui Beast. In terms of combat power, Rui Beasts could be considered the bottom of the list amongst the ferocious beasts, with extremely low combat power. However, its auxiliary ability is very amazing. Can be on the possessor, a tenfold increase in strength, able to quickly recover from injuries, speed up the possessor's spirit refining, and a variety of other abilities. And the Nine-Tailed Skyfox was already terrifyingly strong, plus it had the Rui Beast to add to it. Even if Nangong Luo was also an Emperor realm existence, it would be difficult to fight over the Nine-Tailed Skyfox whose strength had increased tenfold. If I am also able to obtain the recognition of the Rui Beasts, then when I meet that nine-tailed fellow again, let's see what she still has to fight me with. Nangong Luo reacted. His gaze towards the Rui Beast gradually sizzled, and the temperature around him seemed to have risen quite a bit. She could be considered to have been suppressed miserably by the Nine-Tailed Skyfox in her previous life, and had been very stifled. Unexpectedly, nowadays, she was allowed to encounter a Rui Beast. It can be called the old days. Rui Beast. This silly little guy has such an origin? Jiang Che froze and carefully surveyed the floppy little fellow. Kirikou. Right at this moment, the little purple beast cocked its head, its two large eyes staring at Jiang Che as it blinked, its eyes curving in a smile as it gave a joyful cry. Suddenly jumping onto Jiang Che, he grabbed the fluffy tiger fur and wouldn't let go of it, and his four little limbs and paws kept moving, trying to climb towards Jiang Che's back. Jiang Che's face changed, very uncomfortable, and he hurriedly flung his body, wanting to shake this guy off. Kirikou. But before he could succeed, the little purple beast puffed out its mouth and barked a few times, instantly transforming into a purple tattoo around his neck. The purple halo continued to flow, adding a mysterious circle of purple color to Jiang Che's variegated fur. At this moment, Jiang Che seemed to be wearing a purple glowing collar. Instantly, Jiang Che felt that he and the purple beast had some sort of connection, and the relationship seemed to be instantly close. He and the purple beast could communicate with their consciousness and could understand what the other was trying to say. Only now, with a single movement of his mind, the little purple beast would unleash its abilities and enchant it, gaining a several-fold increase in strength. Jiang Che's mood instantly changed from original dismay to surprise. Good. With this strength increaser in hand, then he won't be able to kill gods and Buddhas in the future. Chapter 35, The Third Binding Target. Jiang Che was cozy inside, pacing in place happily, feeling like eating ice watermelon in summer. Refreshing. Kirikou, seemingly able to sense Jiang Che's delight, the little purple beast manifested from the purple veins again and stood on Jiang Che's back, shaking, squinting, and softly barking a few times. For the little purple beast to stand on his back, Jiang Che didn't reject it and looked back at the little guy with a knowing smile. The Rui Beast is recognizing Big Brother? Seeing the Rui Beast directly possess Jiang Che, Nangong Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. Shakes head, blinks quickly to make sure he's reading it right. How could this be? Could it be that the rumors of the previous life were true? That if you defeated the former owner of the Rui Beast, you would be recognized by the other party? Nangong Luo's eyes flickered as he recalled everything about the Rui Beasts in his previous life, and finally found a more reasonable explanation. But then he thought about the fact that he didn't get the Rui Beast, and he couldn't help but lose his heart. What does third sister mean? This little guy has recognized me as his master? Jiang Che's heart stirred as he thought of the connection that had been created between himself and the little guy, and immediately understood. This should be the connection that comes from self-recognition and, well, the two. But the master was defeated and turned his head to recognize the new master. Isn't that a 2.5 times? Good man. Lubu can't beat you, can he? What's the name of the family? Guess it's all too much to count. Jiang Che looked at the Rui Beast that was pacing back and forth in surprise and inwardly spat. But it doesn't matter. As long as I'm invincible and undefeated in 100 battles, it won't have a chance to betray me. Jiang Che was confident in his heart and his gaze was bland. After all, nowadays, those like Fang Yuan and Nangong Luo were all top fierce beast existences. So where could one find a fierce beast that could defeat Jiang Che? At this moment, Nangong Luo's mind gradually calmed down. Looking at the playful Rui Beasts and Jiang Che below, his gaze filled with envy. This is a heavenly chance. Even an Emperor realm powerhouse like the nine-tailed sky fox would disregard his face when he sees it and make a move to snatch it. It's just that this is considered Big Brother's luck. Thinking of his previous defeat against the giant bear, the defeat was already set, but also rely on the Big Brother's hand, only to defeat the other party, Nangong Luo heartside. Knowing that this Rui Beast and she has no destiny, if she were to do others, she would certainly not care if there is no edge, and she would do whatever it takes to take the Rui Beast over. But the one who gets the Rui Beast is his own big brother. In the end, she can only give up this idea. Hearing his sister's heartfelt words, Jiang Che, who was originally happy, also felt a sense of relief in his heart. Good. This sister of my own family didn't hurt in vain. It seems to be truly accepting myself. Unlike the oldest two, this life is considered a waste of, not thinking of swallowing me even if it is good. At this moment, Jiang Che suddenly thought of this fellow Lao again and spat in his heart. However, this Rui Beast's cultivation must not be too far removed from its owners, or else the increased effect of the boost will be greatly reduced. And I don't know if Big Brother will be able to raise this Rui Beast well. At this moment, Nangong Luo's heartfelt voice resounded in Jiang Che's mind again. It seems like there's still a need to help this little guy keep raising his strength. This is going to be a busy time, and I don't know if the resources I'll find in the future will be enough. I had one mouth on my sister, but now I've added another. So the pressure is a bit much. Jiang Che was a bit surprised when he heard this, but he was relieved when he thought about it. This Rui Beast's auxiliary ability was so strong that it was worth his blood. After all, it was a tenfold increase. Although with tenfold feedback in place, Jiang Che's future strength was bound to be frighteningly strong, but that didn't stop him from having another tenfold increase. Suddenly, he had a flash of insight and thought of something. System, bind the Rui Beast. Chapter 36. The third sister is really good. Much better than the oldest selfish and self-serving thing. Ding! Target Rui Beast. Binding successful. Ha. Hearing the beep, Jiang Che's heart rejoiced. In the future, with the Rui Beast increasing his strength, he would become even stronger, and it would probably be difficult to have an enemy. Moreover, he happened to need to enhance the strength of the Rui Beast, and once he bound it, he would have another toolman to feed back his cultivation in the future. How could he not be pleased? But the Rui Beasts are different from the second and third oldest, so one will have to pay more attention in the future. Jiang Che's gaze flickered, his heart prepared. After all, the second was an ancient demon monarch, and the third was the future Empress, so cultivation enhancement basically didn't need to worry about himself. As for the spirit fruit he gave Lao San earlier, that's just to speed up the other guy's promotion. Even if Jiang Che didn't give the oldest three, Nangong Luo, the spirit fruit seeker, the other party would still go and find it on their own. Only that their strength would increase a bit slower. And the swift beast, Jiang Che looked back at the little guy who was pink and playing with his tiger fur. Well, there is no combat power at all. It is okay to sell a cute, but if you want to improve your cultivation, it is estimated that you have to rely on yourself as the master to help. But there's no hurry. It's not like we have the oldest. Jiang Che was confident, not panicking at all in his heart. He's still got Lao San as a linchpin. What's he afraid of? Anyway, Lao San knew so many chances. It would be enough to casually share some of them with this little guy when the time came. Not to mention a single Rui Beast. Even if there were 7 or 8 of them, Lao San would still be able to feed them to the fullest. Thinking about this, Jiang Che turned his head and gave older 3 an encouraging look. Realizing that his elder brother had given himself a meaningful look, Nangong Luo's heart froze, feeling somewhat puzzled. At this time, Jiang Che had already turned his head and pondered about the system binding quota. Fang Yuan, Nangong Che, Rui Beast, there are only 2 spots left. Spots are scarce. After that you have to choose carefully. However, that future demon emperor, Nine-tailed Skyfox, is considered to be about the same character as Oldest 3, so if we can meet in the future, we'll give her this spot. Thinking of the nine-tailed Skyfox that old San often recited, Jiang Che secretly thought in his heart. Having obtained a Rui Beast, Jiang Che was happy in his heart and didn't continue to make a move on the giant bear pretending to be dead. The pack of Rui Beasts roared softly at Nangong Luo to follow. Continue on to the site of the Bodhi sacred tree. At this time, Nangong Luo also remembered that they still had to go find the Bodhi sacred tree. Hastily, he growled in response, and followed with light footsteps. With the addition of the Rui Beast, the fight for the Bodhi sacred tree will definitely be a lot easier afterward. And after it merges with its big brother, I'm afraid that it will be able to resist human guns head-on, right? Following behind, looking at the tall back in front of him, and the little one lying on his back, Nangong Luo's heart was instantly delighted. Although it was a bit of a shame that she didn't get the Rui Beasts, her big brother got them and played a much bigger role. At that time, once the tenfold increase is on, who can fight them? However, the Rui Beasts specialize in eating elixirs, so Big Brother is afraid he'll be busy. Nangong Luo thought gloatingly. Night, the starry sky was dotted with stars, and the moonlight, like a silver veil, drifted through the air, making the dimly lit valley much brighter. Under the moonlight, Nangong Luo was lying on top of a huge rock, tiger's mouth gulping, earnestly practicing, constantly spitting out the outside world's spiritual chi, his body glowing with a glittering golden light, looking like a serene and beautiful painting. Oldest 3 is really diligent. It's not without reason that you were able to become an empress in your previous life. Ah, this persistence is commendable. Jiang Che, who was lying on the ground, squinted his eyes and looked at Nangong Che, who was not far away, cultivating to the point of oblivion, and let out a sigh of admiration in his heart. Chapter 36, Third Sister is really good. Much better than Lao Er's selfish and self-serving stuff. These days down the line, his sister's cultivation was extremely hard. It could be said that apart from rushing and eating, the rest of the time Nangong Luo was cultivating. Can't wait to grab every second. Such self-discipline was something that most people simply couldn't adhere to, and Jiang Che asked himself that he couldn't do it either. Right now, among their 3 beasts, it was only Nangong Luo who was the most hardworking and had a proper look. Jiang Che is lazy as hell, thinking about getting something for nothing every day, either sleeping or on the way to sleep, not waiting for 10 times feedback. As for the beasts, not practicing at all. This little guy lay flat more thoroughly than Jiang Che, lying on Jiang Che's back every day playing and sleeping and playing. Strength gains, just by eating. For example, at this moment, the Rui Beast was sitting on Jiang Che's furry forelimbs, holding a spirit fruit and gnawing on it joyfully. Round cheeks, constantly drumming, 2 big watery eyes, are happy squinted into a slit, looks like a small squirrel eating pine cones. Jiang Che realized that this little guy just especially liked to stay on top of himself. Since going up, it has rarely come down. I don't know if it's the reason for recognizing the owner or not. At the same time, he was the one who had thought wrongly and was misled by that giant bear before, and had always thought that a Rui Beast transforming into a purple battle pattern was its normal form, but he had never thought that this was not the case at all. Rui Beasts under normal circumstances, in fact, all exist in beast form, and only when it comes to fighting or avoiding danger, they will consciously transform into battle patterns. Jiang Che looked at the spirit fruit that the Rui Beast was holding, a fist-sized, pink-colored spirit peach. This spirit peach tree was still discovered by Nangong Luo in the mountain forest, and it bore a total of 4 ripe fruits, 3 of which were eaten, and the remaining one was distributed to the Rui Beasts. It was obvious that she was thinking of helping Jiang Che and speeding up the Rui Beast's growth. In this regard, Jiang Che felt relieved that Nangong Luo was able to share a portion to the Rui Beasts. It was much better than that selfish fellow, Lao Er. That guy, Lao Er, probably cursed half a dozen times inside when he ate a piece of his blood food. It's just not human. Karaku. Realizing that Jiang Che was staring at the spirit fruit in his hand, the Rui Beast froze, and a tangled expression appeared on its face, looking very reluctant to part with it. But in the end, as if he had made some sort of determination, with tears in his eyes, he handed over the spirit fruit towards Jiang Che. This, looking at the Rui Beast with a heartbroken, unwilling look, Jiang Che smiled bitterly. With that look on your face, do you really want to give it to me? Let's see. If he took a bite out of it himself, the little guy would be in tears in an instant, the kind that can't be stopped. Afterward, Jiang Che looked at the spirit peach with a disgusted expression. This spiritual peach had long been gnawed by the Rui Beast and was pitted with teeth marks and covered in saliva. although the spiritual peaches had a bright aura and a tantalizing aroma. But just like this now, who could still have an appetite after seeing it? Eat yourself. Jiang Che shook his head slightly and used his thoughts to transmit them towards the Rui Beast. This spirit fruit was a necessary resource for Rui Beasts to enhance their strength, so Jiang Che naturally wouldn't eat it. Kirikou. The Rui Beast obviously understood Jiang Che's meaning, and its original tearful appearance instantly disappeared, quickly retracting its outstretched pair of front limbs. After barking twice cheerfully at Jiang Che, he hugged the spirit peach again beautifully and nibbled on it by himself. That little guy. Looking at the Rui Beast in such a state, Jiang Che smiled in his heart. Chapter 37, Genetic Warriors. As time passed, Jiang Che and Nangong Luo had been gone for another 2 days, trekking to the next door border of the Su province. Under a huge birch tree, Nangong Luo's tiger's mouth was stained with blood, his body exuded a ferocious aura, and next to him was a 10 feet tall huge lynx collapsed in a pool of blood. His eyes were lifeless, and his vitality was completely gone. However, the blood that flowed down around that corpse was still emitting a gust of heat, so it was clear that the ferocious beast had just died not long ago, and not far from the lynx corpse, on the huge roots of the birch tree protruding out of the ground, 3 milky white Ganoderma lucidums were growing where they were, white as frost and snow, with a spiritual glow and medicinal fragrance. After Nangong Luo resolved the guardian ferocious beasts, he quickly walked to the Ganoderma lucidum and devoured the 3 bowl-sized Ganoderma lucidums in 3 or 2 bites, leaving behind only a bare root. Afterwards, Nangong Luo got down on the ground, running his cultivation technique to refine the medicinal power of the lingji. It was seen that its bodies came from the sound of raging waves, as if there were rapids rushing through its body. Its breath was undulating, its hair was fluttering with the wind, emitting a faint golden glow. Not far away, Jiang Che lay on his back in the soft grass, quietly guarding. Alas, it is true that this robbing the rich to help the poor to make money is fast, is inevitably cause some deaths and injuries. Looking at the lynx that was already lying dead, Jiang Che sighed in his heart. Bad luck for you guys. After working so hard to guard the 3 lingji plants, blowing in the wind and rain, they had just ripened before they could eat them, and then they were bumped into by Jiang Che and the others. This guy also has an iron head. Not only did he not run, but he also thought of comparing with them. As for the results, in the end, not only did he fail to keep his precious lingji, but he also put his life on the line. And why is this necessary? This lynx is just too rigid. Don't you know the old saying that those who know what's good for them know what's good for them? Kirikou. Suddenly, Violet, who was lying on her head. Well, this is the name Jiang Che gave to the Rui Beast. Xiaozi seems to be able to feel Jiang Che's feelings. Stood up, 2 big eyes disgusted at the lynx a glance, where gibberish said a lot. Little Purple was also known as the Purple Beast, and Little Purple was the name Jiang Che had obtained for the Rui Beast. Due to the master recognition relationship, Jiang Che was able to understand what Little Purple was trying to convey. The word spit on this lynx for not trying hard enough and being too weak. You little guy still has the face to talk about others. Look at you. You just know how to eat. And I didn't see how much your strength has grown? Jiang Che was all of a sudden exasperated by this little guy, passing on his dissatisfaction with little Violet. Since most of the places he and Nangong Luo traveled to were deep forests, the aura was much denser compared to other places, and the probability of spiritual medicine appearing was naturally greater. In the past 2 days, their coincidental encounters along with the elixirs they had snatched from other ferocious beasts amounted to as many as 15, 8 spiritual fruits and 7 other spiritual grasses and flowers. Among them, Violet alone had eaten 5 spirit fruits. Originally, Jiang Che was still thinking that although these were just some ordinary spirit fruits, after 5 of them were consumed, he should have broken through again, but never thought that 5 of them would go down, and little Violet ended up with a breath that was just a little bit stronger, not even the shadow of a breakthrough. Kirikou. Sensing his master's dislike, Violet's head suddenly drooped, seemingly closing in on itself, ignoring little Violet, who was putting on a show. Jiang Che summoned the attribute panel out at this time. Race, Northeast. 18. Natural abilities, Vajra Claws, Thunder. Bound targets, Nangong Luo, Fang Yuan, Xiao Zi. Chapter 37, Genetic Warriors. That's right, now Jiang Che was level 18. Yesterday, Nangong Luo's strength once again had a breakthrough, and with 10 times the feedback, it allowed him to rise to level 18, jumping 2 levels in a row. This time around, Jiang Che's physical body didn't grow too much, only his bones and muscles were stronger and tighter, and his 5 senses were enhanced a bit. Not much of a change, compared to the physical body. This time it was the enhancement of the natural ability that was more obvious. The sharp and hard qualities of the adamantine claws were even more obvious, truly sharpening iron like mud. while Thunder Mastery struck each blow as if it were a howitzer bombardment, with amazing power. Right. What's going on with this old man? How long has this been going on? And why hasn't he given his confession yet? Jiang Che suddenly remembered Lao Er and became somewhat puzzled. The oldest hasn't moved in a couple days. Is it slacking off? Or did you give up on yourself after being struck down by yourself? But that dick guy, he doesn't seem so fragile. This guy isn't going to die at the hands of a human, is he? Jiang Che's eyes widened as his heart burst with worry. Don't die. Lao Er. Dragon Kingdom. Imperial Capital. Lab. A cool environment. Dean Lin, you may begin the third experiment. Not far from the lab bench, a researcher slowly walked over and said softly, with a heavy heart and a haggard look on his face. Dean Lin nodded and looked towards the experiment table in the center of the lab. Where? A naked soldier, calmly lying on a lab table, with various detection devices affixed to various parts of his chest and arms, and his powerful limbs held in place by metal clasps on the table. Zhang Xuebing, many warriors like you have already sacrificed their lives in this genetic agent experiment, and this time, the same 9 lives will be lost. Do you regret it? Dean Lin sighed softly and walked over to the experiment table, looking at the soldier on the stage and said hoarsely. At this moment, his heart was extremely painful. It is safe to say that these loyal soldiers to their country died at his hands. If it wasn't for the fact that gene potions were not easy to make and couldn't be wasted in the slightest, he really wanted to apply to change his experimental subjects to some outlaws. But the outlaws are uncontrollable. In case the experiment succeeds and obtains transcendent power, the other party is likely to rise up and counterattack, resulting in consequences that are simply unpredictable. Dean Lin, don't have a mental burden. These are all of my own volition. As long as I can avenge my compatriots and wipe out those brutal ferocious beasts, even if I die, I have no regrets. Zhang Xuebing looked determined, his gaze filled with murderous intent towards the ferocious beasts, and he said in a hateful voice, in order to research the genetic potion, you warriors have paid too much. The country and the people will not forget you. Dean Lin's eyes flushed red as he said in a deep voice. In addition, after the genetic potion is injected, there will be a violent rejection reaction and you will need to endure great pain, so you have to be mentally prepared. Dean Lin, come on. Zhang Xuebe nodded and said blandly. The researcher then approached from the side, carrying a wide suitcase rich in technology. Drip, drip, drip. After entering the password, the suitcase was opened, and immediately, a cold air gushed out from the case. Just in the center of the box lay 4 red-colored gene potions, crystal clear and emitting a faint red light. The researcher hurriedly closed the box after removing one of the gene potions. Bear with me. A word of caution from the researchers. Zhang Xuebing gritted his teeth, closed his eyes tightly, and nodded. The genetic agent was then injected by the researchers, from their hands, into Zhang Xuebing's body. Chapter 38. At last, the Bodhi sacred tree I have come. As time passed, the red-colored liquid inside the glass tube continued to diminish. The red-colored medicinal liquid wandered through the veins of the arm, emitting a red-colored light that unexpectedly penetrated the body, forming extremely obvious traveling veins. Wisps of red light started from Zhang Xuebing's arm and spread upwards until it flowed through every part of his body. Aha! Suddenly, a muffled grunt of pain came from the lab table, and Zhang Xuebei's body suddenly trembled. Drop, drop, drop. The probe data began to change, and the dozen or so instruments around it began to show shifts. Apparently, the potion is starting to work. Quickly, hurry up and record all the relevant data. Dean Lin's face changed, and while looking at Zhang Xuebing worriedly, he panicked and instructed the several researchers next to him. On the experimental table, Zhang Xuebing's teeth were clenched. His complexion was distorted, his eyes were crawling with blood, and sweat flowed down from his forehead like rain. Suddenly, Zhang Xuebing's originally more normal limbs were slowly bulging, a single vein bulging out, and inside seemed to have a fiery magma flowing, emitting a ruddy glow, and his naked upper body was crawling with ruddy meridian vein lines. Rolling waves of heat kept coming out. Boom, boom, boom. Zhang Xuebing was in pain, struggling frantically, his limbs constantly moving, pulling the metal clasp below. Taut. As the crowd listened to the ear-piercing ringing sound, they all tightened their heartstrings, not daring to make any noise for fear of the impact on Zhang Xuebing. Suddenly, Zhang Xuebing stopped struggling and lay motionless on the lab bench. The entire lab went silent. Failed again? Dean Lin sighed as his gaze was stunned. It had failed many times, and although he had prepared for it in his mind, click, click, click. Just then, Zhang Xuebing suddenly woke up. His thick limbs easily broke the metal snap, sitting up while his body unconsciously glowed with fire. Flames gushed out, covering Zhang Xuebing's entire body as intense heat spread throughout the entire laboratory. Dean Lin, this is considered a success. right? In the flames, Zhang Shuebing stretched his arms and smiled. Ha ha ha, it worked! It finally worked! Dean Lin was overjoyed and couldn't wait to dance. At this moment, the heavy burden in his heart was finally unloaded, and his entire person was as if he was 10 years younger. Snap! The others within the experiment were also full of smiles and applauded in unison, congratulating the success of the experiment. Soon after, in order to test the extraordinary abilities possessed by Zhang Shuebing, Dean Lin deliberately had someone, temporarily, create a test site within the institute. Due to the confidentiality involved, there weren't many people in the entire testing ground. Except for Dean Lin and Zhang Shuebing, there were only a few researchers. Dean Lin, I'm afraid my flames can't deal with a steel plate like this? The much stouter Zhang Shuebing stood beside Dean Lin and pointed to a steel plate not far away, his face full of bitter smiles. I'm afraid that steel plate must be 5 centimeters thick. Zhang Shuebing, your genetic potion comes from the ferocious beast, the red flame lion, which is capable of releasing fiery flames with extremely high temperatures. This test is also to compare the power of the flames you release, how powerful they really are, and whether they can be compared to the red flame lion. Dean Lin smiled, full of expectations. Begin! Zhang Shuebing nodded his head, his expression serious. The fire on his body flared up, the surrounding temperature began to rise, and a blazing flame quickly ignited in his palm. Chapter 38, Finally, I'm here. I've come to the Bodhi sacred tree. The blazing fire mass set off layers of heat waves, causing Dean Lin and these ordinary people to back away, not daring to get too close. Phew! A fiery flame rushed out. The fire flared and crashed into the iron plate in front of him. The intense heat caused the iron plate to instantly turn red, and soon the center was dented and crimson iron dripped down. Barely. It didn't take long for the iron plate to be melted through and a large hole to appear in the center. Good. According to the data, the power of the flame you released is already comparable to the red flame lion. The effect of this gene potion is considered up to par. Dean Lin was beaming with joy and great satisfaction in his heart. With humans having genetic potions, the greatest advantage of the ferocious beasts was gone. Genetic warriors versus ferocious beasts. With the bonus of having intelligence and weapons, it was basically impossible to lose. He was going to apply to the top to have more warriors injected with genetic potions as a way to create a legion of genetic warriors to fight against the ferocious beasts. Dean Lin's heart was pounding, as if he had already seen the dawn of human genetic warriors defeating the ferocious beasts. After letting the others take Zhang Shuebing back, Dean Lin opened his tablet and watched a video sent from Jiang province. Looking at the 3 giant tigers in the video screen, Dean Lin's gaze flickered. The raw materials for gene potions come from ferocious beasts. The stronger the ferocious beast, the higher the grade of the gene potion. If he could obtain this thunder tiger, the blood and flesh of the black demon tiger, he would definitely be able to develop a more powerful gene potion. This black demon tiger, in particular, had nothing to hide and the military of Day City was in the process of capturing it. This time, the chances of obtaining the opponent's flesh and blood were high. Damn humans! One day, I'm going to devour every last one of you. At this moment, in a mountain forest, Fang Yuan was constantly weaving between the trees, cursing in his heart. His tan and shiny black fur, sticky with blood and dirt and scorched in parts, looked extremely wretched. Having been chased for days and nights, Fang Yuan now hated humans with a passion. Anyway, Fang Yuan had already decided. He was ready to take the boss off his most hated position for a while and put the human on it. From then on, mankind is its own life and death enemy. See one and kill one. Su Province, Hailong City, Changbai Mountain, lofty and spectacular, dense aura, a mountain peaks connected to want to connect, the top of the mountain snow-capped, as a white helmet with the earth guards, towering above the land of the dragon country. That tall main peak cuts straight through the clouds, hidden above the clouds and mist, the mountainside clouds and mist, in the golden sunshine halo, into strands of colorful stripes floating between the peaks, below the mountainside, a verdant peace, a strain of sky-high pines and cypresses form a vast and dense forest. In the golden sunlight, it is like a green ocean with golden light, a vast, full of vitality. On a high slope, 2 giant tigers stood side by side, gazing far into the majestic Changbai mountain. Finally, Jiang Che sighed and stretched, letting out a long breath. This everyday rush day, do not know when is the end. Legs are running thin. He suddenly began to miss its time in the zoo. It was really carefree. Do not have to worry about anything. Eat, sleep, eat, how good ah. Little Violet, who was sitting on Jiang Che's head, was looking at the pomp and circumstance in the distance with a face full of concentration. A pair of large eyes opened round and curious. Bodhi sacred tree, here I come. Nangong Luo squinted his eyes, looking at the golden sunlight, the absolutely beautiful Changbai mountain. murmuring in his heart. Chapter 39, First Combined Battle. Changbai Mountain was close at hand, and Jiang Che's two tigers were not scrambling like they were rushing. Take a step, slowly, and walk to the foot of Changbai Mountain. Dense ahead are the woods. Jiang Che seemed to be aware of this, his gaze flickering slightly as his tiger body gradually tightened up. This was because before he even stepped into the forest area, he felt quite a few strong auras. This Changbai Mountain was originally a deep forest, and the animals living inside were extremely numerous. The number of ferocious beasts inside after the aura revival would definitely not be less. The heaven and earth aura here is surprisingly so dense. A large amount of aura gushed out from within the mountains and forests. Nangong Luo only felt refreshed, as if his body had been cleaned from the inside out. It's worthy of being a place that can give birth to the Bodhi sacred tree, a rare spiritual root. I'm afraid that this Changbai Mountain's aura is unimaginably dense, and it will morph into a spiritual mountain in the future as well. It's bound to harbor a large number of heavenly treasures inside. However, the ferocious beasts here should, also, be much stronger than the outside world. Nangong Luo sighed in his heart, staring at the Changbai Mountain in front of him with a burning gaze. If she could obtain the Bodhi sacred tree, she would be able to create a cultivation sanctuary in the future, as a way to establish a power of her own. She thought so and planned ahead based on some of the things she had experienced in her previous life. In his previous life, at the late stage of the aura recovery, the major demon kings and demon emperors occupied the major spiritual mountains, and the group of heroes divided their spheres of influence, monopolizing all the resources needed for various cultivation. At that time, lone and scattered beasts like them were bound to have an incredibly difficult time, unless one ends up joining a power and taking refuge under it. Nangong Luo was a female emperor in her previous life, and with a high and proud heart, she was naturally unwilling to be a parasite and be driven by others. So an idea popped into the mind. That is to have a power of your own. Kirikou, Kirikou. Feeling the rich spiritual chi ahead, little Violet's eyes shone brightly, and with her two pinkish front paws, she pawed at the hair on top of Jiang Che's head, urging it on. This little guy was smart enough to know that the denser the spiritual chi, the greater the number of spiritual medicines, and the greater the possibility of encountering them. Thinking that this place might have delicious elixirs, Violet was a bit impatient. Jiang Che and Nangong Che exchanged glances and moved in unison towards the forest. Moving on, Violet was so excited that she stood up and looked left and right, her big eyes scrutinizing carefully. Just entered the mountain forest, surrounded by huge straight pines and cypresses, densely packed, all brown and black trunks. A glance cannot see the end. There are some flowers and plants growing in the understory, and from time to time a patch of underbrush appears. Roar! Ow! It seemed to sense the outsiders. From all sides of the forest, a roar came from those who could not see. Many ferocious beasts issued threats. For the two outsiders, Jiang Che and Nangong Luo, these ferocious beasts were very unwelcoming. The hidden killing chants that wandered in this dimly lit dense forest filled one with chills from the inside out. Kirikou, little Violet, who was originally still in high spirits, was instantly scared and trembled, hurriedly climbing down from Jiang Che's head and shrinking behind Jiang Che's back and neck. Roar! In the face of provocation, Jiang Che certainly wouldn't show weakness and let out a long whistle. A tiger's roar exploded throughout the forest, and the earth seemed to vibrate, the sound booming and regaling as it rushed deeper into the forest. However, this warning from him didn't seem to have any effect. The malicious gazes coming from all around hadn't decreased at all, and the killing intent was getting more and more prevalent. Looks like it's going to be a tough fight today. Jiang Che was confident in his heart, his pair of tiger eyes gleaming with divine light within them, looking around, radiating a domineering and peerless aura. Chapter 39, First Combined Battle. Nangong Luo also released a powerful aura and entered into a fighting state. Suddenly, the whole forest went quiet. There was no more ear-splitting roar of the beast. There was silence all around. The dimly lit woods were murderous. Sasha. Suddenly, there was a sound of trampling on dead leaves. A giant black wolf slowly walked out of the dimness, its size comparable to a buffalo, its eyes cold and bloodthirsty, staring at Jiang Che and Nangong Luo, its teeth sharp and glowing with cold light. It was an early first-stage ferocious beast, the black poison wolf. This is only the outer perimeter, and there are early first-order ferocious beasts infesting the area. In the depths of this Changbai Mountain, it is estimated that late first-order ferocious beasts have already been born. I also don't know if we'll see a second order. It shouldn't be possible. Nangong Luo sighed in his heart and glanced at his boss, ultimately feeling that it was unlikely. The boss definitely seemed like an anomaly to her. How dare a tiny early stage of the first rank come to attack me? Then let's kill you first. Jiang Che's killing heart was high as he looked at the black poison wolf, his heart filled with disdain. The tiger's pupil flashed with a purple light, and a strand of purple thunder threads spread across the variegated fur and a large area of thunder light leaped, emitting a burst of zipping sounds. Kirikou! Little Violet sensed her master's will, and instantly, the purple light around her body lit up, transforming into a purple battle pattern attached to her body. Rumble! Jiang Che's strength instantly surged several times. There was a surge of power within his body. The light of thunder outside his body shone brightly. The power of thunder rapidly surged, purple thunder churning and sending out bursts of deafening roars. At this moment, Jiang Che's entire body was dazzling with purple light, and thunder covered his body like a divine tiger transformed by thunder. Ow! Facing Jiang Che, the black poison wolf wasn't the least bit afraid as its body was shrouded in a black poisonous mist as it howled and rushed over as a black shadow. Boom! A dazzling thunderbolt instantly struck down. A direct hit on the black poisonous wolf running at great speed. It was like a huge grenade falling and flattening a piece of land. A violent explosion was heard, and the black poison wolf was directly blown to pieces, splattering blood and flesh. A large crater appeared on the ground. The powerful shockwave lifted up a large amount of humus layers, and rotten leaves and dead branches were thrown flying. All around, there were even several tall pines and cypresses that were destroyed and fell down with a click. Ow! Hiss! The black poison wolf was killed, and the ferocious beasts hidden in the back could no longer hold back, breaking through the darkness and revealing their true faces. 3 thick pythons poked out from above the forest, opening their mouths full of sharp teeth, their huge bodies curling around the thick tree trunks, desiring to devour Jiang Che. On the other side 2 huge brown bears rushed out in unison, like 2 heavy tanks, crashing head-on, with a fierce and incomparably horrifying momentum. Die! Rumble! Jiang Che's gaze went cold. First, he struck out 3 amazingly powerful thunderbolts, which quickly traced through the air, as bright as meteors, turning the entire forest bright. The 3 giant pythons were accurately hit, the thunder exploded, and the huge snake heads directly exploded. The red and white ones all flew out in a tragic manner. The pythons only had time to let out a miserable scream as their vitality dissipated. 3 snake bodies that had lost half of their heads fell down helplessly from the sky above the mountain forest. Big Brother can be said to be invincible. Sure enough, he is worthy of being a second rank. This kind of thunder power is really too strong. Nangong Luo stood at the back, looking at the python that died an extremely miserable death, and marveled a sentence in his heart. Also possessing thunder control? Nangong Luo's own thunder power simply couldn't reach this kind of power. Chapter 40, A Group of Horse Minions. How dare they act recklessly? Just then, ow! A fishy wind blew. The 2 huge brown bears had already taken the opportunity to rush to Jiang Che's near front. Their gazes were devouring and ferocious, and their 2 bloody mouths, which stank beyond measure, bit towards Jiang Che. Whoosh! 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 Several fist-sized thunderballs, which had long since coalesced into shape, were like discharged cannonballs, spinning in the air. The thunder light flared, breaking through the air and flying horizontally. Boom boom boom! The bursting thunderballs exploded continuously, lifting the 2 heavy types that were as big as small mountains out of the air, and the giant bears crossed the air, their bodies shooting out gusts of blood mist. The power of thunder exploded incomparably, tearing the entire bear's body apart, and underneath the charred black fur, there were a large number of cracks. Bang! Falling to the ground. At this moment, the 2 giant bears were already lifeless, with a puddle of blood flowing out from underneath them, blood stained all over their bodies, looking extremely miserable, easily exterminating the incoming ferocious beasts. Jiang Che continued forward with Nangong Luo. The purple war tattoo on his neck had a purple light flowing and glowing. His eyes were like torches as he looked around the mountains and forests, fearless, and his body exuded a strong murderous aura. Ow! 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 A dozen or so black poisonous wolves, surrounded this way, their eyes cold and incomparably bloodthirsty. A black poisonous mist emanated from within his body and converged over the wolves, gradually transforming into a large, black, poisonous mist that hung over his head. As the black poison wolf pack moved, the black, pressurized poisonous mist drifted towards Jiang Che. This poisonous fog was extremely toxic, and the shrubs and flowers that passed by on the way, their branches and leaves yellowed, and the moisture drained away, quickly withering away. Roar! Jiang Che let out a long whistle as countless thunderbolts emerged from within his body, leaping continuously outside his body. The 4 tiger claws were glowing with golden light, which gradually condensed into substance and turned into incomparably sharp golden blades. He saw Jiang Che's tiger body leap, directly crashing into the wolves. The moment that poisonous black mist came into contact with the purple thunder outside his body, thunder flashed, turning the black fog into a wisp of green smoke. Brush up! Rumble! Golden-colored blade lights flashed among the wolves, tearing apart one wolf body and sending blood and flesh flying. A thunderbolt pierced through the black mist, splitting into a black poisonous wolf, turning it into a pile of charred corpses. Throughout the poisonous mist, the black poison wolves let out bursts of mournful wails. A moment later, the poisonous fog gradually dispersed. The entire black venom wolf pack all fell in a pool of blood. Broken and charred wolf carcasses all over the place. Bloody, charred. A very unpleasant smell permeated in the forest. Jiang Che stood in this hell of flesh and blood, his tiger eyes filled with coldness, thunder rolling above his tiger body, and his entire body exuding a powerful ferocious aura. Then the more consumed thunder power was taken back into his body. Jiang Che continued forward. With every section of the mountain path, a bitterly cold killing spirit surged out of the forest. A ferocious beast came out of the forest, spreading its teeth and claws as it pounced towards Jiang Che. Roar! The tiger whistles like thunder. Jiang Che, destroying and pushing all the way across. The rolling aura of blood swept through the entire mountain forest. At this moment in Changbai Mountain, the screams of ferocious beasts continued. The mournful wailing sound, echoing among the mountains and forests, was horrifying and frightening, just like the bursts of ghostly cries made by ghosts. Slaughtering one of the ferocious beasts that had rushed out, Jiang Che fought his way out with his strong strength. Using the blood and bones of countless ferocious beasts in Changbai Mountain, he forged his supreme ferocious might. Ha! If only Lao Air were here. These are all top-quality blood food. If he swallowed them all with the heaven-swallowing demon code, his strength would definitely be able to increase greatly. What a shame! Glancing back at the remnants of the ferocious beasts that were still paved into a path of blood and flesh, Jiang Che couldn't help but think. At this moment, Jiang Che was drenched in blood, his fierce aura rushing to the heavens, as if he were a devil god in the world. Nangong Luo's mind was shaken. His tiger eyes were stunned. Chapter 40, How dare a bunch of horsemen act recklessly? Only by being so powerful is one qualified to be this emperor's big brother. In her heart, she actually couldn't help but give birth to a trace of admiration. But by the time Nangong Luo returned to his senses, Jiang Che had already moved forward again. Nangong Luo hurriedly followed. A few moments later, Jiang Che had already killed his way into the depths of Changbai Mountain. The aura here was much more dense, and the trees were much taller than the outskirts, and occasionally one could bump into late second stage ferocious beasts. Perhaps the ferocious might on Jiang Che was too much, or maybe he was scared by the blood of the beast he was covered in. Around them, the ferocious beasts that had originally surrounded them did not dare to come forward, their bodies trembling, their eyes revealing fear. Roar! As Jiang Che let out a tiger whistle, the beasts' livers and guts trembled, wailed, tucked their tails, and fled in all directions. Send away the pesky ferocious beasts. Jiang Che and Nangong Luo finally started searching for the Bodhi sacred tree in the depths. Because of the Bodhi sacred tree's own spirit-gathering characteristics, the place where it grows is often the entire region where the spiritual chi is the most concentrated. That's why Nangong Luo would cast the spirit-seeking mysterious art every time he arrived at an area. Observe the density of the surrounding aura as a way to determine where the Bodhi sacred tree was located. What a dense fluctuation of spiritual energy! On a hilltop, Nangong Luo's eyes widened as he looked at the valley not far away. His heart surprised. Just ahead, he saw 4 towering peaks surround each other, forming a huge valley in the center. Inside the valley, there was a dense shroud of fog that obscured the line of sight. The specifics are not really visible at all. And over the valley, Nangong Luo's eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, there was a huge spiritual chi vortex there that was constantly rotating, and in all directions, wisps of spiritual chi were being pulled over. It could be said that the aura of the entire Changbai Mountain was converging towards the aura vortex, and the aura was churning as if it had transformed into a river of aura, falling towards the bottom, looking extremely spectacular. The Bodhi sacred tree should be right here. With such a powerful ability to gather spirits, it's impossible for ordinary spiritual plants and medicines to have it. Nangong Luo was certain in his heart, and his eyes were filled with joy. The 2 tigers then quickly climbed over the ridge and made it to the valley without any problems. The first thing that was felt was the spirit mist that came to his face. Yes, the aura here was so dense that it had begun to liquefy. Such an environment opened Jiang Che's eyes. Look ahead. What came into view was a peach forest. These peach trees were only 2 feet tall, with gnarled branches, tough and calm, and lush leaves that were crisp and glistening with emerald green. A fist-sized pink fruit hangs from the branches, tucked between the green leaves of the branches. Throughout the valley, a mesmerizing peach fragrance filled the air. The Bodhi sacred tree. It should be in this peach forest. Nangong Luo's gaze surveyed the peach forest. Just as they were about to step into the peach forest, huffing, a group of tall silhouettes surrounded them from the spirit mist, their mouths emitting ear-piercing cries. When he got closer, Jiang Che realized that it was actually a group of giant apes. These giant apes varied in height, with the largest roughly more than 10 feet tall, covered in reddish-colored hair, with gnarled muscles, fierce looks, and grimacing teeth. The most amazing thing is, these great apes were all first-order beasts, and there were even a lot of mid-first-order beasts. But, a bunch of horse minions. How dare you? Jiang Che laughed coldly in his heart. His eyes showed a fierce light, and a murderous aura tumbled over his body. Roar! With a loud roar, Jiang Che instantly charged up. Chapter 41 The Bodhi Sacred Tree arrives. Discovering that the intruders were so arrogant, the red-colored great apes were completely enraged. This was the place where their tribe lived, and all the foreign ferocious beasts would become their food. From the mouths of the great apes, they let out a burst of ear-piercing roars. A red light was seen glowing from their bodies, followed by a noticeably larger size and a steeply enhanced aura. Feeling the incomparable power filling their bodies, the ferocity in the eyes of the great apes increased, revealing their mouths full of sharp teeth and fierce faces as they rushed over. And right at that moment, Jiang Che's massive tiger body crashed into the group of red apes. Boom! With a powerful slap, a charging giant ape flew out backwards like a discharged bullet, its chest collapsing and its breath dying. Jiang Che's tiger body leapt, ferocious and incomparable. His adamantine claws were sharp to the extreme, waving them in the air, directly slicing the two giant apes that were attacking behind him into several sections, instantly separating flesh and bone, and blood fell like rain. At the same time, on top of the tiger's body, thunderous light shone brightly, and a streak of thunder leaped and flew out. One of the giant apes that had rushed in an instant, collapsed on the ground extremely abruptly, shivering, with blue smoke coming out of their bodies. A mere first-order ferocious beast is a bit too weak for me at this time. A few moments later, Jiang Che, covered in blood, stood in the center of the battlefield, looking around and sighing at the loneliness of the experts, only to see that, around him, corpses were strewn everywhere, blood flowed into rivers, and the red-colored great apes were lying on the ground. Among them, there were quite a few giant apes that were still alive and were emitting miserable screams, and the rich smell of blood rushed straight to the nostrils, making the scene a miserable one. Jiang Che shook off the blood on his body and was about to greet Nangong Luo as he walked inside. Roar! A deafening roar exploded within the valley. Immediately after that, the peach forest suddenly vibrated regularly. There should be something that was, step by step, coming towards this place. Jiang Che and Nangong Luo's faces moved slightly as their gazes looked deeper into the peach forest in unison. In the spirit mist, a tall figure slowly stepped out. The first thing that caught his eye was a flash of black light. The beast then revealed itself. This was a black giant ape that was as tall as 2 feet, with a robust body, long and thick limbs, and scarlet eyes that looked extremely demonic. Roar! The black giant ape let out a long whistle to the sky. Its fangs were white and sharp, and its ferocious aura emanated from its body, sweeping in all directions. A breeze came and blew Jiang Che and Nangong Luo's fur. Roar! Jiang Che's gaze was contemptuous and his heart was relaxed as he casually roared at the black giant ape in response. Although this black giant ape was tall, compared to Jiang Che, it was still quite a bit worse. Even the strength was too weak at the late first rank, on the verge of breaking through to the second rank. How dare he be arrogant in front of Tiger Emperor with this kind of strength? Not to mention Jiang Che in his merged state. Even in its normal state, this black giant ape was definitely not Jiang Che's opponent, the powerful ape emperor of the previous life. It seems to be right. The Bodhi sacred tree is here. Nangong Luo's eyes lit up. This ferocious beast should be the vigorous ape emperor. The great ape emperor himself had an extraordinary bloodline, a black giant ape, and his awakened natural ability was also related to strength. Once exerted, it hates the sky without a handle, hates the ground without a ring, and has infinite power, and was once known as the power to move mountains in its previous life. In his previous life, it was this fellow who had seized the opportunity to dominate the Bodhi sacred tree. With this rare spiritual root to make Chang Mountain into a holy place of cultivation, gathered 100,000 demon soldiers under his command, cut off a place, dominate a party, and is also considered to be a famous demon emperor in the late stage. In Nangong Luo's opinion, the other party had such achievements. Apart from his own bloodline talent, that Bodhi sacred tree deserves a lot of credit. Even the Bodhi sacred tree contributes a large part of it. Chapter 41 The Bodhi sacred tree arrives. It was really that this spiritual root was too suitable for building a party. But in this life, this Bodhi sacred tree will have nothing to do with you. Nangong Luo gazed at his big brothers back in front of him, his gaze delighted. Thinking of the previous battle, the big brother who was like a demon god, she was now confident. A mere powerful demon ape would not be a match for his big brother. Seeing the heavy deaths and injuries of his men, the vigorous demon ape was furious. His scarlet eyes, emanating extreme malice, and a thick murderous aura surged out. At this moment, it only had one thought in its mind, and that was to tear these two outsiders apart. A strange black light surged, and his entire body began to expand rapidly, his bones becoming tough and his gnarled muscles bulging. Under the black light, this vigorous demon ape's size skyrocketed, reaching more than 2 zhang tall, and it was on the verge of catching up to Jiang Che's size. Knock knock. The great demon ape moved its mighty body and rushed towards Jiang Che, and with every step that fell, the earth gently shook, imposing and oppressive. Obviously, the power of this vigorous demon ape was bound to be extremely strong, and it was estimated that no ferocious beast of the first rank could be compared to it. Boom! Jiang Che's tiger body rushed out at extreme speed, arriving in front of the powerful demon ape in an instant, and under the powerful demon ape's horrified gaze, the tiger's palm slapped out, with the sound of a wind whistling. Boom! Only heard a crunching sound like thunder. Within the chest of the powerful devil ape, the bones broke inch by inch, directly flew out backwards, screamed miserably in the air, and sprayed a mist of blood out of his mouth. Knock! The great demon ape hit the ground heavily and tumbled 3 feet away, letting out a guttural groan of pain from his mouth. The vigorous demon ape stood up with great difficulty, his feet staggering and his complexion shriveled. Looking at Jiang Che, who was slowly walking towards it, its scarlet eyes were filled with disbelief, and it slowly backed away in fear, a look of supplication on its face. Unfortunately, Jiang Che did not intend to let it go. Zira! With a flash of purple light, a ball of thunder flew out. Lightning flashed and struck directly at the opponent's chest. The great demon ape's eyes showed despair as its body instantly exploded, blood and flesh flying apart. At this point, all of the guarding forces within this valley had all been shattered by Jiang Che. The 2 tigers then began to explore deeper into the peach forest. Nangong Luo took the lead. His heart was extremely excited. Finally he was going to see the Bodhi sacred tree that he had been waiting for a long time. Jiang Che, who was following behind him, surveyed the surroundings to prevent other ferocious beasts from lurking in this place. They drifted deeper and deeper into the peach forest. It was found that in addition to the peach trees becoming more and more thick and spiritual, the aura in the air became more and more dense. The atomized aura quickly condensed on a verdant peach leaf, forming a drop of crystal clear spiritual dew. Drops of spiritual dew, sliding down from the leaves, nourished the earth of this valley, making it full of spiritual charm and turning it into a spiritual soil. The valley was very deep, densely packed and full of peach trees, and along the way, Jiang Che hadn't seen any other plants other than peach trees. Suddenly, a bright golden light flashed through the mist ahead. Jiang Che and Nangong Luo's footsteps lurched as they exchanged glances, both able to see the color of surprise in each other's eyes. Bodhi sacred tree. Nangong Luo was overjoyed in his heart, and he was busy, rushing towards where the golden light was. Jiang Che followed closely behind. He was very curious about the Bodhi sacred tree that Lao San had been chanting about, and now he was finally able to catch a glimpse of the real thing. Through a large peach forest to the deepest part of the valley, the 2 tigers also finally saw the Bodhi sacred tree. Chapter 42 Fang Yuan. One day, I will make the name of the demon monarch resound throughout the world. Deep in the valley, there is a not very large green stone pool, clear to the bottom. The water is filled with aura, dense fog, and beside the water pool, on the surface of a protruding green stone, a golden spiritual root was rooted, noble and upright. Within the spirit mist, the golden light of the spirit root dazzled, haloing the layers of mist, causing a circle of golden halo to envelop its periphery. This extremely sacred-looking spiritual root was none other than the Bodhi sacred tree. The Bodhi sacred tree, which was 9 feet tall, had a golden yellow bark with an extremely smooth surface, on which a golden vein emerged, intertwining with each other to form a mysterious and arcane pattern. The trunk is straight and relatively thick, with branches spread out in all directions and leaves spreading skyward. The whole tree looks like a big golden umbrella. The leaves on the tree's crown were heart-shaped and golden, gently swaying in the air, emitting gleams of light, and drops of spirit dew dripped from the leaves and pooled into the spirit pool. Although the Bodhi sacred tree was not fully grown at this moment, it looked extremely extraordinary. The Bodhi sacred tree has finally arrived. Looking at the Bodhi sacred tree in the spirit mist, the golden light shining brightly, Nangong Luo sighed in his heart. All this time, the grueling trek and the race to the finish line has been for this item. This Bodhi sacred tree was an extremely important part of her future plans. It was useful for Nangong Luo to form forces in the future. The light said that the tree itself, with its powerful spirit-gathering properties, gathered all the aura of a large area in one place, creating a holy place for cultivation. Right now, this valley, to be able to have such a rich aura, was also thanks to it. It could be said that practicing for 1 day here was comparable to practicing for 10 days in the outside world. Of course, this ratio is not fixed, but is still based on the degree of growth of the Bodhi sacred tree. The older it is, the stronger its spirit-gathering characteristics are. The wider the range of spirit gathering is, and the more concentrated the aura is. In addition to its spirit gathering properties, The Bodhi sacred tree itself emits Bodhi golden light, which has the effect of aiding evolution, purifying the mind, and calming emotions. Unfortunately, this tree is not yet fully grown to bear fruit. If one waited until the Bodhi sacred tree bore Bodhi seeds, then it would be considered a true supreme treasure. Bodhi seed, or the fruit of the sacred tree of Bodhi. In addition to enlightening wisdom and helping ferocious beasts improve their spirituality, it also had many wonderful uses such as enhancing enlightenment, baptizing powerful souls, and enhancing potential. I'm afraid that no living being can refuse this kind of treasure. With the Bodhi sacred tree, in the future I will create the most powerful demonic force. Nangong Luo let out a long breath, desperately trying to calm down the excitement in his heart, allowing himself to quickly calm down. In his mind, he analyzed what the Bodhi sacred tree could do for him. The spirit-gathering property of the Bodhi sacred tree was able to create a cultivation sanctuary and cultivate demon soldiers on a large scale. The Bodhi seed, Bodhi golden light, on the other hand, could be used for her to build up her direct line of forces, to train up some capable generals, elite forces, and to help these underlings to enhance their intelligence and potential to help them complete their evolution. The function of this tree was surprisingly capable of doing both, and could be considered a treasure for building a party's power. Good ambition. Lao San, Jiang Che, who was already comfortably lying on the ground at the moment, heard the third sister's heartfelt words and came to be interested, thinking that in the future, he would have countless minions to call upon. He couldn't help but look forward to it. By that time, that day of his own was probably more pleasant than the previous one in the zoo. Thinking about this, Jiang Che couldn't help but grin happily. Kirikou, tempted by the Bodhi golden light, little Violet instantly couldn't hold back and gave an excited cry. Jumping off Jiang Che's head, the short limbs and legs ran as fast as they could, dabbed and climbed to the branches of the linden fruit tree, where they lay motionless. Chapter 42 Fang Yuan. One day, I'll make the name of the demon lord resound throughout the world, comfortably, enjoying the illumination of Bodhi's golden light as a way to speed up one's own evolution. It's all spirit peach trees. Nangong Luo inadvertently glanced around. Suddenly, his face changed and his eyes widened. The peach trees distributed around the water pool, one by one were spreading spiritual light. Obviously under the influence of the Bodhi sacred tree, they had all evolved into spiritual peach trees, and on all of these spirit peach trees, at this moment, there was a spirit peach with a superb spiritual light hanging on it, full of juice, full of aroma, causing people to salivate. However, Nangong Luo realized that some of the spirit peach trees were full of spirit peaches. On the other hand, the spirit peaches on some of the other spirit peach trees were very sparse and few in number, and there were even some that didn't have a single spirit peach. She guessed that the spirit peaches up there should have been eaten by that Herculean demon ape and its men. Although it was a bit of a pity, Nangong Luo looked at the remaining spirit peaches, which was not a small amount. With these spirit fruits, this emperor's strength will definitely soar, even advancing to the second rank. Nangong Luo was overjoyed and looked at the surrounding spiritual peach trees with a scorching gaze. Kirikou. Xiaozi was also attracted by the fragrance of spirit peaches at this time, and reluctantly leapt down from the Bodhi sacred tree, rushed up to a spirit peach tree, plucked a spirit peach, hugged it in his arms, and gnawed on it joyfully. Hearing the heart's voice, Jiang Che's heart burst with joy, raising his head to look around, and sure enough, he found the branches full of spirit peaches, and his gaze lit up. Well, that's just great. Jiang Che laughed out loud in his heart. With the help of these spiritual peaches, Nangong Luo and Xiaozi's strength would definitely have a breakthrough, and then their own strength would be able to follow suit. Yeah, bravo, Lao Air. In the beginning, if you had been able to get along with Lao San, this spirit peach would definitely have had your share. Alas, I can only blame you guys for not being blessed. Thinking of tenfold feedback, Jiang Che couldn't help but think of his penis again. That dick is really something. This guy hasn't paid tribute for so long. Don't think he's really hiccuped. Loss, he thought before. The oldest two out of the team can quickly grow. Give him this big brother to some pressure. Did not think. Jiang Province, Wulong Mountain, with its deep forests and countless poisonous insects, snakes and ants. This place is full of crises and is rarely visited by people. Before the revival of the spiritual qi, this place was a famous forbidden place. Few people dared to go deeper. Fang Yuan didn't know at this time that Jiang Che was chanting about himself. He had been chased by humans for thousands of miles, and had fled in a sorry state, only to come to a halt. Looking in all directions, at the crawling poisonous creatures, Fang Yuan's heart was pleasantly surprised. Pacing briskly in place, the poisons here were able to discourage humans, but for Fang Yuan, who was a demon monarch in his previous life, it was simply heaven. Such a large number of poisons is just right for this demon lord to refine the parasites. At that time, In the face of this pervasive parasites, let's see what those humans do. Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he looked like a madman. One day, I will make the name of the demon monarch resound throughout the entire world. All things will be terrified when they hear the name of this demon lord. And the damned humans. This demon lord will definitely kill all of you to ease the hatred in my heart. Kill, kill, kill. Chapter 43, Little Violet's Breakthrough. Under the golden brilliant Bodhi tree, the surface of the green stone pool was filled with spiritual mist and the water sparkled. Nangong Luo's golden tiger body, the entirety of which was now soaking in. In this pool of rich aura, she settled into immobility, closing her eyes and concentrating, operating her gong methods and greedily absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. As Nangong Luo continued to gulp, the surrounding spiritual mist slowly flowed towards the green stone pool, transforming into a small spiritual chi vortex above it. Constantly turning, the majestic spiritual chi entered the body, just like a long drought, nourishing the tiger's body, being refined into wisps of spiritual energy that traveled throughout the body's veins and eventually converged together. Nangong Luo's cultivation level slowly rose like this, and his aura also had a considerable change. Little Violet was now lying on top of Nangong Luo's head, enjoying the Bodhi golden light cast down, her face soothed and comfortable. The Bodhi golden light, after being scattered by the spirit mist, transformed into wisps and spread on that piece of purple and ghostly scale armor. The golden light dotted, and the purple melted. At this moment the scale armor was suddenly animated, and the purple and gold color was like fluctuating like flowing water. The purple golden light, constantly flowing, was dazzling, making this tender little beast look extremely extraordinary. After spending so many days together, Xiaozi and Nangong Luo's relationship had already become extremely familiar from being strangers when they first met. In the beginning, Little Violet still only recognized Jiang Che as her master, and for Nangong Luo, she was all but hiding far away, not interacting with the other party at all, until Nangong Luo gave a spirit fruit. This snack goods immediately eyes light on the Nangong Luo goods sent straight up. 1 to 2. The two sides will be familiar with it. Sometimes, when Little Violet got bored staying next to Jiang Che, she would run over to Nangong Luo's side. The sound of muffled footsteps came. A giant glistening tiger slowly walked out of the spirit mist and stopped in front of the green stone pool. Right now, in front of Jiang Che, there was a stable purple ball of thunder hanging, and within it floated a bunch of spirit fruits with exquisite spiritual light. These spirit fruits, in different colors, were diverse, dissolving the thunderballs. The spirit fruits all fell on top of the ground. Jiang Che's tiger palm gently pushed, moving the scattered spirit fruits to the nearby green stone and gathering them together. After finishing his work and glancing at Nangong Luo and Xiaozi in the pool, Jiang Che turned around and plopped down not far away, closing his eyes to rest. In the past few days, Jiang Che was busy collecting spirit fruits for Nangong Luo and Xiaozi in addition to his sleeping time. Although there were quite a number of spirit peaches in the peach forest, enough for the two of them to eat for a while, but it's not like the spiritual peaches grow the next second after you eat them. There's always a day when they run out, and sitting on your ass is not desirable. Thus, Jiang Che decided to collect more spirit fruits with a flash of light in his head. It just so happens that this Changbai mountain is originally a place of spiritual beauty, but also affected by the Bodhi sacred tree. The heaven and earth aura is rich, the creation is extraordinary, and contains a lot of spiritual medicine. There is no natural reason not to take something good when it is right in front of you. That was why Jiang Che, in the past few days, had frequently left the valley and wandered around, turned around the depths of the Changbai mountain. Very lucky, he met some hospitable beasts. From them, a number of free spirit fruits were obtained. These spirit fruits and also spirit peaches, Jiang Che would prepare one every day to supply Nangong Luo and Xiaozi for cultivation. After all, these spirit fruits were essential for the third sister and little Z to be able to make a rapid breakthrough, and as long as they broke through, Jiang Che would be able to receive 10 times the feedback and raise his strength again. Regarding the improvement of his strength, Jiang Che's heart was very urgent nowadays. The heart is anxious. Along the way, Jiang Che had long since realized a truth. Strength is everything. In this kind of big change, big chaos, no strength is a piece of meat by the mouth of others. Want to eat you when? When to eat you? Only with great strength can one run amok and live at ease. Chapter 43, Little Violet's Breakthrough. Just like the Bodhi sacred tree, although the great ape clan got this good thing, unfortunately, without the strength, it couldn't be defended at all, and it wasn't snatched by Jiang Che. Not to mention, how many ferocious beasts Jiang Che had killed and how many spirit fruits he had snatched from the ferocious beasts along the way. This was all just because he was the second rank and the strongest. Jiang Che always cautioned himself that he was just taking a step ahead. With the revival of aura, there were countless opportunities in this land. and the ferocious beasts that survived here could not always be of the first rank. It was only a matter of time before a ferocious beast broke through to the second stage, and what Jiang Che had to do was to raise his strength as soon as possible and advance to the third rank. That's how he's been able to maintain his overwhelming dominance. The sun was setting in the west and the time was coming to evening. The golden sunset and the golden light emanating from the Bodhi sacred tree haloed the spiritual mist deep in this valley into a golden glow that looked extremely spectacular. Nangong Luo slowly opened his eyes and ended this cultivation. These past few days, Nangong Luo couldn't wait to cultivate 24 hours a day, all the time. This place, indeed, is a treasure place for cultivation, with a rich spiritual chi that can be encountered but not sought. A sweep of the eyes. At the first glance, she noticed a number of spirit fruits piled up by the green stone pool. In addition to the spiritual peaches, there were quite a few other spiritual fruits and herbs. Little Violet was lying next to him at that moment, smiling and squinting, happily hugging and nibbling on a spirit peach. Nangong Luo's eyes were calm. No need to think, this must be Big Brother's doing. During this period of time, Big Brother would always go out of the valley, and when he came back, he would bring back quite a few spirit fruits. Big Brother is always like this. He doesn't eat the spirit fruits himself when he finds them. He gives them all to me in Shaozi. Nangong Luo sighed in her heart. Her own Big Brother was just too good and generous to her. In her previous life, she didn't know how many times she had read about humans killing each other to death over a spirit fruit. And now on the contrary, Big Brother got the spirit fruit unexpectedly all let out. It wasn't that Nangong Luo hadn't refused and thought about letting his Big Brother keep it for himself, but it seems to be of no use, since the Big Brother is a bit of a death wish. In the face of the fruit of the spirit does not move, have to leave all the fruit of the spirit of the two of them. Big Brother, I won't let you down. When I rise in this chaotic world, I will repay your favor. Nangong Luo looked at Jiang Che, who was faking sleep not far away. His heart was moved and his gaze was extremely determined. Third sister, your efforts to make a breakthrough is the greatest reward for Big Brother. Jiang Che was lying on the ground, his eyelids fluttering and the corners of his mouth rising slightly. A few moments later, Kirikou, Little Violet was on all fours, paralyzed on the green stone. That tiny stomach, which had been stuffed with 3 large spirit peaches, was propped up and rounded, screaming out in distress. Nangong Luo, who was beside him, looked at Shaozi in such a state and felt a burst of amusement in his heart. This guy is really greedy. Ha! This is. Steeply, a purple light emerged from Little Violet's body, becoming more and more prevalent and starting to shine brightly and dazzlingly. It looked as if a purple ball of light was wrapped around Violet. Little Violet's aura was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye, until it broke through a boundary before stopping. It was only then that the purple light gradually dispersed, revealing Violet with her eyes tightly closed inside. Chapter 44, Third Order. Spiritual Protection. Kirikou. Opening her eyes, Violet's big eyes rolled around, and after climbing up, she looked left and right at her body, realizing that her stomach wasn't rising anymore, and jumped directly in place with a very happy look. This breakthrough, Little Violet's size didn't change much. The look is getting better and better. The pair of pink horns grew a bit longer, and the purple fur all over his body became long and flowing, and the purple scale armor that clung to his skin rippled with light and became deeper and deeper in color. Ding! Bound target Violet's strength has broken through, gaining a tenfold return. At that moment, a system beep sounded in his ears. This little fellow, after eating so many of my spirit fruits, has finally made a breakthrough. As his eyelids lifted and he watched the change in Little Violet, Jiang Che was overjoyed in his heart. Immediately afterward, countless surging spiritual energies surged into Jiang Che's body, constantly traveling and nourishing his flesh, his muscles and bones writhing crazily, and his entire tiger body emitting millimeters of light. In a few breaths of time, Jiang Che's aura rose with it, and a terrifying pressure swept across the entire valley. Big Brother, another breakthrough? Sensing the change, Nangong Luo turned his head to look, not far away, at Jiang Che, who was radiating a powerful might, and his eyelids jumped in shock. This is too fast. Big Brother's gift. The heart laughed bitterly. Nangong Luo was considered to be an admiration of this selfsame Big Brother. Without eating spiritual fruits or cultivating, it is surprising that you can break through so fast. If things go on like this, he himself will probably not be able to catch up with Big Brother even if he eats hard at the spirit fruit frame, and he will even be pulled apart by a great distance. No, even if it's your own Big Brother, you can't let it pull you far down. There might be a chance to overtake it in the future. Nangong Luo's gaze changed, and while he envied his Big Brother's talent, he was also aroused by the desire to win. She was a generation of female emperors, with a proud heart and a proud body, and she was unwilling to be left behind. Moreover, Big Brother had given up all the spirit fruit resources to himself. If this is the case, and he is still being pulled too far away, he must be ashamed of himself. How can she face her big brother? I can already feel it. It's not far from the second stage. Thinking about this, Nangong Luo's gaze was certain, and he lowered his head and began to frantically swallow the spirit fruits, refining the surging spiritual chi in his body. Jiang Che felt his strength at this moment. The spiritual energy within his own body was extremely large and already had a sense of fullness, estimating that he was only one step away from breaking through the third rank. Third sister. That's quite a winning attitude, isn't it? At this moment, hearing Nangong Luo's heartfelt voice, Jiang Che's figure lurched, turned his head, and gave the other party a playful glance. He never expected that his breakthrough would actually stir up his third sister's desire to win. But that's not bad. There's no harm in practicing hard. Third sister must work hard. Whether or not Big Brother can quickly break through the third rank depends on you. Jiang Che secretly cheered for him in his heart. And just then, the system beep came again. Jiang Che's eyes were rounded in astonishment. Why is there more? Ding. Bound target Fang Yuan strength breakthrough. Obtaining tenfold feedback. Lao era. You finally made a push. I've waited so hard for you. Jiang Che was a bit surprised. All this time, he was worried that the dick guy had gone GAGA. I didn't realize that this guy still has a big life. It's good that it didn't die. It's good that it didn't die. Boom. Chapter 44, Third Order. Spiritual Body Protection. This time with the system feedback. The spiritual energy that surged into the body was extraordinarily huge. As if it was a long river of unceasingly flowing spiritual energy, unceasingly flowing and rushing within Jiang Che's tiger body. A roar, as if it was the sound of the surging waves of that river of spiritual energy, came from Jiang Che's tiger body. The external rolling spiritual energy and the spiritual energy that originally existed in the body merged and intermingled with each other, turning into an ocean of spiritual energy. A vortex suddenly appeared in the ocean of spiritual energy, and would continuously devour the spiritual energy on all sides, soon devouring the ocean of spiritual energy, and the vortex also transformed into a mysterious ball of light at this moment. Purple and gold light clusters, the light constantly flickering, as if in the breeding of what? Boom! As, once again, it escalated. Jiang Che violently stood up, and a powerful aura erupted from his body that shot straight up into the clouds, sweeping towards the entire Changbai mountain. Extremely terrifying and appalling. Nangong Luo, who was refining the spirit fruit, was directly awakened. Big Brother, this is another breakthrough again? Nangong Luo was horrified in his heart. Looking at Jiang Che, who was standing still, his heart couldn't help but rise, a sense of being unbeatable. In the face of this Big Brother, he was just an ant that could be crushed with his hands. The aura is so strong. This is the third rank? When did breaking through become so easy? Nangong Luo had a million things in his mind. At this moment, Jiang Che's powerful aura had already spread throughout the entire Changbai mountain. The beast's might was like a prison, terrifying to the extreme. Ouch! Roar! The ferocious beasts of the Changbai mountain were all fearful and uneasy. Their legs and feet were weak, as if their souls were trembling, and their mouths were emitting bursts of fearful roars. Especially the ferocious beasts deep in the mountains felt it the most, and at the first moment, they began to frantically flee towards the periphery. The ferocious beasts living in the periphery were already extremely fearful, and faced with the powerful ferocious beasts rushing out from the depths, they were even more frightened to the point that their livers cracked, and they kept running away. For a while, the entire Changbai mountain was in chaos, and at this moment, Jiang Che didn't know how much of a mess he had caused. He was happily trying it out. The changes after the third rank. The spiritual energy in his body was seen to have condensed into a purple-golden demonic Dan. The fist-sized demon pills had a jade-like luster and emitted a purple-golden glow. Boom! Jiang Che prodded the demon pill, consuming his spiritual energy. Immediately, a raging thunder continuously surged out from within his body, like rolling thunder on a rainy day, filled with a destructive aura. Purple thunder continued to converge above Jiang Che's head, transforming into a pool of thunder, in which endless thunder leapt, and loud rumbling sounds echoed through the valley. Boom! 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 With a thought, a thunderbolt as thick as a thigh rushed out from the thunder pool in a fish leap, just like a missile attack, unceasingly bombarding the ground in the distance. The might of the thunder was powerful and unrivaled, and each strike would blow a deep pit in the ground, with large swathes of scorched earth splattering. So much more powerful. Looking at those deep pits, Jiang Che nodded in his heart, satisfied with the power of this thunder. After condensing the demon Dan, the quality of the spiritual energy in the body was far greater than before. It only took a very small amount of spiritual energy to emit such terrifying thunder. Oh yeah, and the psychic shield. Jiang Che suddenly remembered that the third rank was already able to release a spiritual shield. It's the key to resisting human firearms. At once, a spiritual energy surged out from the demonic Dan, turning into a purple golden curtain of light, which spread out to eventually form an ellipsoidal shield, wrapping up the entire tiger's body. Light flowed from the purple gold shield. Although there is only a thin layer, it is extremely sturdy and can be repaired continuously, so it is difficult for general attacks to break through at once. Chapter 45, as long as it can enhance Third Sister's cultivation, Big Brother will definitely get it for you. Big Brother truly has the qualifications of a demon emperor. Feeling the strong aura emanating from Jiang Che, Nangong Luo marveled in his heart. The deafening sound of thunder was unrelenting. Nangong Luo, with a pair of light golden tiger eyes, looked towards a pit that had been cleaved out by the thunder, his eyes filled with shock. So scary. It was truly worthy of the thunder struck by a third-ranked ferocious beast. The thunder light was incomparably bright and radiated a destructive aura with a powerful destructive power. Although she was an empress in her previous life, in her current state, I'm afraid that she would be reduced to flying dust in the face of one of her big brother's thunderbolts. At that exact moment, light flashed on Jiang Che's body as he cast a spiritual shield. That purple gold-colored aura barrier, which enveloped the big brother's tiger body as a whole, was able to defend against attacks from all sides. Nangong Luo looked in his eyes, his gaze lit up, and his heart was overjoyed. Almost forgot. There's a psychic shield. There you go. As long as they reached the third rank, ferocious beasts would possess a spiritual shield. There was no need to fight with their own flesh and blood against human guns as before, resulting in mostly gruesome deaths at the hands of humans, and relying on the spiritual power shield. The third-order ferocious beasts were each and every one of them an extremely difficult existence to deal with, and even if the human army was heavily surrounded, it would still be difficult to be exterminated in a short period of time. When guns are no longer superior, it's hard for humans to go head-to-head with ferocious beasts. In the future, they would not need to be so afraid of humans. Roar! Jiang Che let out a long whistle, signaling the birth of a third-order fierce beast. The heart-stopping tiger roar broke through the valley and spread in all directions, scaring the ferocious beasts that were already birds of prey. As the experiment ended, Jiang Che grinned, satisfied with the increase in his strength. Finally it was to the third order. Now the gap between him and the other ferocious beasts had widened again. Before, he was so anxious that he could hardly sleep, deeply afraid that his strength would be caught up by the other ferocious beasts. For the oldest too, who has not been paying tribute to himself, that is resentful, even occupying the maze. Forehead anyway, it is just hate to go to find each other, and ruthlessly flatten a meal. But for the sake of this fellow, Lao Air, who helped himself break through the third rank, he would be forgiven this time. Turning back around, Jiang Che slowly and leisurely walked back to the sleeping place, propped himself up, crossed his forelimbs, and got down to sleep. After seeing Jiang Che come back, little Violet stepped on her little legs and hurriedly ran next to Jiang Che, climbing onto his head and rubbing it affectionately. Kirikou, little Violet, whose strength had increased, was incomparably proud, holding her head high and barking, wanting her master to praise her. Unfortunately, Jiang Che was too lazy to respond to this little guy. What's this? What's there to be proud of when you've eaten so many spirit fruits and your strength has increased just a little bit? At this rate, the little guy is going to swell up. This wind must not be allowed to grow, and it must be ruthlessly suppressed. Not getting a response from his master, Violet's large eyes filled with doubt and raised both front paws, stomping them against his master's head, trying to get the owner's attention. Unfortunately, Jiang Che still pretended to be dead. Kirikou. Now, little Violet was a bit annoyed, barking, fluffy front paws against the master's big head constantly striking. Jiang Che's colorful hairstyle scratched in a mess. Kirikou. Chapter 45, as long as it can enhance Third Sister's cultivation, Big Brother will definitely get it for you. Realizing that Jiang Che didn't respond, Xiaozi hung her head and her excitement was gone. In the end, he could only lie down and assume the same position as Jiang Che, squinting his eyes and sulking. By the way, Big Brother still has the Rui Beast little Violet. If we merge together, in this next period of time, it is estimated that we can walk horizontally. Turning his head and seeing his big brother and little Violet who were lying on their backs, Nangong Luo's heart stirred and his eyes revealed a brilliant light. The third-ranked big brother was already extremely strong. If he were to merge with little Violet again, who else would be their opponent? When they encountered a block, they were sure to push all the way across. In this way, some of the next chances could be fought for with confidence and boldness. Out in the meantime. Subsequently, Nangong Luo closed his eyes and concentrated, and in his mind, he began to recall the relevant chances from his previous life, to see what would be more appropriate to choose for his next goal. Right, Shen Long fruit. We must get the Shen dragon fruit this time. Nangong Luo's eyes widened as he suddenly remembered, his heart bursting with excitement. Soon after, it was the time for the Shen Long fruit to ripen. The Shen Long fruit had extraordinary efficacy, especially for this kind of low-ranked ferocious beast. It was extremely useful. Because of this fruit, it was able to substantially increase the strength of ferocious beasts, and the medicinal effect was extremely strong. One fruit could allow a first-order ferocious beast to break through the second-order bottleneck. With a large number of them, second-stage ferocious beasts could also rely on the Shen Long fruit to make rapid progress, crossing over to the next minor realm in a short period of time, and were able to save a great deal of time. It could be said that this fruit was extremely helpful to first and second stage ferocious beasts. Therefore, every time the Shen Long fruit comes out, it attracts a large number of ferocious beasts to come and fight for it. And when there are fewer fruits and more beasts, large-scale bloody fights often break out. In order to compete for the Shen Long fruit, a large number of ferocious beasts died tragically under the tree. If you obtain the Shen dragon fruit, you will definitely be able to increase your strength greatly. Nangong Luo's eyes flickered slightly, and his mind couldn't help but think freely. The Shen Long fruit tree grows in the Taiu mountain, which happens to be within the territory of the Su province. In his previous life, it seemed that humans were also involved, competing with the ferocious beasts against each other for the Shen Long fruit within the Taiu mountain. Both sides kept killing each other, causing extremely heavy casualties, and the entire Taiu mountain was littered with corpses. While a large number of humans were torn to pieces by the vicious beasts, many more beasts died under the human guns. A ferocious beast like her that was still at the first rank would die miserably in the Taiu mountain if she entered it, if she was not careful. Luckily, Big Brother had already broken through to the third stage, and they had the qualifications to compete for the Shen Long fruit. Shen Long fruit, right? As long as it can boost third sister's strength. Don't worry, Big Brother will get it for you. Jiang Che, who was eavesdropping, thought darkly in his heart. The efficacy of this Shen Long fruit sounded pretty good, a spiritual fruit that boosted cultivation. For the third sister in this realm, it was of great use and really couldn't be spared. However, if one were to jack it all up, I wonder how much he could help his third sister improve. The third sister's cultivation was now at the apex of the first rank, and she was only one step away from the second rank. If he was able to take a large amount of Shen Long fruit, breaking through to the second stage would be inevitable. I just don't know how far to rush at the second stage, but with humans involved, I guess a fight is inevitable. Jiang Che's gaze was inexplicable as he sighed in his heart. That being said, ever since he was reborn, Jiang Che basically hadn't had any conflicts with humans. As for the reason, naturally, it wasn't that the two sides were able to coexist harmoniously, but rather that Jiang Che had consciously avoided humans when they were rushing on their way, taking the wild mountains and forests. But as a ferocious beast, and human beings are naturally antagonistic, in order to compete for cultivation resources, one's own future and human beings are inevitably a fight. In his heart, Jiang Che had actually been ready to kill humans for a long time. Chapter 46, Transcendent. Nangong Luo breaks through the second stage. Oolong Mountain. Trees are dense. Poisonous insects lurk. Snakes and beasts are hidden. Killing opportunities are everywhere. It is a first-class forbidden place for human beings. On the mountainside, there was a natural cave with an entrance more than 5 feet high and more than 3 feet wide, and it was dark and damp inside. From time to time, there was an icy cold wind gushing out from the cave entrance, making the cave emit a burst of intimidating ghost cries. As heavy footsteps approached, a huge black figure came forward. Fang Yuan stepped into the cave with a faint blood light emanating from his body, illuminating the surroundings. The cave wasn't large, and after merely following the cave path and walking a distance of 100 meters, Fang Yuan arrived at the deepest part. What came into view was a huge space, 10 feet square, empty and relatively flat above. And in the center of the cave, there was a huge deep pit with an irregular shape. Fang Yuan slowly came to the side of the deep pit, his tiger eyes glittering as he looked downward. One could only see that the 4 smooth pit walls and the bottom of the pit were coated with some sort of blood-colored rune painting pattern. These runic patterns, although no pattern could be seen, but they are, at the moment, glowing with a faint blood light, as if they can breathe, light and dark, looking extremely mysterious. At the bottom of the pit, through the dull blood light, one could vaguely see that there were many things writhing in the darkness, densely packed, colliding with each other and emitting a chilling sound. Once this demon lord's demon compass is complete, let's see what humans can still do to me. Fang Yuan looked back, his gaze filled with smugness. At this moment, behind Fang Yuan's back, a faint blood light was seen, and there were wisps of blood-colored spiritual energy gushing out from his body, forming several blood ropes in the air. These blood ropes were like a branch, sticking out in the air, with a blood-colored ball of light that looked like a fruit hanging from the end. These blood-colored balls of light varied in size. The big ones were as big as a water tank, and the small ones were about the size of a fist, looking extremely strange. However, if one were to take a closer look, one would be able to find that these balls of blood-colored light were clearly imprisoning some creatures that were not moving at all. Among them are more than 4 meters long, exuding a black atmosphere of ferocious viper, brightly colored, football-sized blue toad, dozens of hideous-looking blood ants, face basin-sized black spiders. These were the poisonous creatures that Fang Yuan had caught in the Oolong Mountains. With that, Fang Yuan moved with a thought, and these balls of blood-colored light were transferred to the sky above the deep pit by the blood rope. The blood-colored balls of light collapsed one by one, and the poisonous insects, snakes, and ants in the middle fell into the deep pit. Zzzzz. At that moment, the entire deep pit seemed to explode as ear-piercing buzzing sounds rang out and countless poisonous insects tore and gnawed at each other. Imperial Capital. Inside the clean and tidy lab. In the center lay an ovoid instrument within, all white and extremely precise on the outside, with a large space inside. At the moment, a soldier was lying inside with a calm expression. Outside, there were several researchers in lab coats. One of them, a middle-aged man with gray hair and a thin figure, said to the young man with a flatbed in his hand to the side, "Xiao Zhang, you can start now." "Okay, Professor Li." Xiao Zhang nodded respectfully, then nodded at the tablet in his hand. Buzz. As the instrument was activated, a deep purple bright light flashed within the instrument, the blinding light causing the soldier to close his eyes tightly. Testing begins. Several people were all staring at the instrument for fear of mistakes. Just then, there was a heavy footfall outside the door. At the sound, several people turned around in unison. "Dean Lin?" Professor Li saw the visitor and smiled as he walked up. Chapter 46, Transcendent. Nangong Luo breaks through to the second stage. "Professor Li, how is it? How is this warrior's body?" Dean Lin led a group of people and walked in, asking with a concerned face. "Dean Lin, from the previous tests, this warrior's body is in excellent condition, even surprisingly good because of the mutated fruit he ate. Relying on his transcendent abilities, he is able to reach speeds 5 times that of a normal person, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he is Superman now. No after effects have been detected yet, and the last check is being performed today, but I don't think there will be any problems." Professor Li sighed. "If there is no problem with this mutated fruit, that would be great." Dean Lin nodded, a smile spreading across his face. At first, no one expected that this mutant fruit would be so magical that it would allow humans to have the same extraordinary abilities as ferocious beasts. Now, the discovery of this matter has naturally attracted the attention of the state, wanting to know whether there is any problem after this fruit is taken. At this time, Xiao Zhang, who had been staring at the tablet, walked over to Professor Li. "Professor Li, the results of the examination have come out, and this warrior's entire body has not been found to be diseased. Take a look." Professor Li rushed to take the tablet and took a closer look at it. "Dean Lin, now you can rest assured that the mutated fruit is basically harmless and has no after effects on the human body," Professor Li said with a smile. Good. I'll report this to the top. This mutated fruit, it's really too important. It must be taken seriously." Dean Lin laughed out loud, his face red. After receiving the answer, Dean Lin didn't stay long and hurriedly left with his people. With the results of the mutant fruit test out, the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom got a hold of Dean Lin's report, and after some deliberation, there was a result. Directly towards the country, a notice was issued stating the efficacy of mutant fruits, which could be searched for and taken to grow the strength of the human side. The Dragon Kingdom instantly boiled over. The entire Longhua military was very excited when they got the news and acted directly. For a while, a large number of troops went deep into the mountains and forests, searching for any mutated fruits that might exist, and incidentally clearing out the ferocious beasts that survived in them. As a mutant fruit is discovered, a large number of humans with extraordinary abilities appear. These humans are called Transcendents. They wielded the same extraordinary abilities as the ferocious beasts, and could fight and kill them without the use of hot weapons. Although the battle power is not outstanding today, the future is unlimited. The Dragon Kingdom also regarded the Transcendents as the hope for the future against the fierce beasts. Changbai Mountain. Immersed in the green stone pool, Nangong Luo's body trembled, and there were countless golden lights surging out from his body, wrapping Nangong Luo up. Spiritual chi from all directions surged towards the body, and the spiritual energy was like a small stream, flowing wildly within the body, nourishing and quenching the tiger body. Flesh and blood were tightening, a crunching sound was emitted between the bones, and the breaths were gradually stretched out, with a roar coming from within his body. The aura on Nangong Luo's body instantly changed drastically. The tiger's body shrouded in golden light grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye until it approached 2 feet before it finally stopped. Finally breaking through the second stage, Nangong Luo collected her breath and leapt out of the green stone pool. At this moment, she was excited. Promoting to the second rank this early, a full half a year earlier than in her previous life as a human. But right at this moment, not far away, the sleeping Jiang Che's breath suddenly changed and rose quite a bit more. At that moment, Nangong Luo, the joyful footsteps stopped. The original excitement instantly disappeared without a trace. She's numb. Big Brother's breakthrough is as simple as drinking water. Nangong Luo laughed bitterly in his heart. Chapter 47 This mutated fruit. It absolutely cannot fall into the hands of a ferocious beast. Rolling spiritual energy poured in from nothingness, flowing into the body in a steady stream, repeatedly traveling through the veins, nourishing and strengthening all parts of the body. At this moment, the entire tiger's body was as if it was immersed in a spiritual liquid, warm and comfortable. Feeling that his cultivation level had risen once again, Jiang Che was indeed refreshed. The long, thick, spotted tiger's tail whirled in the air, making a slight wind whistling sound. The third sister is powerful. It hasn't been in vain that Big Brother has been working so hard for you all this time. Finally a breakthrough. Jiang Che's heart burst into laughter. He was really satisfied with this good sister of his. At that time, leaving the zoo, he chose to follow his third sister, which was the right choice. With his own force, coupled with Nangong Luo's memories of his previous life, the two swords were combined. This third sister of my family, she couldn't even think of not improving her strength. Well, of the 3 places, right now it's only the third sister who is the main force. The second and Violet are still a step behind. The breakthrough is a bit slow. Jiang Che secretly pondered up in his heart. Little Violet, probably due to her own race, coupled with being lazy on weekdays, was unwilling to gulp aura on her own to cultivate. The 2 phases were superimposed, resulting in it not being able to break through its cultivation fast enough even if it ate a lot of spirit fruits. It's a headache. They say pets are like their owners. As for the oldest 2, with the character of this guy, I guess there is no trouble along the way. It's probably still being hunted by humans right now. Think of the helicopters seen that day, over Snake King. In this situation, it would be good for the second to survive. And Jiang Che didn't expect, now, how fast the other party's breakthrough speed could be. However, these 3 spots are already so cool. If there were 2 more, wouldn't that be a blast? With 10 times the feedback every day? Jiang Che smacked his lips, and his mind couldn't help but think freely. If one is now really bound to 5 targets, it might be a bit of an exaggeration to say that there is 10 times the feedback every day, but feedback has to come every other day, and it's still very possible. If he really continued to expand like this, his strength would have to rocket. When other ferocious beasts were still struggling below the 6th rank, he himself would probably have already claimed the title of Emperor. A generation of Tiger Heavenly Emperor rose in the chaotic world. 10 years to become the Emperor, the talent of the world. Shaking his head slightly, he stopped imagining things. Jiang Che also knew that there were only 2 spots left. It must be chosen carefully. Definitely not for those who are not supreme geniuses. In fact, Jiang Che was already somewhat regretting binding little Violet now. This little guy's auxiliary ability was indeed top-notch, but the rate of cultivation progress was just a little too slow to keep up with his needs. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world, and he could only admit it. Absolute genius. Nine-tailed Skyfox, where the hell are you? I want to bind you right now. Jiang Che was helpless in his heart. If only he could speak. That's the bad thing about reborn ferocious beasts. They can't talk and have a hard time communicating. Otherwise, he could have directly asked the third sister about the whereabouts of the nine-tailed Skyfox. The more I thought about it, the more I got annoyed. So I just didn't want to think about it. Jiang Che fell into a deep sleep. The sun rises and sets, and another few days pass. Nangong Luo slowly opened his eyes, and his light golden tiger pupils flashed with a hint of essence. Awakening from his cultivation, he walked out of the golden light swirling lapis lazuli pool, stood on the large lapis lazuli, and shook off the aura-containing pool water on his body. Roar! Growling at Jiang Che, who was still sleeping, his voice was low. During this period of time, apart from being busy eating spirit fruits and practicing hard, Nangong Luo had been silently calculating the time in his mind. Right now, it was almost time for the Shen Long fruit to ripen. Chapter 47, This mutant fruit must not fall into the hands of ferocious beasts. It was time to move on to the Taifu mountain. A tiger's whistle caused Jiang Che, who was still sleeping, to shudder and open his eyes. What the hell? Leaving again? Jiang Che, who understood, sighed in his heart. This time is going by so fast, and we haven't even had a few days off yet? It's just time to move again. Violet, who was sleeping on top of her head, nearly jumped up at the shock. After reacting, while yawning, he looked at Nangong Luo with big eyes full of resentment. Eventually, one big slob, one little slob, all reluctantly perked up. However, little Violet was a bit better than Jiang Che. It didn't have to walk on its own. It just had to lie on top of Jiang Che's head, following Nangong Luo as he slowly walked towards the outside of the valley. Jiang Che's tiger head glanced at the Bodhi sacred tree by the verdant pool. Calmly, he turned his head back and disappeared into the spirit mist. For a short period of time, there shouldn't be any problem with the Bodhi sacred tree being placed here. During this period of time, the ferocious beasts that had appeared near the valley had basically all died in Jiang Che's hands, and the outside of the valley could be described as beast skeletons everywhere, ferocious to the extreme. Coupled with the fact that the surroundings were all filled with the aura left behind by Jiang Che, a third-ranked ferocious beast, it was terrifyingly horrifying. In this valley, there were already no ferocious beasts that dared to infest it, and there would be even less ferocious beasts that would dare to hit the Bodhi sacred tree. Dakuan City, Su Province. Inside the military command, several middle-aged looking officers were looking at the drones, the videos taken back from the Taiu mountain. There was a hint of curiosity in the eyes of the crowd. The scene begins with rolling hills, lush with giant trees. The drone's high-altitude view is as beautiful and spectacular as a sea of green. Outside the painting, there were all kinds of ferocious beasts' cries, apes cawing and birds chirping, tigers whistling and wolves howling. So I think it's not peaceful inside. The screen moved quickly, and in less than half a minute, the drone had crossed multiple hills and flew into a valley. The valley is thickly wooded, with verdant, vibrant foliage. A small, 10-foot wide river flowed through the center, and wisps of mist rose from the water and drifted under the trees in the forest. The drone flew along the river. Suddenly, a ray of purple light appeared in the picture. The drone's speed was reduced straight away. Slowly approaching the center of the valley, strands of purple light continued to emerge and the image became brighter and brighter. Finally, the thing that glowed purple appeared in the picture. Only in the center of the valley, there was a purple-black rocky mound that protruded from the flat valley, only 110 feet at its highest point, but covering a huge area. It was as if a purple and black octopus was lying in the center of the valley, its tentacles spreading out in all directions. On top of the rocky mound, a tall purple fruit tree was rooted, with a purple color, gnarled branches and trunks, emitting a dazzling purple light. Under the palm-sized purple leaves, 3 luscious, amethyst-like fruits hung. These fruits were fist-sized and emitted a rich purple spiritual light. Especially inside, there was a deep purple chi flowing continuously, resembling a dragon and snake swimming in the water. What a purple fruit tree! This mutant fruit tree must be very extraordinary. The crowd looked incredibly excited. Ever since Dean Lin had publicized the effects of the mutant fruit, the entire Dragon Kingdom had been thrown into a frenzy of searching for the mutant fruit. Among them, there were quite a few lucky ones who, by chance, obtained the mutated fruits and jumped into powerful transcendence. This has once again galvanized the nation, and the search for the mutant fruit has intensified. After all, who wouldn't want to have superhuman abilities by taking a mutant fruit? Chapter 48, Machine. Dark Gold Mantis. Looking at the picture, the Shen Long fruit tree that was glistening with purple light and resembled an immortal root. While the crowd was excited in their hearts, their eyes gradually sizzled. This is good stuff. This purple fruit tree bears, at a glance, an extremely accomplished mutant fruit, and its grade should also be quite high and of great value. Never let this mutated fruit fall into the mouth of a ferocious beast. An officer, his eyes glowing, hastened to offer. They, the Dragon Kingdom's military, were now the main force in the fight against the ferocious beasts. These days, seeing the encountered ferocious beasts are getting stronger rapidly, the military is naturally very anxious to enhance their own strength is very urgent. The demand for mutant fruits, that's even more unlimited. If it wasn't for the situation not allowing it, the military would have wanted to receive all the mutant fruits in the entire Dragon Kingdom and use them to cultivate transcendent troops to fight against the ferocious beasts. And now, with such a mutant fruit right in front of them, how could the military not want it? That's right, if this mutant fruit is obtained by our military, it's estimated that it can cultivate powerful transcendence and enhance the strength of our army. Never let those spoil it. An officer next to him, his eyes lit up and he nodded affirmatively. Indeed, we can't give way to those between us and the ferocious beasts. It is a relationship of this and that. This purple fruit tree is definitely a rare and precious spiritual root of the Taiu mountain, and the mutated fruit it bears is even rarer and harder to see. If we take it away, we will also be able to better suppress the growth rate of the ferocious beasts of the Taiu mountain. Must get all these mutant fruits back. Absolutely can't leave half of them for those in Taiu mountain. After a few people discussed it, They unanimously decided that they couldn't let the mutated fruit fall into the hands of the ferocious beasts, prepared to send troops into the Taifu Mountains. And the Taishu Mountain was the largest mountain range in Dakuan City, covering an extremely wide area, with peaks and rolling hills, and deep forests all over. Before the revival of Aura, Taishu Mountain was designated as a nature reserve, basically preventing human beings from stepping into it. This has led to the fact that the wildlife that survives in it is extremely high. After the revival of the Aura, a large number of beasts evolved. Nowadays, there were countless ferocious beasts in the Taishu Mountain, and limited by the terrain, even the military simply couldn't handle them for a while. These days, from time to time, there were powerful ferocious beasts that rushed out from the Taishu Mountain, frequently causing casualties. As a result, the military ordered a massive march into the Taishu Mountains this time. At the same time as grabbing the mutated fruits, the Taishu Mountain ferocious beasts will be cleared out and reduced the density of ferocious beasts inside. 2 days later, Jiang Che and Nangong Luo arrived at Mount Taishu, on a not-so-high hilltop. Jiang Che looked ahead with his extreme eyes, at the cloudy, rolling, verdant mountains, squinted his eyes, and gently inhaled through his nose. Extremely refreshing, and felt like my whole body had been baptized. The aura is strong. This Taishu Mountain's heaven and earth aura, although not as rich as Changbai Mountain, was only a little different. After all, Changbai Mountain had the Bodhi sacred tree, a special spiritual root capable of gathering spirits. This Taifu Mountain is already considered good. Among the places Jiang Che had traveled, Aura could rank second. What another spiritual place. But at this, Jiang Che was not surprised. Just like Changbai Mountain, which is capable of producing the sacred tree of Bodhi, this Taishu Mountain can nurture Shen Long fruit tree. This kind of precious spiritual plants, itself naturally will not be too ordinary, otherwise the spiritual chi inside, simply cannot supply the growth of spiritual plants. Call 4. Chapter 48, Machine. Dark Gold Mantis. Little Violet obediently lay on top of Jiang Che's head, burying her little head, a slight snoring sound coming out of her mouth as she had already fallen asleep. At the back, Nangong Luo slowly walked up, looking up at the distant sky, his eyes flickering in thought, only to see, above the mountains in the distance, there were several black shadows flying in the empty sky. Hercules was several flying birds with mechanical movements, circling continuously. Seeing these bionic drones, Nangong Luo understood that the humans should have already set their eyes on the Shen Long fruit of the Taishu Mountain. Even now, the humans have sent people into the Taishu Mountain. Looks like there's going to be a nasty battle this time. Nangong Luo's gaze was slightly condensed as he secretly thought in his heart. In addition to the humans who had known that they would come, the ferocious beasts in the Taishu Mountain were actually not to be underestimated. The Taishu Mountain in his previous life, the battle between humans and ferocious beasts for the Shen Long fruit. She wasn't involved, but she knew something about it after this. It was said that there was an incomparably powerful and extremely brutal ferocious beast in this Taishu Mountain. Officially, it is named Dark Gold Mantis. This ferocious beast, the whole body presented a dark gold color, as if constructed from a large amount of hard metal, a pair of side-shaped forelegs, showing endless sharpness, piercing people's eyes, chopping gold and cutting iron as if it were idle. It stood there, looking, as it were, like a cold and merciless killing machine. Moreover, this dark gold mantis has a special stealth ability, which makes it like a fish out of water in this Taishu Mountain, hidden between the mountains, rivers, grasses and trees, and no one can see it. Simply a born assassin. Every time the opponent appeared, he wielded a killing scythe blade that dyed blood and harvested large swaths of life. In the previous life, human beings encountered this beast in the mountains. The military simply could not find the other party's specific location, and was killed by the dark gold mantis retreated back and forth, losing troops, so it was not a mess. Even, in the end, this dark gold mantis was allowed to obtain the Shen Long fruit. It was also because this matter had caused not a small number of casualties in the military and had a great impact, and it was only then that Nangong Luo had learned about the situation. Information such as the Shen Long fruit tree and the dark gold mantis were also known. Recall, the dark gold mantis seen in the profile. Godly, ferocious and horrifying. Nangong Luo unconsciously looked at his big brother in front of him. The gravity in his eyes dissipated. With big brother in this life, the Shen Long fruit must be mine. Nangong Luo was confident in his heart. With big brother's current strength, I'm afraid that the dark gold mantis wouldn't even be able to break through his spiritual shield, let alone fight against him. It was estimated that if big brother went down with a single thunderbolt, this ferocious-looking dark gold mantis would directly turn into flying ash. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Meanwhile, inside the Dakuan City Command, 7 or 8 officers were sitting at the conference table. A video that had just been shot from the Taiu mountain was quickly sent over by the drone squad. Everyone, take a look. These two giant tigers, are they the two tiger-type ferocious beasts that the above informed us to keep an eye on? The video then played and the crowd saw the footage in the middle of it. The drone should have taken the picture from far away and high up in the sky, so it wasn't very clear, but it was still able to roughly make out the ferocious beast's appearance. Picture: two horrifyingly huge tigers suddenly appeared on a mountain in the distance. A mottled fur color, huge size, domineering, a slightly smaller size, but the whole body is golden. Very god handsome, looks extremely conspicuous. Chapter 49, Fierce Beasts Surrounded. Absolutely right. These two should be the Thunder Tiger and Golden Tiger from the briefing. Sitting on the left side, a slim officer nodded very affirmatively at the first sight of Jiang Che's two tigers. Two tigers are traveling together, and one of them is still covered in golden fur. This feature is too obvious. Exactly the same as in the previous video data. It should be the two giant tigers that appeared in Dade City. A gentlemanly looking officer next to him pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, first affirming what the other party had said, and then asked, full of doubts, however, these two ferocious beasts, how did they appear in the Taiu mountain? Could it be that they ran over from the side of Jiang province? This thunder tiger is an even stronger existence than that black demon tiger. Now that the other party has entered the boundaries of the Taiu mountain, our troops must be careful. The middle-aged officer sitting at the head of the table, with his eyes shining, said in a deep voice, according to the previous video data, the strength of this thunder tiger was unfathomable. Simply finishing off the black demon tiger, the thunder power it emitted was terrifyingly powerful and could even attack remotely. It was an extremely dangerous existence in this deeply forested and grassy Taiu mountain. Sir, I think these two ferocious beasts should also be here for that purple mutated fruit tree. The above seems to attach great importance to these two. Not if you add armed forces, this thunder tiger and golden tiger to slaughter a 2-for-1. The officer with the lean figure, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he proposed decisively. No, I think it's better to inform the top and ask for advice. The top can want it alive. We can't just take the risk of killing these two ferocious beasts. The middle-aged officer, his eyes flickered, then he shook his head slightly, feeling that he couldn't be too reckless. Inform upwards. See what will happen up there. The svelte officer with the glasses, too, felt that the matter could not be rushed into with good intentions. Just in case, it's better to go ahead. There was a flurry of comments, and eventually most people, feeling that it was better to play it safe, proposed to inform upwards first. Okay, then let's inform the top about this and pass over all the video footage, and let's wait for orders from the top. The first officer nodded and set things in motion. After the meeting, the Dakuan City military, the Thunder Tiger, Golden Tiger infested news back to the imperial capital. Dean Lin was instantly overjoyed when he learned about it. He had been thinking about this Thunder Tiger for a long time. The other party was extremely extraordinary, much stronger than ordinary ferocious beasts. If he could capture this Thunder Tiger and extract the other party's transcendent genes, he would definitely be able to develop stronger genetic potions. With higher grade potions, they would naturally be able to produce stronger genetic warriors. Compared to taking mutant fruits to become a transcendent, genetic warriors were more favored by Dean Lin. The way the mutant fruits allowed people to metamorphose into transcendentals was simple and quick, but this way, it was hard to popularize. After all, mutant fruits were not only extremely rare, but also basically grew in deep mountains and old forests, so it was difficult to get them. It didn't take long for the Dakuan City military to get a directive from the imperial capital. The military immediately dispatched all the transcendents, and even more military armed forces, all of which poured into the Taiu mountain. This time, the mutant fruit and the thunder tiger. They wanted both. Chapter 49, Surrounded by Fierce Beasts. Meanwhile, the Taiu mountain towered over the clouds and was surrounded by smoke, with several peaks connected to it, forming a high ridge, and on that highest peak of Mount Taiu, there was a brilliant purple light shining. Wisps of purple light, tearing through the smoke on the mountaintop and penetrating out. From a distance, the top of the mountain looked as if a huge purple lamp was placed on top of it, constantly emitting a striking light. A closer look would reveal that above the mountaintop, a strange fruit tree with gnarled branches and lush foliage, emitting a rich purple light, was growing. This tree is precisely the Shen Long fruit tree that has been missed by all parties. The Shen Long fruit tree, so rooted in the exposed rock, its thick roots, winding and twisting, as if it were a hard steel cable, penetrated into the interior of the mountain. The trunk of the tree stretched out in all directions, and the canopy looked like a huge purple umbrella that covered most of the rocky top below. The entire plant, at all times, was emitting a radiant purple light, a small purple leaf spreading against the wind, constantly shining, and below the thin branches and leaves, there hung a fist-sized round fruit. It is the Shen Long fruit. This Shen Long fruit, crystal clear, resembled a purple crystal ball, emitting a glittering spiritual light. And inside the Shen Long fruit, in the crystalline sphere, there was a wisp of, as if it were a dragon and snake, a flow of purple mist, which was amazing. Although the fruit was not yet ripe, the faint aroma it emitted had already attracted a large number of uninvited guests. On top of the surrounding peaks, powerful ferocious beasts surrounded them, eyeing the Shen Long fruit. On the northern peak, there was a more than 10 meters long, hideous-looking python, with a huge snake body coiled around a natural stone pillar, as if it was a divine dragon coiled around the pillar, with a horrifying momentum. At this moment, a piece of snake scale and the rock kept rubbing together, emitting a chilling sound that sent chills down one's heart. As far as the huge snake head was concerned, it was raised high, looking towards the Shen Long fruit not far away, the snake pupils filled with greed. In addition to the giant snake, on the western ridge, stood a 2-foot-tall red-colored giant wolf. The body was reddish in color. The limbs were like 4 red pillars, firmly erected on the rock surface. The body was tall, the demeanor was arrogant, and it looked majestic. He was seen slightly showing his teeth at the giant python, with a mouthful of white wolf teeth, as if they were rows of long knives, emitting an intimidating cold light, and his crimson wolf pupils were filled with bloodlust and cruelty. On the rocky top of a nearby mountain peak, there was a lone figure standing. It was a giant eagle with a black body and a cold light in its eyes, seemingly disdainful of the other competitors. In addition to these 3 most conspicuous beasts with the strongest aura, there were a large number of beasts lurking in the dense forest below the mountaintop. They didn't dare to rush forward even though they were intimidated by the might of the 3 ferocious beasts, but for the Shen Long fruit tree's desire, let their hearts do not want to give up. Blazing eyes through the branches and leaves of the block, dead eyes, that more and more fragrant Shen Long fruit. In the middle of the mountain forest, a 10-foot-tall leopard stood on a thick branch of a giant tree in the sky, with a pair of leopard pupils, staring intently at the Shen Long fruit, with a greedy gaze. Suddenly, the leopard felt a coldness in his neck, his body trembled, and he looked back as a reflex. Seeing that, a few feet away on a branch, there stood a dark golden giant mantis, more than 10 feet tall, as if it was made of metal with a sharp and cold light on its body, and a pair of crimson eyes that were cold and unfeeling, so like a cold-blooded killer with 2 knives. Roar! The leopard roared in alarm and was startled, backing up continuously on the thick branches. It was also at this moment that the giant mantis, in an extremely bizarre manner, disappeared. Chapter 50 Peerless Sweep, Thunderous Fierce Might. Just as the ferocious beasts of Mount Taiu were stirring, Jiang Che and Nangong Luo had also entered Mount Taiu, weaving in and out of the mountains. Boom! Jiang Che's tiger body leapt forward, and his thick tiger paw broke through the air, bringing up gusts of wind whistling sounds. Only a burst of crunching bone cracks were heard, and several of the giant wolves that had rushed up, flew out upside down, their bodies exploding into a mist of blood. Is this hungry and red-eyed? A small first-order beast, and it dares to charge in front of me. Looking at the wolf corpse that had fallen under the tree, Jiang Che was somewhat speechless in his heart. These giant wolves were definitely out of their minds, even if they had restrained their aura and made themselves look like they were only of the first rank. But with his size still here, any ferocious beasts would probably think twice when they saw it, right? So, can't you see it in such a large body? Are you blind? Just as Jiang Che was spitting in his heart, behind him, Nangong Luo was standing quietly at a high place, his pair of tiger pupils having a purple aura looming. She was using the spirit-seeking mysterious technique, observing the fluctuations of spiritual energy within the Taiu mountain to find the exact location of the Shen Long fruit tree. Suddenly, Nangong Luo's tiger pupil flashed, and his gaze, which was still looking around, was directly fixed there, and his heart was suddenly excited. Finally, Nangong Luo's gaze sizzled as he looked at the top of the mountain not far away. Just see that the top of that mountain, between the clouds, there is an unusual purple light hidden, although the luster is very faint, but obviously can be observed. Roar! Nangong Luo roared at Jiang Che and pressed on, running in that direction first. Jiang Che, who was bored, turned his head and realized that Nangong Luo was out of sight. Not daring to hesitate, he followed the sound and quickly chased after him. It wasn't long before Jiang Che and Nangong Luo climbed the nearby mountain peaks, relying on the interconnected ridges to arrive near the summit where the Shen Long fruit tree grew. As soon as he arrived here, he spotted 3 ferocious beasts with powerful breaths, surrounding the Shen Long fruit tree, eyeing it intently, their eyes full of ferocity. Seeing Jiang Che and Nangong Luo come over, the hostility of the 3 ferocious beasts increased, and a terrifying killing aura emanated from their bodies. For these 3 ferocious beasts, Jiang Che and Nangong Luo didn't put them in their eyes. Their strength was too weak to be worth paying attention to. If any of these three guys dared to rush up, Jiang Che would definitely slap them to death with a single slap. Jiang Che swept his gaze and saw, just in time, several bionic drones that were flying in the air. At this moment, these drones, which were like eagle birds, had already landed from a high altitude, circling continuously 10 feet above the mountaintop. Looks like the humans are determined to win this time too. Looking at the mountains and forests below, Jiang Che's gaze flickered as he secretly thought in his heart. He had sensed a number of human scents, hidden in the surrounding mountains and forests. Nangong Luo, on the other hand, was looking for the dark gold mantis. She knows, regardless of whether it was the three ferocious beasts on top of the mountain or the large swath of ordinary ferocious beasts hidden in the jungle below, it wasn't really scary. Because, all these ferocious beasts appeared in plain sight, and the dark gold mantis with its stealth ability and cruel bloodlust was the most terrifying. The opponent hid in the shadows and approached unnoticed, eventually cutting off the head of his prey with a single slash. In this Taiu mountain, other than Big Brother who possessed a spiritual shield, I'm afraid that no one would be able to withstand the sneak attack of the dark gold mantis. Chapter 50, Invincible Sweep. Thunderous Fierce Might. That was why Nangong Luo was thinking of finding the dark gold mantis before the Shen Long fruit ripened. As long as the other party was exposed to her line of sight, the threat would naturally be smaller. Cunning indeed. Not a trace to be found. Nangong Luo was on top of the mountain peak, turned around and looked around, still unable to catch any trace of the dark gold mantis. She suspected that the dark gold mantis should have turned on its own stealth ability. After exhausting his efforts and failing to find the other party, Nangong Luo had no choice but to give up helplessly and walk back to his big brother's side. There was no telling when or where this dark golden mantis would appear after stealthing. It could be said that at this moment, this area was full of killing opportunities, and the other party's long dark gold blade could fall in the air at any time, harvesting the lives of the humans or ferocious beasts present. It was only by the side of Big Brother that Nangong Luo felt safe. As time gradually passed, the Shen Long fruit under that purple branch and leaf, its light became brighter and brighter, and its aroma gradually became stronger and stronger. This indicated that the Shen Long fruit was about to ripen, and the ferocious beasts, which were originally quite quiet, had begun to stir. The giant snake, the red wolf, and the black eagle were approaching the Shen Long fruit tree, while the ferocious beasts in the mountains and forests below let out bursts of roars, filled with urgency. Soon, the aura of the Taiu mountain converged towards the top of the mountain under the pull of an invisible force, and endless aura surged into that Shen Long fruit. The Shen Long fruit continuously trembled. Its purple light flourished as if it was a small purple sun, and an intoxicating aroma filled the surroundings. Jiang Che's tiger body was taut as he gazed at the Shen Long fruit, always ready to snatch it. Suddenly, a slight dragon roar sounded. With that, the purple light emanating from the Shen Long fruit instantly converged, and the intoxicating aroma disappeared, and the invisible force that was originally pulling the aura also boomed away at this moment, and the aura on the mountaintop got rid of its restraints and dispersed in all directions. This signaled that the Shen Long fruit had ripened. Roar! The red-colored giant wolf let out an excited howl and quickly rushed up. Unfortunately, the black eagle and the giant snake naturally couldn't let the other party get what they wanted, and before the red-colored giant wolf could even get close, it was stopped by the giant snake's large mouth full of sharp teeth. At the same time, the black eagle also rushed above the red giant wolf at this moment, a pair of black sharp claws, as if it was a divine weapon, grabbing towards the other party's back. Roar! The red-colored giant wolf roared. Its entire body lit up with a blazing flame, and the firelight shot up to the sky as a huge fire whip lashed towards the black eagle. The black eagle, chirping, deflected its body, dodging the incoming fire whip, and its huge wings continued to vibrate in the air, setting off a black astral wind that scraped towards the red-colored giant wolf. But before the black astral wind could blow onto the red giant wolf, the other party was knocked out by the giant snake covered in black rock armor. The three great ferocious beasts were engaged in an endless battle, their mouths roaring continuously, and the entire mountaintop seemed to be vibrating. The top of the mountain was not peaceful, and the forest below was even more chaotic, with the sounds of countless ferocious beasts fighting and roaring. Jiang Che wasn't going to hold back either, directly allowing Little Purple to merge with himself, and rushing towards the Shen Long fruit tree at an extremely fast speed. With every step of his huge body, a muffled sound would be emitted from the top of the mountain, and a terrifying aura emanated from above Jiang Che's tiger body. Roar! The three ferocious beasts sensed the aura on Jiang Che's body and immediately stopped fighting. Instead, with a tacit understanding, they attacked Jiang Che. Seek death. Jiang Che snorted coldly in his heart. His movements were unceasing as thunder surged, transforming into a thunder tiger. As his body leapt, three extremely powerful thunderbolts struck out. Boom boom boom. The thunder that emanated a destructive aura accurately struck the target, and as the thunder approached, destruction descended. In an instant, the three great ferocious beasts directly exploded, and a large amount of blood and flesh flew amidst the flashes of thunder. Chapter 51 Jiang Che's Anger. After the lightning and thunder, the three ferocious beasts that were originally still ferocious and incomparable were just chopped to death. The military crowd, who had been following the mountaintop brawl, were shocked to see the scene through their drones. This thunder tiger was actually so fierce. Three powerful ferocious beasts were no match for it. In the mountains and forests below, the group of beasts that were previously restless and incomparable also quieted down at this moment, no longer fighting. The terrifying aura that Jiang Che exuded was like a huge iceberg pressing in, causing their hearts and minds, which were originally incomparably violent, to tremble and quickly regain their sanity. Without the obstructive ferocious beasts, Jiang Che's body flashed with lightning, and with a few jumps, he smoothly arrived under the Shen Long fruit tree. Looking in front of him, the luscious Shen Long fruit, Jiang Che was about to take it off. Swish! Steeply, a figure appeared behind him, a cold light flashed, and a biting killing chance struck. The opponent's timing was too good, and it happened to be the time when Jiang Che was fully focused and preparing to obtain the Shen Long fruit. Been on your guard for a long time. Jiang Che's eyes revealed a brilliant light. Having prepared for this, the moment the other party showed up, his spiritual power shield quickly enveloped his entire body. At the back, the dark gold mantis revealed a horrifying figure, with a fierce face, exuding a killing aura, and the sharp side blades transformed by its forelimbs, broke through the air and whistled, right on top of the spiritual power shield. Boom! The sickle blade slashed on top of the shield, causing ripples of spiritual light, and was unharmed, while the side blade was directly bounced off. The dark gold mantis also took a few steps back under the force of this recoil. You can't even break through my defense, and you still want to covet my treasures? Jiang Che turned around and looked at the dark gold mantis with a cold smile in his heart. After learning about this dark gold mantis in Nangong Luo's heartbeat, Jiang Che had been on guard against this fellow. After the third rank, his perception was greatly enhanced, and the other party was detected by him as he leaned over. It's not that easy to sneak up on yourself. Roar! A tiger's whistle that resounded through the clouds. Jiang Che topped off his spiritual power shield and lunged directly at the dark gold mantis. The huge tiger body pressed the dark gold mantis, who was unable to dodge, to death. Boom! 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 The dark gold mantis was furious, and its two incomparably sharp forelimbs were constantly waving, slashing and chopping on top of the spiritual power shield. Its forelimb scythe blades were sharp, but they only caused ripples to form above the shield. Zira! Facing the dark gold mantis, Jiang Che's eyes were cold. His tiger's mouth opened, purple light flashed, and a purple thunderbolt quickly sprang out. Boom! The thunder that destroyed everything blasted straight onto the triangular head of the dark gold mantis. That hideous and terrifying triangular head directly exploded. Instantly, the dark gold mantis, which was still wielding its twin sides, came to a feeble halt, its vitality rapidly dissipating. Jiang Che turned around and once again walked towards the Shen Long fruit tree, leaving only a headless mutilated corpse in its place. Seeing this scene, the human transcendents hidden in the shadows all sucked in a breath of cool air, both surprised by the appearance of the dark gold mantis, and even more frightened by the terrifying strength of this thunder tiger. This dark golden mantis had been photographed a few times by chance by their military through drones. This is extremely difficult to deal with, possessing the ability to be invisible, godly, cruel and murderous, and every time it appears there will be killing coming. In the past 2 days, several transcendents had died at the hands of the other side, and the military could do nothing about it. Tried to send troops to surround and annihilate, but could not find this trace at all. Unexpectedly, this dark gold mantis had quietly sneaked above the mountaintop and tried to sneak up on the fierce beast thunder tiger. Unfortunately, this dark golden mantis was too unlucky to meet a stronger one and died in the hands of the other party. Dakuan City, Military Command. A group of officers sat and watched the video feed from the drone in real time. It's that damn head. Chapter 51 Jiang Che's Anger. At the first sight of the dark golden mantis appearing, the officer, who had a lean figure, exclaimed in shock. The faces of all the people were also a bit unsightly. It was this dark golden mantis that had made them whole, but the next second, everyone was all shocked. Dead? This dark golden mantis was just killed by a single strike from Thunder Tiger. The entire conference room was quiet for a moment. A few breaths later, what is the shield on this Thunder Tiger? It's actually able to block the dark gold mantis attack? The officer, who wore glasses and had a gentlemanly look, frowned in disbelief. In his opinion, if he didn't have this shield, the dark gold mantis would have already gotten it just now. At that time, between the two sides, the winner and the loser were expected to be hard to say. It should be a transcendent ability? But this kind of defense ability that can strength has never appeared, so it's unclear for now. The officer at the head of the table shook his head slightly and looked at Lei Hu in the middle of the screen, his eyes full of gravity. The strength of this thunder tiger had exceeded the military's expectations. The other party had actually killed this dark golden mantis that had bothered the military. I didn't realize that this thunder tiger had another ability besides the power of thunder. No wonder the higher-ups named this fellow to be arrested. Someone said in amazement. This situation is indeed relatively rare, and not many examples have been found in the entire Dragon Kingdom. The officer nodded and introduced himself. Sir, this thunder tiger is going to pick the mutated fruit. At that moment, someone spoke out to remind them, and the few people who were talking rushed their gazes over the top part of the mountain of Taiu. Jiang Che walked to the Shen Long fruit tree. A faint lightning flashed through the air, and the stalk above the Shen Long fruit instantly disconnected. After the Shen Long fruit descended, it was gathered by a purple golden spiritual energy and suspended in the air. And just then, the human transcendentals hidden in the shadows struck. 200 meters away on a giant tree in the sky, a transcendent was holding a sniper rifle and lying on the thick trunk. The bullet was quickly loaded and aimed at Jiang Che. Military snipers have changed dramatically to accommodate today's combat. The new sniper rifle issued, specialized in the fight against ferocious beasts. Special sniper bullets, with the thickness of a child's arm. Penetrating power is extremely strong, and this time, in order to capture Lei Hu, the military has even issued special ammunition this time. This kind of sniper bullet, the bullet head is quenched with a large amount of chemical toxins. Once it hits the body of the ferocious beast, it will cause it to lose its fighting ability and consciousness in a very short period of time. Boo! Only an ear-splitting thud was heard. The dark black slug exited the chamber at breakneck speed. The instant the gun went off, Jiang Che's face changed slightly, and his spiritual power shield directly unfolded. Boom! The dark black warhead impacted on top of the psychic shield. Under the tremendous impact, even the spiritual power shield was slightly dented and rippled, showing the power of this sniper rifle. Even a body as large as Jiang Che swayed under the sudden thrust. Dare to sneak up on me. Suddenly being given such a blow. Jiang Che was also surprised, his heart churning with anger, and his pair of tiger pupils followed the gunshot and looked over. Jesus! The human transcendents in the surroundings stared with rounded eyes, shocked. In the past, this shot down, ordinary ferocious beasts, usually has been turned into a mess of broken meat. Even if it is extremely strong defense ferocious beasts, the body is at least a bloody hole. Life is dying, and this guy is unharmed? Chapter 52 Human Strike. A great war breaks out. Okay, you want to die, right? I'll fulfill you. Jiang Che's pupils were ablaze with rage, his sharp gaze locked on, not far from the giant tree, his body emitting a strong murderous aura. Although it was covered by leaves, Jiang Che still found the human transcendence location. Now that he was no longer human, he was even less shy about striking out at humans. Rumble! Suddenly, a large amount of thunder emerged, spreading over the tiger's body. The thunder flashed and kept converging, and a thigh-thick purple thunder pillar instantly rushed out, pointing directly at the human transcendent 200 meters away. No good! The military sniper was horrified and quickly rolled his body, just to jump off the branch. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The pillar of thunder arrived in an instant. Boom! The pillar of thunder directly bombarded above the giant tree, blowing the leaves and branches of the tree in that direction out, destroying everything. Countless thunder power spread along the tree's branches and trunks, spreading in all directions, causing the entire giant tree to emit purple thunder light. The thunder died down and the thunder disappeared. In the original spot, only the giant tree that was already scorched black all over remained. The whole body was covered with thick black smoke. The branches were mostly broken off and looked bare, and in many places there were hidden fires burning. How? This shield can actually block sniper bullets. What kind of ability is this? Inside the command headquarters of Dakuan City, the officer wearing glasses stood up in astonishment, an incredulous expression. Since the research of this new sniper rifle, no ferocious beast had appeared that could block its attack. Even if it was some ferocious beasts that possessed defensive abilities, facing this strike, they would either die or be injured. This Thunder Tiger's defense ability, to be able to easily block a sniper bullet's strike, was something he had never expected. Since this Thunder Tiger is able to block sniper bullets, it's probably hard for our warriors' ordinary gun bullets to be effective against it. We must not let it get away this time, or let it evolve further. Next to him, the slim officer, looking at the people present, said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the faces of everyone here changed, and with a little thought, they could guess the terrible results that would follow. If one day, if human firearms were to be ineffective against ferocious beasts through and through, then a terrible nightmare would come to mankind. Then, All eyes looked in unison at the officer at the head of the table. As, on the screen, Jiang Che killed the lurking sniper with a pillar of thunder. The officer's face also instantly grimaced. Convey the order for the frontline troops to attack with full force, dead or alive. Yes, although the above demanded to capture this thunder tiger, but nowadays they couldn't care less. If they let the other party give a run for their money, with the ferocious beast's level of grudges, their Dakuan city would be in deep trouble. The transcendentals hidden in the mountains and forests were already dumbfounded after seeing the deaths of their comrades and had a murderous heart towards Jiang Che, and after receiving the order from the military department, all of them couldn't wait to rush out quickly. Only 4 figures were seen, rushing at the front. Suffer. One of them kept waving his fingers, and the vines and branches in all directions instantly came to life, continuously extending as if they were countless writhing ferocious snakes, curling over. The opponent intended to imprison Jiang Che. The remaining 3 people each displayed their magical abilities. One person's entire body emitted a brown aura and countless rocks covered his entire body, transforming into a 3-zhang tall rock giant that rumbled and stepped, rushing towards Jiang Che. The other 2 had a blue light that blazed out, and the biting coldness spewed out. Dozens of cold ice prisms, turning in the cold mist. Whoosh! Instantly, dozens of crystal and ice cones shot out, breaking through the air and whistling, and behind the 4, there were a dozen or so burly reinforced transcendents, who were currently wearing a special thick armor helmet and carrying a bazooka with a huge caliber. Boom boom boom. Chapter 52 Human Strike. The Great War breaks out. With a series of loud bangs, a dozen huge rockets flew out, aiming straight at Jiang Che. In the face of the incoming blow, Jiang Che was incomparably calm and kept his spiritual power shield on. Roar! With a long whistle, the thunder that enveloped his entire body, along his limbs, turned into wisps and spread in all directions. Zira! Those branches, leaves, vines, and snakes that kept coming in, the moment they touched the thunder wire, they were like a heavy blow, lost their vitality, and went limp. Boom boom boom. The rock giant that rushed headlong, each step made a booming sound, and its imposing, millstone-sized giant fist broke through the air and attacked. A fist-sized thunderball instantly crashed above the opponent's chest. Ah! The thunderball burst, and the stone giant was directly blown out, the rocks on its body continuously shattering, screaming miserably, falling into the mountain forest below. Before the human side could rescue them, the other side was divided by the ferocious beasts converging below. Boom boom boom. Dozens of cold ice prisms had already flown in front of his eyes, and Jiang Che didn't move at all, allowing them to crash on top of the spiritual power shield. Unfortunately, it didn't have much of an effect other than setting off ripples. At the same time, Jiang Che's tiger body flickered with large swathes of lightning, and a dozen or so slender thunderbolts flew out, accurately detonating the incoming rockets, one by one, in the air. Boom boom boom. The smoke cleared and all the attacks were blocked. On top of the mountain, Jiang Che's tiger eyes glowed with cold light as he stared at the 3 nearest human transcendents with an intimidating demeanor. Facing this vicious and incomparable thunder tiger at close range, the 3 transcendents trembled in their hearts, and a chill surged unconsciously through their bodies. Hurry up! We can't even break the defense. Zira! The 3 thunderballs quickly leaped up, not giving the other party a chance to escape at all, and directly exploded, leaving the 3 human transcendentals' corpses and bones intact. Buzz off! In the distance several helicopters flew rapidly, and the nests of bombs below were in constant flames as a rocket shot out and struck in the direction of the hilltop. Roar dash! The rockets were the first to fall into the mountains and forests below, causing gusts of violent explosions. A ferocious beast died under the artillery fire, and amidst the mournful screams, most of the ferocious beasts began to frantically flee. At this moment, Jiang Che had already jumped down from the top of the mountain and blocked in front of Nangong Luo, with the spiritual shield, and Little Violet's reinforcement. Even when facing the helicopter's artillery bombardment, Jiang Che was not the least bit afraid. It's a good thing I have Big Brother to protect me, or else I wouldn't have been able to escape on my own with the human's handiwork this time. Nangong Luo hid behind his big brother, watching an incoming rocket get smashed by thunder, his heart full of security. She also didn't expect that this time, the human military would place so much importance on the Shen Long fruit that it sent a dozen or so transcendents at once, which was completely different from what she had known in her previous life. Boom! Spiritual energy surged, and a dazzling pillar of thunder shot out. A helicopter that was too low was instantly shot down, sending up a great deal of fire and smoke, and plummeting downward like a kite with broken strings. Immediately afterward, Jiang Che turned his head to look not far away. A bunch of annoying flies. It was the dozen or so transcendents who had carried the bazooka earlier. Now, these people were shooting out rounds of rockets, constantly assaulting Jiang Che. A thunderbolt the thickness of an arm flew out. Instantly, the mountain shook, and after a violent explosion, a dozen or so transcendents were instantly turned into flying dust. Chapter 53, Violet also gets credit. Let's eat together. In just a few moments, the first echelon of the attack set up by the military was completely wiped out. These are transcendentalists. Although there were only a dozen or so people, for the small Dakuan city military, it was already to the point of breaking bones. Retreat! Retreat! The plan has failed. Follow-on units are being withdrawn in an orderly fashion. Suddenly, an urgent voice came through the headset. Command received. The second attack echelon in the rear immediately stopped its charging movements, relying on the cover of the mountains and forests, and retreated toward the bottom of the mountain. In the air, the two remaining helicopters, after quickly emptying their nests, quickly lifted upward, detached themselves from the battlefield, and turned their heads toward the distance. Daikuan City, Command Post. Just now, in the video screen, the Thunder Tiger was displaying great power. Thunder flared and roared, constantly harvesting lives. Knowing that it could not be done, the War Department could only order a retreat. After seeing the orderly withdrawal of the remaining troops, everyone present, in unison, breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that this Thunder Tiger's strength would be so terrifying. It looks like we missed the mark. The officer with the glasses, his face indignant, slammed the table hard. Originally, he thought this operation was a sure thing. Capturing the Thunder Tiger and obtaining the Shen Long fruit were able to kill two birds with one stone. After all, the transcendents they sent this time are the top, but they didn't expect to still underestimate this Thunder Tiger. This time our military region has suffered heavy losses. The chiseled officer, with a grim face, gritted his teeth. It's still mostly a loss of transcendentalists. These people could be the treasures of the military region, with unlimited potential, the future hope of Dakuan City, not to mention a dozen or so. Even if one died in battle, they would be heartbroken for a long time. This Thunder Tiger is no longer something that our Dakuan City can deal with. I'll report this matter to the top and leave it to the top. The officer, who sat at the head of the table, leaned back in his chair with a long, feeble sigh. Looking at the mountain forest, those figures that were retreating one after another and gradually disappearing, Jiang Che did not go after them. After all, the Shen Long fruit had already arrived. The purpose of their trip had already been achieved, and it was better not to cause any trouble. The smoke cleared, and both the human and beast sides were defeated. Nangong Luo's heart that had been lifted all this time was finally completely put down. His own side became the ultimate winner. Thinking of Big Brother's big kill just now, as if he were the god of thunder descending to the world, Nangong Luo was invigorated. Big Brother is truly invincible. As the battle ended, Jiang Che quickly dissipated the thunder outside his body. His spiritual power shield converged, and he lifted his merged state. Buzz! The purple battle pattern on his neck suddenly lit up, and little Violet manifested once again, landing on top of Jiang Che's head. Kirikou! Violet looked weak and listless at the moment. This time, Jiang Che was on fire, frantically urging his body's spiritual energy, causing little Violet to also take on a great deal of pressure and consume too much. Roar! Roaring softly at Nangong Luo, Jiang Che took large strides toward the bottom of the mountain. Nangong Luo reacted and followed closely. Chapter 53, Violet also got the credit. Let's eat together. The area was extremely empty, with high mountaintops that had been exposed to human view. The two tigers and one beast naturally wouldn't stay for long, quickly hiding into the mountains and forests. After leaving the Taiu mountain and quickly escaping the surveillance of the human bionic drones, Jiang Che and the others stopped in a valley, standing under a willow tree with a tall crown. Its pale, fine willow leaves cover the sky. Jiang Che handed the Shen Long fruit, which was hanging on his back, to Nangong Luo, who was at the side. On the surface of the fruit, a purple golden light flashed, and the Shen Long fruit slowly floated over under the effect of its own spiritual power. Nangong Luo immediately urged the golden spiritual energy in his body, and wisps of it lingered out, rolling up the Shen Long fruit and moving it in front of him. Looking at this purple fruit, Nangong Luo's gaze gradually sizzled. With the medicinal power of the Shen Long fruit, it was very likely that she herself would break through to the middle stage of the second rank, and then she would be one step closer to her big brother's strength. Thinking of this, Nangong Luo couldn't help but raise her eyes to Jiang Che. Her heart moved. This Shen Long fruit, but Big Brother risked his life to take it from the hands of ferocious beasts and humans. This time, she had played a role in leading the way, and relied on her Big Brother for the rest. If he didn't know that his own Big Brother's qualification heal was too good to be true, and that he could keep getting stronger while sleeping, Nangong Luo really didn't have the face to take this Shen Long fruit. We can only wait until the future, and then we can repay. Nangong Luo knew that now he was weak and pitiful. There was no way to repay Big Brother. He could only hope for the future. Third sister is indeed thoughtful, always remembering the favor, but repayment or whatever. If you can work hard to improve your cultivation, it's even the best repayment to Big Brother. Looking at the very moved Nangong Luo, Jiang Che smiled in his heart. The Shen Long fruit, with its crystal clear appearance, looked very tempting. Although the aroma was introverted, it still made Nangong Luo's mouth water, just as he wanted to swallow it in one bite. Nangong Luo glimpsed that little Violet was lying on Jiang Che's forehead, looking at himself with greedy eyes. She felt a little embarrassed in her heart. This time, when he was able to obtain the Shen Long fruit, Xiaozi had also made a great effort. If it wasn't for little Violet and Big Brother merging together, they might not have been able to, instantly destroying the humans' attack, making the other party know to retreat. And Violet also needs spirit fruits for growth. Nangong Luo then had a decision. His body's golden light condensed, a finger-length golden blade of light flashed in the air. The Shen Long fruit was instantly sliced off a piece of its purple flesh, exposed in the air, the introverted spiritual qi directly leaking out, a rich and tantalizing aroma, quickly diffusing in the mountain forest. Afterward, Nangong Luo handed it to little Violet. Kirikou, little Violet's big, watery eyes, suddenly lit up with surprise, and she called out to Nangong Luo intimately. Kirikou. Xiaozi was happy and bad, took the Shen Long fruit, couldn't wait, and chewed it beautifully. The first bite went down. The flavor was endless, and Violet smiled and narrowed her eyes, her heart rejoicing. Immediately afterward, the fruit was nibbled in 3 or 2 bites. Buzz. As the Shen Long fruit medicinal power took effect, the rolling aura, transformed into a stream of spiritual energy, rushed through Xiaozi's body, continuously raising her cultivation level. Originally, the somewhat depressed little Violet, as if she had been given hormones, was instantly energized. 1 strand, 2 strands, countless strands of purple light from the scale armor quickly leaped out. More and more bloom. The small purple one whole package. Over here, Nangong Luo also no longer hesitated and swallowed the remaining Shen Long fruit in one bite. The Shen Long fruit instantly melted in his mouth. First a burst of sweetness and sourness hit him, filling his entire mouth, strongly stimulating Nangong Luo's taste buds. After that, a huge amount of medicinal power directly surged into the body, turning into a large amount of spiritual qi, which converged into a long river of spiritual power under the action of the gong method, and flowed crazily in the veins. A faint golden light surfaced on Nangong Luo's body, and in the veins of his body, there was a sound that sounded as if a river of spirits was flowing, and the breath he emitted was slowly rising. This tiger and beast were digesting the Shen Long fruit, especially since Xiaozi was still on top of him. In order not to disturb them, Jiang Che could only stay silently where he was. I also don't know if little Violet and third sister can break through. Chapter 54, the little guy advances to the 2nd rank, Imperial Capital. After failing to capture Lei Hu, the Dakuan City Military District quickly reported the matter. Dean Lin, who received the news, immediately opened a call with the Dakuan Military Region. Dean Lin, I'm sorry to disappoint you. This operation has failed. The military governor of Dakuan City, with a bitter, guilty face, said, this time, if it wasn't for their military region's prompt decision to retreat in time, I'm afraid that all of their personnel would have been lost in the hands of that Thunder Tiger. Think of yourself before, but also swore, to the above to ensure that we'll be able to catch Lei Hu. A moment of shame. Captain Zhang, there's no need to be like that. You guys aren't to blame for this failure. No one expected that Thunder Tiger to be that strong. Dean Lin was extremely disappointed in his heart when he first learned that the capture had failed. After hearing about Thunder Tiger's appearance, he had been looking forward to it all these days. It's about more advanced genetic potions. However, after seeing the video footage transmitted from the Dakuan military region, Dean Lin was relieved. He also understood that this time, the Dakuan military region had done its best. There was nothing wrong with the other party being able to wisely choose to retreat and abandon this mission. It was really because that Thunder Tiger was too strong, even beyond the realm of common sense perception. It was just as well to have a godly thunder ability. But who knew? This guy had a kind of magical shield that resisted gunfire. In today's world, which still relies mainly on firearms and where transcendents have not grown up, the Dragon Nation's military side was simply restrained to death when it came to this Thunder Tiger. In this situation, even if the Dakuan military region sends its troops up there, it would just be sending them to their deaths for nothing. Many thanks. Dean Lin understands that this Thunder Tiger has become a climate, and with the strength of our Dakuan military region, we really can't handle it. The chapter leader's heart was relieved, and after pondering for a while, he still reminded Although it is a bit humiliating to admit that the strength is not good and can't take a head. But not being able to fight is not being able to fight, and he can't just send his troops up to die. This matter has already been discussed in the imperial capital, Dakuan military region. First maintain surveillance on this Thunder Tiger. Try to determine the other party's location. And don't act rashly, Dean Lin said slowly. Our military district will keep an eye on it at all times. Hanging up the phone, Dean Lin stood there in silence. I didn't expect that this Thunder Tiger would grow so fast. Recalling the initial information about Lei Hu, Dean Lin's brows furrowed when comparing the two. It's too fast. This Thunder Tiger was growing too fast. A bit less normal compared to the other ferocious beasts. Where the hell is this guy from? Oh yeah, and that Black Demon Tiger. Dean Lin suddenly remembered that this Thunder Tiger and the Black Demon Tiger also had a connection. The Black Demon Tiger wasn't really normal. The other party was too cunning and too smart. Although the strength shown by the Black Demon Tiger might not be as strong as the Thunder Tiger, but being able to escape the military siege 3 times, it was evident that it was also extraordinary. He suddenly had a premonition. If these 2 ferocious beasts are not removed, I'm afraid that they will become a great danger to the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Under the big, bushy willow tree, Jiang Che stood in place, the little purple on top of his head, still enveloped in a dense purple light. However, he was able to clearly feel that amazing changes were occurring within little Violet's body, as her spiritual energy quickly continued to accumulate. Her cultivation continued to rise, and her leaking aura was in the midst of slowly strengthening. Chapter 54, The little guy advances to the second order. Suddenly, there seemed to be some sort of suction within little Violet's body, and the auras in all directions moved, surging towards this side with increasing speed. These auras converged around Jiang Che and Little Purple, continuously accumulating, and the aura was dense, turning into a dense water mist that merged within the purple ball of light. Little Violet. This is a breakthrough. Jiang Che, who had been paying attention to Little Violet, saw this kind of commotion. Then he still didn't know what was going on, and was immediately overjoyed in his heart. According to this aura, Xiaozi is going to cross into the second stage just like what Nangong Luo said. The effect of this Shen Long fruit was really strong, and the enhancement of the first order ferocious beasts was even more immediate. The fact that it was just one piece, not even a whole one, pushed Violet upward a step. Soon after, boom, only a muffled sound was heard. Under the powerful spiritual power, Little Violet directly broke through the realm barrier and was promoted to a second-order ferocious beast, her breath rising crazily. The purple light that had originally shrouded his body instantly exploded and dissipated into the air, revealing Xiaozi's form. After advancing to the second rank, Little Violet was already similar to a weaned kitten in terms of size. A pair of purple glowing with essence, the pinkish twin horns on his head, the purple intent getting thicker and thicker, the long purple mane, fluttering in the wind, and the scaled armor under his fur emitting a purple glow. Kirikou, Violet growled, full of joy. Kirikou, successfully breaking through the realm. Little Violet was very pleased with herself, and with all her limbs, she carefully climbed over Jiang Che's head and onto his face. A pair of big, watery eyes turned to Jiang Che, blinking continuously, wanting to be recognized by their master. Good. Little Violet is awesome. Very good. Her strength has increased again. Since Little Violet was so competitive, Jiang Che was happy in his heart and would not be stingy with praise, passing on his commendation. Little ones are like children and still need encouragement sometimes. Kirikou. Little Violet immediately smiled and narrowed her eyes, satisfied in her heart, and with her 4 little short legs, she grabbed Jiang Che's fur and climbed up with a twist. Right at this moment, the system beep that Jiang Che was waiting for finally came. Ding! Bound target Xiaozi's cultivation breakthrough. The host receives 10 times the feedback. Boom! Spiritual energy entered the river and the sea, crazily surging into Jiang Che's body, waves surging, endless spiritual energy continuously traveling through the veins, and ultimately flowing towards the purple golden demonic Dan in his body. The purple golden demonic Dan, emitting a faint glow, slowly rotated, and in all directions, countless streams of spiritual energy suddenly flowed out, converging over and continuously integrating into the demonic Dan. Buzz! The demonic Dan trembled slightly, its purple golden light flickering as if it were an invincible black hole, accepting the inflow of spiritual energy. As time passed, the purple gold demonic pills became brighter and brighter, and the vibrations became louder and louder. At this moment, Jiang Che's body was emanating a purple golden radiance, constantly flickering, bright and dark, with a powerful aura, as if he was ascending to the top of a high mountain, climbing upward with little by little difficulty. Ding! Bound target Nangong Luo's cultivation breakthrough. Host receives 10 times the feedback. Just as Jiang Che was focusing on his own changes, another system beep came. It is? The third sister also broke through. This is also, before Jiang Che had time to be happy, an even more majestic spiritual energy than just a moment ago instantly surged into his body. As the spiritual energy surged in again, the purple-gold demonic Dan, which had been gradually darkening, once again brightened greatly, its purple-golden light shining, rotating faster and faster, absorbing more and more spiritual energy. Finally, boom! Above the tiger's body, the purple-gold light bloomed greatly. Jiang Che's breath instantly jumped and greatly increased, and the powerful pressure swept in all directions, terrifying and incomparable, frightening the birds of the entire mountain forest. Big Brother didn't eat the Shen Long fruit and broke through as well? Nangong Luo, who had just woken up from his breakthrough, had both of his eyes wide open as he watched this scene in shock. Chapter 55, Could Big Brother be the reincarnation of an ancient demon god? The dazzling purple golden light, after blooming greatly for a period of time, gradually dispersed, revealing a giant spotted tiger inside. At this moment, Jiang Che's size had become even larger, with a shoulder height of nearly 4 zhang, and a body length of 9 zhang, making him a behemoth. Standing on the ground, covering the sky and the sun like a small mountain, it looked extremely terrifying. Since then, with the help of 2 feedbacks, Jiang Che managed to make a breakthrough. Feeling the endless spiritual energy within his body, Jiang Che now felt that a single thunderbolt was probably capable of shattering a mountain. Of course, this was due to the fact that one's own power had increased too quickly, thus creating an illusion. Jiang Che wouldn't be foolish enough to try and actually strike a thunderbolt to blast the mountain. It was a bit overambitious to think of shattering a mountain with a single thunderbolt when it was only a third-ranked ferocious beast. What is Big Brother all about? On the side, Nangong Luo stood under Jiang Che's shadow, her entire sight filled by the other party's huge tiger body, her heart astonished beyond measure. At this moment, she was certain that her big brother's origin was definitely not simple. Judging from the other party's series of appalling performances, it was no longer a sentence of overwhelming talent that could encapsulate it. After all, this breakthrough speed was too abnormal. Even if one is supremely gifted, one must not make such progress. It was important to know that the higher the ferocious beast realm was, the slower the breakthrough would be and the longer it would stay in that realm. For a normal third-order fierce beast, the time it took to break through the realm was probably longer than in the first order and second order combined. As for the fourth and fifth orders above the third order and so on, it was all calculated in terms of years, and ferocious beasts with weaker potentials could hardly break through a small realm even in 10 years. But this was all the way to the third rank, and the frequency of Big Brother's breakthroughs was surprisingly not much different from when he was at the first or second rank. The pace, it seems, has not slowed down at all. Nangong Luo couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. This also made Jiang Che in Nangong Luo's mind more and more mysterious. Could it be the reincarnation of an ancient demon god? But this is only the early stage of aura recovery. Suddenly, a guess popped out of Nangong Luo's mind. Seemingly startled by his own thoughts, Nangong Luo shook his head violently, and instantly became somewhat hesitant. Is it really the reincarnation of a demon god? What a coincidence! Nangong Luo, who was suspicious in his heart, had 100 thoughts in his head. In fact, the recovery of aura is a gradual process, and as time goes by, the aura of the world will become more and more dense. By then, the concentration of aura in the outside world would be able to rival the current Changbai Mountain and Taiu Mountain. And in his previous life, at the late stage of aura recovery, the aura of heaven and earth was naturally extremely dense. Under the constant infiltration and nourishment of the aura, the world was as if it had been transformed, and was already completely different from before. An emperor, great emperor, like a spring, the rapid rise, occupy a place, like a thunderstorm day gathered a piece of dark clouds, cover a side of the dome of the sky, control of all the living beings below, life and death, all in one heart. The weak can only survive under the wings of these strong people, struggling to get by and constantly living. If they encountered a brutal demon emperor, they would be in constant fear of their lives. But those aren't the scariest ones, because the ancient immortal gods will also awaken at this time. As the aura gradually thickened and the world was able to carry a higher specification of power, it was as if a signal had been obtained, and the ancient immortal gods that had fallen into slumber began to revive one after another. The sky shook and the earth shook, and the weather was thousands of times, and the heavenly sanctuaries hidden in the 8 directions of heaven and earth came out, and an immortal door was opened, and the ancient immortals and gods once again manifested themselves on earth after countless years, sowing miracles. In front of these immortal gods, even a human empress like Nangong Che was nothing more than a stronger ant, and Nangong Luo suspected that his own big brother might be the reincarnation of a certain demon god. This was the only way to explain why Big Brother had broken through so quickly and why he was so extraordinary. With the dignity of a demon god, reincarnating and recultivating, it was naturally fast and unorthodox. Thinking about this, when Nangong Luo looked at Jiang Che again, a touch of awe appeared in his eyes. Chapter 55, could Big Brother be the reincarnation of an ancient demon god? A demon god. This was a supreme realm that she hadn't even reached in her previous life. If my own Big Brother is really the reincarnation of the demon god, with my strength, I am afraid that there is no hope to catch up with my Big Brother. Nangong Luo laughed bitterly in his heart. Ancient demon god? Hear the heartbeat that comes through. Next to him, Jiang Che, who was stretching his waist, suddenly stalled in his movements, and in his heart, he looked over towards Nangong Luo with some amusement. Third sister really can think, but also the ancient demon god. Your second brother is, on the contrary, the reincarnation of the ancient demon king. As for your elder brother, I was an uncompromising mortal in my previous life. However, demon gods and whatnot, Jiang Che didn't care. Fang Yuan is still a demon monarch. It's still not under him. We're the ones with the hang-ups. In the future, even a demon god would have to kneel down and beg for forgiveness in the face of himself. However, these heard news to the point that Jiang Che was a bit surprised. At the late stage of the aura recovery, there was even an immortal god recovery? Surprisingly, there are ancient immortal gods who have lived until now. One must know that these were all demon emperors and above. With one palm, it was estimated that the sky could be poked out of a hole. If this is all recovered, it makes my head spin just thinking about it. Hopefully, the later the revival of these ancient immortal gods, the better. Jiang Che began to pray in his heart. Even though you have hang-ups on your own, you have to have time to develop. Don't let these guys revive by the time you haven't even advanced to the immortal god realm. However, this future is really getting more and more exciting. Immortal gods, blessed cave heaven. I also wonder if there will be divine beasts, dragons and phoenixes appear? Jiang Che's eyes flashed as he turned his thoughts. He hadn't forgotten his original goal. He had to taste it when he had the chance. The taste of dragon and phoenix meat, dragon liver and phoenix marrow. With such an immortal treasure, it was estimated that one's cultivation level could grow by a large margin if one took a bite. When he thought of cultivation growth, Jiang Che suddenly frowned, somewhat distracted. This realm was also getting harder and harder to break through. His current cultivation level was the middle of the third stage, which was considered to be a step forward in the third stage realm. The hard part was that the higher the realm, the more energy was needed for each breakthrough. Between the second and third orders, it was more of a watershed. The second order is fine, but getting to the third order can be difficult. Nangong Luo and Xiaozi's breakthroughs had only allowed Jiang Che to advance one small realm at the third stage. Unless Nangong Luo, Fang Yuan, and Xiaozi were able to break through to the third rank, the tenfold feedback from their breakthroughs during the first and second rank periods would be less and less helpful to Jiang Che. Next, if Jiang Che wanted to break through to the late third stage, or even the fourth stage, he would need multiple tenfold feedbacks and constant accumulation. Roar! At this moment, Nangong Luo roared at Jiang Che, who was in deep thought, urging Jiang Che, they could move. The purpose of coming to the Taiu mountain this time had been achieved, and the Shen Long fruit had even been refined, so it was time to return to the Chang mountain. After all, the Bodhi sacred tree could still remain in Chang mountain. It would be a big loss if it was left for a long time and stolen or destroyed by other ferocious beasts. Chapter 56, Bloodthirsty Demon Compulsion. Jiang Che came back to his senses, discarding all the cluttered thoughts in his mind. He took a step and followed behind Nangong Luo, Kirikou, seemingly knowing that it was to return to the mountain. The little violet lying on her head was very excited, and her mouth chirped merrily. Feeling the little one's joy, Jiang Che seemed to be infected as well, and his steps were much lighter. That being said, after little Violet broke through the second rank, the increase to Jiang Che was even greater. Because of the difference of only one rank between the two, they were now able to produce a sevenfold increase in strength when they merged. Under a sevenfold increase, not to mention that no third-ranked ferocious beasts had appeared yet. Even if a group appeared, none of them would be Jiang Che's opponent. If a single destructive thunderbolt went down, all of them would be reduced to ashes. The two tigers traveled quickly through the mountains. Nangong Luo, who was already at the second stage, was much faster compared to before. Although it was still necessary for Jiang Che to accommodate him when rushing, the speed became faster, making the time spent on the return trip much shorter. 2 days later, Jiang Che and Nangong Luo had already arrived at the outskirts of Changbai Mountain. A large and a small two giant tigers, quickly disappearing into the mountain forest. At this moment, the valley full of peach trees was still foggy and covered by a dense spiritual mist. The Bodhi sacred tree in the depths of the valley was still rooted there, full of life, branches and leaves stretching out, and Bodhi's golden light shone in all directions, haloing the spirit mist and forming a beautiful and good-looking halo. Wisps of light tore through the barrier formed by the spirit mist and leaked out into the valley. All around the valley, on the mountain ridges and hillsides that were full of forest and green grass, there were corrupted and broken corpses of ferocious beasts lying there, emitting a strong stench that made the living beings look at them with fear. These were naturally set up by Jiang Che before he left. It was also to deter those ferocious beasts that coveted the Bodhi and the immortal peach, so that these guys wouldn't dare to take a step beyond the thunderbolt. However, probably because time had passed, the third order aura left behind by Jiang Che had already faded, and the surroundings of the valley, which was originally like a forbidden land for living beings, actually had hidden movements coming from it. A slight yelp sounded on the western ridge waste. There were a lot of dark shadows shifting through the mountains, cutting through the brush and weeds with a rustling sound. A dozen or so gray giant wolves, walking back and forth, emitting low voices from their mouths, seemed to be communicating something with each other. Their movements were different, but their gazes were filled with greed, and without exception, they all looked deep into the valley, where, in the thick spirit mist, there was a faint golden light flickering. Hoof, hoof. Meanwhile, a strange humming sound came from the hillside to the east. That's a herd of giant black boars wandering around. In addition to these hordes of ferocious beasts, on the peaks of the mountains on all sides, there would occasionally be some ferocious beasts revealing themselves. A fleeting turquoise python on a huge canopy, a huge spotted leopard squatting on a huge rock, full of ferocity. In the sky, a giant golden eagle with a wingspan of more than a dozen meters. These ferocious beasts are already stirring. If they weren't still concerned about Jiang Che's faint third-order aura, I'm afraid they would have already surged down. However, this Bodhi golden light was too attractive to the ferocious beasts, and Jiang Che's aura wouldn't be able to deter them for long, so these ferocious beasts would inevitably be unable to resist and venture into the valley. Ow! With a wolf howl, a giant gray wolf stepped out. As the pack watched, the gray wolf cautiously made his way towards the valley. Obviously, this gray wolf was the wolf pack, testing Jiang Che, a third-order fierce beast. The gray giant wolf's eyes were fearful as it observed the front and slowly stepped into the peach forest. Afterwards, its figure disappeared into the spirit mist. Ow! A few breaths later, an excited wolf howl came from the peach forest. Ow ow ow! As if hearing a signal, the wolves that had been waiting, howled up to the sky and charged towards the peach forest in unison. Chapter 56 Bloodthirsty Demon Compulsion. The movements of the wolves caused the ferocious beasts in all directions to stir, and many of them began to rush into the peach forest as well. Rumble! But just at this moment, a huge roar echoed through the valley, and between the lightning and thunder, a figure with a dazzling purple light leapt down from the ridge. Immediately afterward, the air was as bright as day as dozens of arm-thick thunderbolts struck down. The gray wolves at the forefront, letting out bursts of wails, one after another, kept receiving the baptism of thunder, all of them turning into flying ash. The thunder was incredibly powerful, causing the entire peach forest ground to tremble continuously. Roar! A tiger's roar that shook heaven and earth. Jiang Che landed within the valley and let out a loud roar, his horrifying aura sweeping across the entire valley. The purple thunder leapt and cleaved to death a ferocious beast that had rushed into the peach forest. As if a god of death, whoever the thunder struck would completely turn into flying ash and disappear from this world. In just a few moments, the ferocious beasts that had rushed into the peach forest were exterminated cleanly. On the peaks of the surrounding mountains, the ferocious beasts that were ready to step in were scared out of their wits, wailing and howling under their breath as they scattered in all directions. Jiang Che didn't bother to chase after him. Instead, he quickly turned around and looked towards the Bodhi sacred tree next to the green stone pool. After realizing that there was no damage to the Bodhi sacred tree, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Good thing I got back in time or else. Jiang Che was secretly glad. At this time, Nangong Luo, who had been left behind, hurried over. After running to the side of the Bodhi sacred tree and looking at it, and realizing that it hadn't been destroyed by those ferocious beasts, Nangong Luo also let go of his heart. After a massive killing spree, Jiang Che had sort of re-deterred the nearby ferocious beasts. In the future, as long as they didn't leave the valley for too long, the nearby ferocious beasts probably wouldn't dare to come any closer. Oolong Mountain. The dark forest. Lurking in the dense bushes was a millstone-sized poisonous scorpion, with two huge pincers open and imposing, its long tail, high in the air, and the tail stinger at the tip, which resembled a sharp dagger, emanating a purplish-black light. Just then, a red-colored centipede, more than 5 meters long, slowly crawled past from outside. Whoosh! In an instant, a black shadow flashed, and the long tail of the poisonous scorpion zipped towards the red-colored centipede. The tail spike was incomparably sharp, breaking through the air and accurately piercing the centipede's head, easily breaking through the red-colored armor and coming to a stop. Hiss! The red-colored centipede struggled frantically, and after letting out a hiss of pain, its vitality slowly dissipated. The poisonous scorpion crawled out of the bushes and came to the corpse, its two giant pincers waving as it was about to feed. Boom! A huge black shadow rushed past, and the poisonous scorpion instantly disappeared without a trace. Ka-ching! Not far away, the giant lizard with black scales on its body and a vicious look was chewing on a poisonous scorpion in its mouth. After devouring the poisonous scorpion in 3 or 2 bites, the giant lizard's icy eyes looked towards the corpse of the red-colored centipede and slowly walked over. Suddenly, a blood-red light shot through the forest, fleetingly disappearing and lodging itself into the giant lizard. Roar! The giant lizard let out a painful hiss. Its body trembled, its black scales exploded, and there seemed to be something gnawing inside its body, and there was even a faint red light overflowing. Gradually the giant lizard stopped moving, and its body was drying up at a rate visible to the naked eye. A few moments later, the giant lizard had already become a pile of skin and bones, dead beyond repair. Chapter 57, The Devil Tiger Comes Out of the Mountain. There was a stomping sound in the dark forest. Squeezing through the branches of a shrub, a behemoth slowly emerged from the forest not far away. A terrifying black tiger. Those huge, ghostly tiger pupils stared straight this way. Fang Yuan had been watching from the shadows. After seeing that, the giant lizard was sucked into a dry corpse in just a few moments. Fang Yuan was satisfied in his heart. It's not in vain that I've been busy all these days, searching everywhere for poisonous insects, snakes and ants. This bloodthirsty compulsion is really powerful. Yes, Fang Yuan had successfully practiced a demonic compulsion, the bloodthirsty compulsion. The blood red light that shot out just now was transformed by the bloodthirsty compass. Bloodthirsty parasites is an extremely vicious magic parasites, brutal temperament, bloodthirsty as life, body hard than the treasure. The mouthpiece is sharp and incomparable, chewing gold and eating iron in no time. Attacked by this compulsion, a single mistake would cause it to tear through the defense and drill into the body. Of course, this was only the physical aspect of the bloodthirsty compass's characteristics, although it was very powerful. This was not the reason why the other party was able to be called a demonic compass. Compulsion as its name. Bloodthirsty compulsion is the most critical, or it has the ability to devour the blood. As long as the bloodthirsty compulsion drilled into the body, the blood will be devoured in a short period of time, turning into a withered corpse. Instead, the chi and blood that was devoured by the bloodthirsty parasites fed back to the master and was able to help him cultivate. After devouring the blood chi, the bloodthirsty compass would store this blood chi in the body and continuously quench it so that it would continue to be purified. Subsequently, as long as it was ordered, the bloodthirsty compass would spit out this pure blood chi and feed back to its master. That is to say, this magic compulsion not only has strong attack power, but also has excellent auxiliary ability. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan, out of the thousands of demonic parasites, chose to refine the bloodthirsty compulsion. Fang Yuan moved with a thought. A faint red light was seen flashing across his body. Next, whoosh! In the corpse of the giant lizard that looked like a dead tree, blood red light instantly rushed out and returned to Fang Yuan's body. Boom! Pure blood chi was poured into the tiger's body, and the heaven-swallowing devil cannon worked quickly, refining the blood chi rapidly and turning it into blood-colored spiritual energy that traveled throughout the body's veins. It was visible to the naked eye that Fang Yuan's cultivation continued to rise, and the aura emanating from his body became even more powerful. Good. This bloodthirsty compass has finally come to fruition, and it will be even more convenient when cultivating the heaven-swallowing demon cannon in the future. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with joy, and his mind was filled with an uninterrupted thought. With the bloodthirsty compass, one would be able to obtain a large amount of blood chi in the shortest amount of time. At that time, his strength would definitely be able to increase quickly. Thinking of the large number of poisonous beasts living in the Sulong Mountain, Fang Yuan's eyes gradually glowed, and there was some impatience in his heart. In the next few days, Fang Yuan drove the bloodthirsty compass to rampage through the Wulong Mountain, chasing after the poisonous beasts and slaughtering them one by one, crazily absorbing the blood chi. Roar! A turquoise poisonous python rushed up to the sky, letting out a miserable scream of pain. In an instant, the entire snake's body directly stiffened and fell down, rapidly drying up. The bloodthirsty compass instantly flew back into Fang Yuan's body. The pure chi and blood that had been accumulated over these days quickly fed back. The chi and blood were like a trickle of water, emerging from the springs in a continuous stream. Fang Yuan, who was standing aside, was currently emanating a ferocious aura, and above his tiger body, blood light was glistening. Fang Yuan didn't move in place, and the heaven-swallowing demon cannon operated rapidly, constantly refining the blood chi. Fully half a quarter of an hour had passed. After refining these pure chi and blood, Fang Yuan's spiritual energy surged within his body and the aura he emitted changed violently. His cultivation level had even broken and risen directly from the late first stage to the mid-second stage, completing 2 consecutive jumps. Finally a breakthrough. Fang Yuan was overjoyed in his heart. It didn't last long, though, before a wave of hatred surged through him unconsciously. If it wasn't for the humans chasing after him to death and forcing himself into the Oolong Mountain, why would he, as an ancient demon monarch, only have broken through to the second stage by now? Looking out of the Oolong Mountain, Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with killing intent, and the ferocious aura was churning around him. Chapter 57, The Devil Tiger Comes Out of the Mountain. After hiding for so long, it's time for the big kill. The dimly lit mountain forest was overflowing with killing machines. A demonic tiger just walked towards the mountain city in Shaanxi. Peach Forest Valley, this was the name Nangong Luo had given to this valley. Wow! Under the Bodhi sacred tree, Nangong Luo ended his cultivation for the day and stood up from the green stone pool, shaking off the water droplets on his body. Feeling that his cultivation level had grown again, Nangong Luo was still satisfied in his heart. This Peach Forest Valley is worthy of being a cultivation treasure place nurtured by the Bodhi sacred tree. The aura is really rich. Big Brother is also too lazy and tired. At this time, seeing Jiang Che who was still sleeping on the side, Nangong Luo was somewhat helpless. From the first time she saw this big brother of her family after she was reborn, the other party had this lazy look. It really hasn't changed a bit after all this time. Even if you are the reincarnation of an ancient demon god and not an ordinary mortal demon or beast, you can't pose like this, right? The potential of a reincarnation of a demon god was unparalleled. However, under such exhaustion, Big Brother would likely result in his own potential not being fully realized, and the likelihood of returning to the demon god realm would be reduced. Forget it, let's wait until after the 4th rank and then persuade Big Brother properly. Nangong Luo thought darkly. After the 4th rank, a ferocious beast could even be called a true demon. At that time, the ferocious beasts would refine their crossbones and spit out human words, and it would be easier to communicate with each other, whether with humans or beasts. Right at this moment, Jiang Che, who was originally motionless, suddenly woke up and raised his head. He was awakened by a system beep. Ding! Bound target Fang Yuan's cultivation has increased dramatically. Host receives tenfold feedback. Boom! Jiang Che's breath instantly skyrocketed. His demonic pills blossomed with light, and his spiritual energy stirred as he broke through the realm barrier. His cultivation coming to the late 3rd stage. The penis is finally alive again. Cultivation had once again received a breakthrough, and Jiang Che was overjoyed at this moment. It looked like this time, Lao Air had given him a big one, surprisingly boosting his breakthrough to the late stage in one go. Looks like the oldest is still safe these days, Jiang Che thought. This guy had been living in exile, and Jiang Che couldn't grasp the specifics, and could only determine the life and death of his penis based on the system prompts. Forget it, just don't die. A few moments later, having adapted to the change in his cultivation, Jiang Che put his penis behind him and once again entered dreamland, huffing and puffing, watching his own big brother from getting up, breaking through, and then falling asleep. This series of smooth movements, Nangong Luo froze in place. Another breakthrough? Alright, count on you. Big brother, go back to sleep. Cultivating this kind of thing is not for you. Nangong Luo's heart was sour and speechless. I blame myself for not trying in my previous life. If he had tried his best to break through to the immortal god realm, then at this moment, he would probably be able to lie flat like his big brother. Even if he didn't cultivate, his cultivation level rubbed up. Nangong Luo, who had been struck down, was naturally unconvinced. With a clench of his teeth, the entire tiger body was re-immersed in the spiritual water of the green stone pool, running his own gongfu, absorbing the spiritual qi, and continuing to cultivate. At this moment, on Jiang Che's big head, little Violet was holding a spirit peach full of teeth marks in her arms, tilting her head and looking at Nangong Luo with a pair of big soulful eyes, her eyes full of curiosity. He wondered what had happened to the big, beautiful tiger. As usual, just stood up. After that, how did it somehow go down again? Chapter 58, The Great Killing. The devil tiger is ferocious. The entrance to Oolong Mountain, outside in the dense jungle. At the moment, there was a team of human transcendents lurking about. On these men, they were dressed in clothes with camouflage colors, equipped with weapons and communication devices, and heavily armed, with the exception of 2 men hiding in the canopy of a tree, observing the movements of Oolong Mountain. The others had gathered in a makeshift pit in the bushes. Although the pit was not deep, it covered an area that was not small, and the top of it was even covered with branches and leaves and weeds, hiding it in the jungle and making it extremely hidden. The congregation is clearly divided into different roles. In the battle at Taiu Mountain, Jiang Che was in a great state of power. destroying and crushing the Dakuan city military. The video of this battle, which was captured in its entirety by the drones of the Dakuan city military, wasn't long before it was sent back to the imperial capital. The upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom were shocked when they saw the video of the mighty Thunder Tiger being able to defend itself against the guns without being injured. Surprised, he also realized the powerful potential of these ferocious beasts. Within the Dragon Kingdom, the ferocious beasts simply couldn't be cleared. Once these ferocious beasts were allowed to grow, they would be one Thunder Tiger after another, and the consequences would be unimaginable. If all the future ferocious beasts were so powerful, then the guns and cannons in the hands of the army would probably turn into a pile of scrap metal. In the face of this situation, the country is in dire need of a means that can deal with the powerful beasts of the future, and genetic agents, which can be popularized on a large scale, are one of the best choices. During this period of time, the pressure from the upper echelons of the country was growing, causing Dean Lin's heart to become even more desperate to get his hands on the blood and flesh of powerful ferocious beasts. The Thunder Tiger can't move, so it can only focus on the black magic tiger that is related to it. This black demon tiger was actually quite extraordinary, and Dean Lin was also very interested in it. Of course, the strength of this black demon tiger was quite a bit worse than the Thunder Tiger, and it was much easier to capture. After receiving Dean Lin's instructions, the Grand River City military had sent a special Transcendent squad to squat outside of Wulong Mountain. Just bet this will come out. The squad, which was sent by the city of Grand River. Suddenly, the red dots that kept flashing on the screen moved quickly. The team member in charge of keeping an eye on the tracker was alarmed. Everyone be careful. The black demon tiger has moved. Zhang Yao, what's going on? Speak clearly. On the side, a middle-aged Transcendent with a scar on his face frowned and walked over. Sorry, Captain. Looking at the trajectory of this black demon tiger, it might be heading out of the Wulong Mountain and towards us. Zhang Yao took a deep breath, calmed down, and hurriedly said, coming out? The captain's eyes glazed over. At that moment, the rest of the team leaned in, stony-faced. How much longer? The tone was sharp, and the captain's face grew serious. Although the terrain of Wulong Mountain is complicated, this black demon tiger is very fast. We only have about 17 minutes. Zhang Yao's hands were busy on the instrument, calculating the results. There's still time. Quick, you two get back here. The black demon tiger is coming. It's not safe in the trees. The captain hastily grabbed his communicator and called the team outside back. He then looked at the people present with a solemn face and ordered, everyone take out their odor-clearing sprays and eliminate all odors. Also, immediately send the news that the black demon tiger is about to come out of the mountains back to the Great River military headquarters and request for support. Yes. Chapter 58, The Great Killing. The Fierce Might of the Devil Tiger. Half a minute later, the news came straight back to the Grand River military headquarters. Faced with the news that the black demon tiger had come out of the mountain, the Great River military reacted extremely quickly. Because of the limited time, once the black demon tiger could not be blocked, the other party was bound to run away without a trace. And the next time he wanted to find the other party, he did not know that it would be a monkey's age. With the order, 2 squads of Transcendents rushed onto the activated helicopter and flew toward Wulong Mountain. Subsequently, the War Department prepared and sent over elite fast-action units with great firepower. In fact, with the speed of the quick reaction force, it would not be able to catch up with the black demon tiger coming out of the mountain. The Ministry of War was also afraid that the Transcendent Squad was not a match for the black demon tiger and prepared a hand in advance. The Transcendent Squad might not be able to defeat them, but as long as they could hold the black demon tiger back for 5 minutes, the quick reaction force would be able to withstand them. And with the powerful firepower of the quick reaction force, the black demon tiger, as long as it wasn't as perverted as the Thunder Tiger, was basically dead or alive. A few moments later, the quick reaction force departed. An army green armored vehicle and self-propelled howitzer, like a long dragon, kept pouring out of the military area, and, in a great hurry, advanced toward Wulong Mountain. Time flew by and 10 minutes had passed. As he watched, the red point of light representing the black demon tiger was getting closer and closer. The small group of Transcendents waiting for support in the pit were anxious. At that moment, there was a buzzing sound and 3 helicopters flew in from a distance to reach their destination. At the sound of the voice, the hearts of the people were relieved. Knowing that it was the military support coming, they came out of their pits and greeted them. 3 helicopters hung in the air, swirling gusts of wind that blew leaves and weeds from the ground. The doors of the plane quickly opened, and the 2 teams of Transcendents in charge of support directly roped down. The helicopter, fearing that the noise would startle the black demon tiger after completing its mission, quickly pulled up and circled in the distant sky. The 2 squads of Transcendents, disciplined and quick to form up, lined up in 2 lines in a few moments. Led by the captain, It came this way. Captain Jiang, ordered to come for support. These three Transcendent squads converging also represented the majority of the Transcendent power of the Grand River City military region coming here. The Transcendent Squad was an elite unit formed by the military region to deal with some powerful individual ferocious beasts, and a squad with 9 posts and varying superhuman abilities. After the three captains talked to each other, they led their respective squads, occupying hidden terrain and quietly waiting for the appearance of the Black Demon Tiger. 3 minutes, 2 minutes, to go. As the red dot got closer and closer, low voices kept ringing in the headphones, and a group of Transcendents all tensed up, their gazes dead ahead, their bodies emitting a faint aura, ready to strike. But right at this moment, a blood-red light flew from among the trees not far away, extremely fast, and in an instant, it drilled into a Transcendent. What the heck? Ah! The other party let out a cry of shock, and then let out a pained scream as his torso emitted a faint red light while his flesh and blood dissipated, quickly turning into a white bone. Damn! The others were horrified at the sight. What was this? Turning someone into a pile of white bones in just a few breaths? Look out everyone! Someone yelled, cautioning. The crowd was full of wariness as they looked at the pile of white bones on the ground, where a blood-red glow was writhing. Soon, the thing that emitted a red light quickly drilled out. This time they got a good look at it. It was an extremely ugly and hideous blood-colored worm. This insect resembled a short, thick centipede with only 8 or 9 segments, blood-colored armor, sharp mouthparts, and looked very vicious. Chapter 59, Fang Yuan ran away again. The bloodthirsty parasites were very vicious, and in the face of a tasty blood meal, they would not stop killing. The blood-red light above the insect's body was seen to bloom violently and disappear without a trace in the blink of an eye. A blinding red light flashed. The crowd only felt a blur of fear in their hearts. Ah! The next second, a scream came. A Transcendent covered his chest, staggering unsteadily with a pained expression on his face. Knock! Powerless, he fell to the ground, struggled for a few breaths, and did not move, his vitality dissipating. The clothes wrapped around the body, emitting a faint red light while drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even one of the exposed faces was rapidly whitening. Another Transcendent was sucked into a skeleton. Seeing this, the crowd was shocked and furious, and in their hearts, they were even more afraid of the weird means of this strange insect. Before even meeting the Black Demon Tiger, he had already lost 2 comrades in the hands of this strange insect. The monster bug was so fast, it was impossible to defend against it. In response to the crisis, everyone quickly came together to watch out for each other. Whoosh! At that moment, the bloodthirsty parasites once again attacked the crowd. Damn! I'll kill you, weird worm! Strike! Strike out! Can't let it get it again. Guys, kill! This monster bug is horrible. Under the fear, the crowd would not give this strange insect another chance to hurt people, and they all started to strike back decisively. At that moment, all the people's auras were fully opened, and their spiritual light shone brightly, with various colors of light, intermingling in this jungle. Kill! First, the flesh-enhanced class of Transcendents, roaring with rage, came out in front of the crowd quickly, holding a huge metal shield, and with a force, plunged it violently into the ground. These special metal-forged shields, one piece was incredibly thick and heavy, glowing with cold light, like a black solid stone wall, blocking in front of the crowd. Then, the air was resplendent with light as attacks from other Transcendents flew out. At one time, the hot crimson fire mass, the lingering green ice fog, the thick earth yellow rock ball, Transcendent abilities, all sorts of them, all of them came at the bloodthirsty compassion. First there was a piercing wind whistle. Boom boom boom. That bloodthirsty compulsion turned into a red-colored beam of light, quickly breaking through the air, going forward, unstoppable, crashing the oncoming Transcendent attacks, through and through. All of a sudden, the colored light in the air was rampant and the aura was chaotic. Boom! The crimson beam slammed directly into the giant metal shield, instantly piercing through it. The bloodthirsty parasites rushed towards the crowd with a biting, killing intent. Not good. The crowd was in a state of shock. Those attacks they struck did not cause any wounds at all in the blood-red armor of the bloodthirsty compass, just like scratching an itch. Whoosh! Ah! Captain! Save! It's too close to dodge. The fleshly transcendentalist who raised the shield screamed miserably and struggled, in pain on the ground to turn into white bones. The bloodthirsty compass instantly killed another person. Quick! Spread out! Being rushed into the crowd by the strange insects, the crowd directly panicked and flew back in all directions with the occupied area as the center. While pulling away, the crowd did not forget to strike an attack, but what made people despair was that the defense of the bloodthirsty parasites was too strong. They couldn't break through the defense at all. Facing a group of weak blood eaters, the bloodthirsty parasites were ferocious and incomparably cruel. flying out once again and constantly attacking and killing human transcendents. The human transcendents were simply unable to resist, and one by one, they died miserably in the mouth of the bloodthirsty parasites, turning into a set of white skeletons. Chapter 59 Fang Yuan has run away again. Just as the bloodthirsty parasites were ravaging the area, a tiger's whistle rang out. A ferocious black tiger scurried out of the mountain forest, bringing up a gust of fishy wind. Fang Yuan makes his entrance. Humans all die. Looking at these humans, a bloodthirsty light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes, his body's killing intent rushed to the sky, and a crimson ferocious aura filled the air. Not good. It's the black demon tiger. Someone cried out in horror. The Transcendent Squad had originally been killed by the bloodthirsty compassion in an extremely sorry state, with heavy deaths and injuries, nearly a dozen dead bodies. Now, they had to face this black demon tiger again, and all of a sudden, each of them showed a look of despair. This strange insect was not connected to this black demon tiger at first glance. Facing one of them, they and others are in danger of being annihilated, and now that they suffer 2 attacks, it is even more 10 deaths. Taking tiger steps, Fang Yuan slowly leaned over. The fire of vengeance burned in his chest as he faced these humans. Roar! Fang Yuan roared with the momentum of a tiger's leap, ready to go on a killing spree, venting the hate in his heart. The remaining dozen or so transcendents, while dodging the attack of the bloodthirsty parasites, each one of them had a death wish on their faces. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in their eyes, and they all pushed their transcendent abilities to the extreme. Even if he died, he would bite off a piece of meat from the black demon tiger. Rumble! Well, the military finally reacted. The fast response force advanced at breakneck speed, and by this time had arrived a few miles away. A convoy of dozens of armored vehicles, the vanguard, had taken the lead towards the battlefield, and as they traveled, a machine gun instantly opened fire. Bang! 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 A sizzling barrage made up of a small cannonball struck towards the black demon tiger. The 3 helicopters that came over, their nests burst into flames and a rocket shot out, facing the incoming attack. Fang Yuan's movement stalled and he gave up on attacking the Transcendent. Seeing the support arrive, the crowd was overjoyed and hurriedly retreated towards the periphery. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions rang out around Fang Yuan as the shells came in. Fang Yuan's face changed slightly, and he instantly executed his natural ability, transforming into a black shadow that constantly flashed and turned. The military's attack was non-stop, pouring fire towards the black demon tiger's position, turning the place into a sea of fire. Asterisk 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 asterisk. With Fang Yuan's strength nowadays, naturally, he was still unable to fight the guns head-on. Faced with this fire-covered strike, they were soon wounded. The black fur was baked by the heat wave flames in a large chart area, and the hind limbs and shoulders were even hit by the broken pieces, and the wounds were oozing blood at the moment. Feeling the intense pain on his body, Fang Yuan was furious as his tiger's mouth opened, emitting a dense blood light as a blood-colored bone spear rushed out. The blood-colored bone spear exuded a thick fury, turning into a bloody light in the air, and accurately crashing into a helicopter. The bone spear was incredibly sharp and incomparably sharp, easily piercing through the helicopter and flying out the other side. Boom! The helicopter shook violently, as if it had lost power, and blew up directly in the air after the body erupted with an intense bloody light. Damn! Rise! Rise! The pilots of the other 2 helicopters only caught a glimpse of a bloody light coming from below, followed by the helicopter next to them bursting right into flames. On the military information, there was no mention at all that the black demon tiger had a long-range attack. Not daring to hesitate, the helicopter lifted quickly. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan hated these human flying magic treasures and had no intention of giving up and leaving. The blood-colored bone spears kept flying in the air, extremely fast and agile, and in just a few breaths, they directly pierced through the 2 helicopters. Boom! Boom! Without any surprise, 2 fireballs exploded in the sky and wreckage flew. The blood-colored bone spear flew back at great speed, and Fang Yuan opened his tiger's mouth and swallowed it into his stomach. After exterminating the 3 helicopters, Fang Yuan's heart burst with pain. Chapter 60, The Imperial Capital is furious. If this demon is not removed, it will become a future danger. This blood-colored bone spear was a blood-refined magic weapon that Fang Yuan had refined with the ancient secret techniques. Not only is it indestructible and powerful, but it is also able to grow, because it was blood-refined. When using this blood-colored bone spear, Fang Yuan was even more at ease. Fang Yuan didn't strike again. After seeing, in the distance, the black pressurized human army that was coming this way, without hesitation, he turned around and left. Unleashing his natural ability to the extreme, he transformed into a black light and traveled through the mountains and forests. Boom! 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 It was at this moment, in the distance, The military's self-propelled artillery was ready to fire in an instant, and a grenade of incredible power was blasted at the position Fang Yuan was standing in before. The terrifying grenades kept exploding, and in an instant, the sky shook and the earth splattered, blowing out a huge crater in the ground. It was good that Fang Yuan escaped in time, or else he would have been reduced to a froth of blood at this moment. Sensing that terrifying and appalling explosion fluctuation, Fang Yuan was incredibly scornful in his heart, running wildly until not a single explosion could be heard. He stopped in a valley. After determining that he was temporarily safe, Fang Yuan began to deal with his own injuries, although he was covered by human fire. Relying on his natural ability, Fang Yuan dodged the direct explosive impact of those shells, only getting several shrapnel into his tiger body. Faint bloodlight surged out from the surface of the body, covering the entire body, and the flesh buds on the wounds began to wriggle continuously, pushing out those shrapnel stuck in the flesh and blood. In just a few moments, the wounds on Fang Yuan's tiger torso began to scab over, fall off, and quickly return to their original state. Damn! These humans are so shady. Recovering from his injuries, Fang Yuan felt relieved in his heart and turned to curse angrily. Previously, when the bloodthirsty compass had become a great success, he was still thinking of secretly sneaking out of the Wulong Mountain and rushing into the human city to kill some people, in order to avenge the humans' pursuit of him. Within the city, the humans were numerous and weak, which was just the right time to use the bloodthirsty compass to quickly absorb the blood chi. Although the blood chi of each of these humans was pitifully small, under the accumulation of small amounts, the blood chi obtained in the end would definitely be quite a lot, but never expect it. When he was about to walk out of the Wulong Mountain, he realized that there was a group of humans outside the mountain, looking at his side with a guarded face, a come-hither look. Surprised in his heart, Fang Yuan naturally did not dare to be careless. First, he used the bloodthirsty compulsion to sneak attack to test some, killed 7 or 8 people, determined that the other party did not have a backhand, and his heart was certain. Nevertheless, just as Fang Yuan had leapt out and was preparing to go on a killing spree, human reinforcements arrived. This demon lord is really unlucky. This can even collide with the other party. Resentment grew in Fang Yuan's heart. No! Returning to his senses, Fang Yuan's eyelids fluttered in reaction. That's not right. Why do these humans find this demon lord every time? Fang Yuan's heart was filled with doubts. Thinking back to when I was hunted by humans before, it seemed that every time he himself had disappeared into the mountains and forests and managed to escape his human pursuers, he had been found in a very short period of time. Did the humans put a tracking device on themselves? Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he had a guess in his heart. With that, he mobilized the blood-colored spiritual energy in his body and frantically roamed around his body to see if there was anything wrong. It wasn't long before Fang Yuan was at his hind legs and detected a hint of abnormality. Is that really the reason? Fang Yuan was astonished in his heart, then slowly calmed his emotions to calm himself down. No wonder the humans were able to find me. So they really did lay a tracking device on me. Oh, it's a shame I still recognized it. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. Once this is removed, it will be 1,000 times harder for humans to find themselves again. Redirecting his spiritual energy, he transformed into a surging torrent of spiritual energy and slammed it towards his own back leg. Chapter 60, The Imperial Capital is furious. If we don't get rid of this demon, we'll be in deep trouble. Pust! A cold light instantly flew out and nailed onto a tree trunk on the side. Fang Yuan turned around and looked at the object. It was like a pinhead, but extremely tiny. The average person, if they don't look closely, will likely just ignore it. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan, for such a long time, did not notice any abnormality. Jia. No more tracking means. Human. Next face this demon lord's revenge. Fang Yuan's gaze was morose, and after he let out a sardonic laugh, his body flashed and quickly disappeared into the mountains and forests. In this siege of the Black Demon Tiger, the Grand River City military still failed to kill the other party despite losing several transcendents, which could be said to be an extreme failure. However, after this battle, the Dragon countryside had learned about the new changes in the Black Demon Tiger, and had gotten quite a bit of useful information. No matter if it was that ferocious strange insect or that peculiar blood-colored bone spear, they were all means that the Black Demon Tiger hadn't used before. The Day City military immediately sent the relevant information back to the imperial capital. What a vicious! Looking at the strange insects driven by Fang Yuan in the picture, Dean Lin's face was gloomy as he silently muttered to himself. This Black Demon Tiger was already completely different from before. Previously, apart from being more intelligent and cunning, the Black Demon Tiger relied solely on its strong physical body and extreme speed to take on the enemy. Now, the other side has actually come up with 2 new additional means. No matter if it was that vicious and strange insect or that bone spear that looked like it had been artificially refined, it all looked very strange. It doesn't seem like the transcendent abilities awakened by ferocious beasts. Dean Lin frowned and stood still, lost in deep thought. Dean Lin. At this time, a young researcher quickly ran in and said to Dean Lin, in an urgent tone, "What is it?" Startled awake, Dean Lin looked up. Dean Lin, a message just came in from Day City. The signal source on the Black Demon Tiger was lost. They've now lost the other side's location. Taking a breath, the young researcher said anxiously, "What? The tracker is lost." Dean Lin was taken aback, and his face instantly sank. Once the tracker was lost, it would be difficult for them to hunt this Black Demon Tiger again. Could the tracker be damaged? Somewhat puzzled, Dean Lin stared at the other party. No, the tracker is intact and can still be accurately located. It's just that when the Day City military looked there, they didn't find the Black Demon Tiger. They guessed that the tracker should have fallen off the Black Demon Tiger. The young researcher's face tightened as he quickly explained, "I am aware of this matter. You go out first." Yes. After the young researcher left, Dean Lin's eyes flickered, his heart a little heavy. The tracker was intact, but it fell off the Black Devil Tiger. Is this incident a coincidence? Or was the tracker discovered by the Black Devil Tiger? If the other party intends to force the tracker out, then the wisdom of this Black Magic Tiger, I am afraid that it exceeds the original prediction. Thinking about this, Dean Lin's heart chilled. Fortunately, although this Black Demon Tiger was fierce, it was not yet able to withstand the human guns, and there was still the possibility of being killed. It must be snuffed out before it grows up, or there will be endless consequences. There was urgency in Dean Lin's mind. It didn't take long for the Dragon Kingdom's military to issue a nationwide hunting order against the Black Demon Tiger. Chapter 61, Fierce Beasts Rampage. Global Riots. Just as Fang Yuan escaped the human tracking, Changbai Mountain, the Peach Forest Valley was filled with spiritual mist, and the depths were even illuminated with golden light. On the green stone by the pool, a small pile of spirit fruits was being placed, with spiritual light and fragrance. Nangong Luo walked slowly and lowered his head to eat these spirit fruits one by one. She then stepped into the water pool and quickly plopped down, her unusually large tiger body directly taking up most of the green stone pool, with quite a lot of aura pool water overflowing. Subsequently, Nangong Luo closed his eyes and concentrated, running his cultivation technique and quickly entering the cultivation state as usual. Amidst the spirit mist, her golden fur, illuminated by the Bodhi golden light, appeared exceptionally radiant and incomparably holy. Ever since returning from the Taiu mountain, Nangong Luo had entered the state of submerged cultivation again. Cultivation at the second stage was much slower than the first stage, and it took more energy and resources to progress in cultivation. It wasn't that Nangong Luo hadn't thought of going out again and scrambling for some precious resources, just like the Shen Long fruit of the Taiu mountain, which after swallowing it, could quickly raise his own cultivation level. Unfortunately, treasures of this grade like this Shen Long fruit were not cabbages. Treasures that could enhance the cultivation realm were rare, especially at this early stage of aura recovery. According to Nangong Luo's memories of his previous life, there are not many extraordinary opportunities coming out. During this period of time, even if there is, it is too far away from the Changbai mountain, and it is too far for the whip to reach. By the time you run over, the chances are taken. In such a situation, she might as well feel at ease and cultivate in the mountains, relying on the Peach Forest Valley's aura and the spirit fruit sent by her big brother from time to time. Her current cultivation speed was not slow, especially with the Bodhi sacred tree in place. Under the illumination of the Bodhi golden light, her growth speed is far greater than that of the ferocious beasts in the outside world. Although he didn't know how many ferocious beasts in the outside world had successfully broken through to the second stage today, Nangong Luo was confident that his own strength was definitely the strongest amongst the second stage ferocious beasts. Half a month passed in a flash of time. Jiang Che, Nangong Luo and Xiaozi, the two tigers and one beast had stayed in Changbai Mountain and had not gone out. With the continuous fermentation of the aura recovery, the gradually dense aura also began to affect the world pattern, and everything in heaven and earth is rapidly changing. Countries around the globe, those off the beaten path deep mountains and dense forests, river valleys and lakes, have bred a variety of celestial treasures, and the number of them is also increasing. The ferocious beasts living in these spiritually beautiful places were close to the water, swallowing all kinds of treasures and evolving at an ever-increasing rate. When there were many opportunistic treasures, many powerful ferocious beasts were naturally born. Some powerful ferocious beasts have been showing up even more frequently during this period of time. There were even some striking fae among them. They are scarce in number, yet they are extremely scary to humans. Take for example the Thunder Tiger and the Black Demon Tiger found in the Dragon Kingdom. This kind of ferocious beast that behaves in a special way, behaves differently, and is capable of causing great harm is then classified as a Fey species. In the face of the increasingly grave situation, the top echelons of various countries have held frequent meetings to discuss countermeasures. Imperial capital. High-level conference room. A meeting is in progress. Around the thick and wide conference table sat a dozen people in a dignified and serious atmosphere. Above the first seat, the white-haired elder in black regular clothes, with deep eyes, looked around the circle and said in a calm tone, "Everyone, with the speed of evolution of the ferocious beasts getting faster and faster, the situation around the globe can be said to be very tense. During this period of time, a number of friendly countries have sent signals of assistance to our country, wanting our Dragon Kingdom to help deal with the chaos of ferocious beasts within our borders." Chapter 61, Feral Beasts Rampage. Global Riots. Unfortunately, even with the strength of my Dragon Kingdom, I'm still deep in the quagmire of ferocious beasts today, and it's hard to free my hands. Everyone take a look. There are quite a few powerful ferocious beasts appearing around the globe. A video was then released at the elder's gesture. Hiss. The image was seen of a three-headed giant snake rampaging through the city, devouring humans. The size of this snake was immense, and with its dark and thick scale armor, it crashed across the avenue. Three hideous serpent heads, rising up to the sky with horrifying might, continuously spewed out poisonous mist, flames and torrents, destroying everything around them. Poisonous mists filled the air, poisoning the humans in their shrouds. Flames roared, wooden houses were set ablaze, and torrents of water poured down, turning the city into a flood. For a time, the city wailed. A large number of human beings fled from the houses and crowded on the avenue, being frantically devoured by the giant snake. The scene was miserable, as if it were a hell on earth. While the three-headed giant snake was wreaking havoc, it was surrounded by military forces that were blocking it. Unfortunately, whether it was the rockets from the helicopters or the gun strikes from the fighters, although they were able to cause damage to the three-headed giant snake, it was difficult to kill it in a short period of time. Instead, this angered the three-headed giant serpent, and it went on a killing spree against the stream of people fleeing for their lives. At that point, the video paused. This is a ferocious beast that appeared on Sakura Island and was originally just larger in size, but for some reason, it suddenly appeared in the city and grew 2 more heads, and its strength became extremely terrifying and ferocious, causing extremely heavy losses to Sakurajima. The elder looked at the crowd. His subdued face had a slight change, and his tone was slightly heavy. At this moment, the crowd's faces were extremely grave. Naturally, I'm not worried about Sakurajima. Rather, I saw this video and perceived my own problems. If a ferocious beast as powerful as this giant snake rushes into the city of Dragon Kingdom, this powerful ferocious beast must not be allowed to rush into densely populated urban areas, or the casualties caused will be incalculable. After a short silence, someone in the conference room shook his head and said in a firm tone, "Once these powerful beasts are allowed to enter within the city, even if the Dragon Kingdom military had the advantage of firepower, it would be just as difficult as the Sakurajima military to kill them in the first place. After all, the troops needed to be concerned about the safety of civilians, and some weapons that could pose a deadly threat to ferocious beasts simply couldn't be used in urban areas. Before, we did neglect this aspect. Our defense system within the city is weak. Changes must be made," it was suggested. Everyone nodded, all in favor of this. The crowd then conferred and a decision was made. In the next period of time, the Dragon State will strengthen the firepower output of the troops in various places, build underground shelters in various places, and intensify the purging efforts around the cities. It's not just this giant snake. People, keep looking. Before the video was over, the scene shifted and it was already in the Free State. It seemed to be a bustling commercial street, with people coming and going, and there were shoppers everywhere, talking to each other, extremely lively. Suddenly, an ugly howl. Several 10-foot-tall monsters leaped out of the crowd. These guys were wolf-headed, with fierce faces, extremely strong bodies, densely covered with black hair, and hands with a pair of sharp wolf claws. Chapter 62 The Bodhi Sacred Tree enters its growth period. It was seen that these monsters waved their claws, their bodies flashed, and they continued to kill in the crowd, harvesting one life after another. Blood splattered, and the scene was miserable. All of a sudden, the crowded shopping street was filled with screams and human beings running for their lives. In just a few breaths of time, dozens of people had died horizontally. This is a werewolf that appeared in the free country, known as the bloodthirsty werewolf because of its brutal regicide. Wherever a werewolf passes, there will be corpses and the death of mankind. And these bloodthirsty werewolves are extremely tricky to deal with, looking no different from normal people when they don't turn invisible, making them hard to detect. Although the Free State side has stepped up its efforts to clear out the bloodthirsty werewolves, the results are not optimistic. With the previous baptism of the Sakura Island video, the crowd was actually prepared in their hearts, but after really seeing this werewolf, he still unconsciously frowned. If a similar ferocious beast has appeared in this dragon country, it is estimated that it will be difficult to clean up, and the disaster will be endless. However, this time the video did not pause and continued to play as the screen flashed to Western Europe. Under the night, a group of humanoid monsters with ugly bat wings behind their backs and pale faces flew over a rooftop and quickly disappeared into the darkness. It's a vampire that appeared in Western Europe, and like werewolves, it hides among humans, traveling stealthily, by day and by night. A few days ago, these vampires butchered a small town and thousands of people were drained of their blood and turned into dry corpses. The elder's voice rang out in introduction. In fact, there are not many powerful and difficult ferocious beasts like these that have appeared globally. In short, the ferocious beasts are rapidly becoming stronger and harder to deal with. And if things go on like this, the globe will be plunged into chaos. The outside world is in turmoil, and my dragon kingdom is actually not at peace. In order to cope with the upcoming crisis, the forces in various places should never relax their efforts to clear the ferocious beasts. Especially when encountering special ferocious beasts, they must be reported immediately, and the military must kill them with thunderous means in order to eliminate future troubles. The elder's tone grew serious as he gave his orders. Yes, the crowd rose and responded. Changbai Mountain, under the Bodhi sacred tree, Nangong Luo was bathed in golden light, gulping in spirit mist and carrying out today's cultivation. Half a month had passed, and the bitter cultivation remained the same, persevering, causing Nangong Luo's cultivation level to improve considerably. Not far from the green stone pool, Jiang Che was unsurprisingly lying there, already sound asleep. The huge tiger body, as if it was a small mountain, stood in this valley. Kirikou, Xiaozi stayed by Jiang Che's side, laughing and playing around, shaking his head and using his pink paws. He kept scratching a piece of mahogany on the ground, amusing himself with extreme energy. In the valley, all is calm. Squeak! Suddenly, there was an abrupt sound from the crown of the Bodhi sacred tree. As if it had been enlightened, the entire body of the Bodhi sacred tree blossomed with radiance, and threads of golden light wrapped around it. A golden pillar of light shot up into the sky, breaking through the layers of spirit mist and penetrating into the clouds, haloing the clouds in the air and transforming them into a golden-colored cloud. In a radiant golden divine radiance, the branches and leaves of the Bodhi sacred tree began to grow, gradually becoming longer and larger, constantly shaking and making a loud noise. In addition to the branches and leaves, the main trunk of the Bodhi was also slowly thickening, and the golden veins on it emitted a blinding golden light. The golden veins were densely packed and surrounded the entire branch, making the Bodhi sacred tree look even more sacred and extraordinary. The strange movement of the Bodhi sacred tree naturally caught the attention of the two tigers and one beast. Nangong Luo had long since woken up from his cultivation. Chapter 62. The Bodhi sacred tree enters its growth phase. Watching this Bodhi sacred tree, just like that in front of her, become a circle larger. It's finally coming into growth. Seeing this, Nangong Luo was pleasantly surprised. The previous Bodhi sacred tree hadn't actually entered its growth period, and the effects it produced hadn't been as strong as in its previous life. And now that it has entered the growth stage, the Bodhi sacred tree's spirit gathering effect will be enhanced tenfold. It's worthy of being a rare spirit root that can be called a holy tree. The effect right now is already this strong. If it was enhanced tenfold, to what extent should the aura of the entire Changbai mountain be enriched? It's estimated that a spirit mist like the one in Peach Forest Valley is going to spread to the entire Changbai mountain. Jiang Che, who had been awakened, raised his head and looked at the changing Bodhi sacred tree, marveling in his heart. The polyjuice effect is working. The entire heaven and earth aura over Changbai mountain was pulled by an invisible force, and the wisps of aura continued to converge, transforming into a stream of aura as it flowed, rapidly surging towards Peach Forest Valley, transforming into a huge aura vortex. In the midst of this sky-covering vortex, a huge golden pillar of light was being inserted, shining brightly and looking extremely spectacular. At the same time as the aura was lost, the aura of heaven and earth outside the mountain began to fill in over and over again, but just as it flowed over, it was pulled into the vortex once again. It just goes on and on. In this part of the heaven and earth where Changbai mountain was located, the aura surged madly, setting off a wave of aura frenzy that was astonishingly loud. The Peach Forest Valley, where the aura ultimately flowed to, was already experiencing spiritual rain at this moment. Drops of aura water droplets that kept falling. Spiritual rain scattered and nourished the earth, and the soil of the valley, which was already rich in spiritual chi, was transforming into spiritual soil. The peach trees in the valley also grew paler and more vibrant under the baptism of the spiritual rain. Stretching their branches, There were even 2 ordinary peach trees that evolved into spirit peach trees under the nourishment of the spiritual rain. A peach tree, that had originally been plucked from the branches and forks, bulged out a large number of flower buds. A light pink peach blossom, at a speed visible to the naked eye, gradually bloomed. At once, the entire valley was overflowing with aroma. Faced with such a change, Jiang Che and Nangong Che were both somewhat surprised. I didn't expect this Bodhi sacred tree's spirit gathering effect to be so terrifying, and the aura was so thick that it was able to turn the spirit into rain. Especially Nangong Luo. She tried to swallow some spirit rain, and after refining it, she found that her cultivation level had actually increased a touch. And just then, several powerful auras leaned over the ridge. A ferocious beast is leaning over? Jiang Che's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked directly over. Nangong Luo, on the other hand, quickly got up and walked out of the green stone pool with a guarded face. In the next second, under the golden pillar of light, several huge pieces of black shadow quickly from in the valley's ground crossing. Newbie, a mournful cry rang out. Jiang Che quickly looked up. Several giant blackbirds were seen circling in the sky. These giant birds, a kind of black eagle with a wingspan of more than 10 meters, had their wings constantly vibrating, flying near the golden light pillars, and their sharp eyes, staring dead below. Obviously, these ferocious beasts were all attracted by the commotion caused by the Bodhi sacred tree. A few moments later, multiple ferocious beasts hidden on top of the surrounding ridges rushed into the spiritual mist, aiming directly at the Bodhi sacred tree. Rumble, heavy and chaotic footsteps, kept coming, and the valley floor kept shaking. I don't know what to do. Looking at the black shadows that were constantly looming in the spirit mist, Jiang Che let out a cold smile in his heart. Chapter 63, This treasure should never fall into Leihu's hands. In an instant, wisps of thunder light coalesced, purple light glistened in the air, and 3 thunder nooses, like thunder snakes, stuck straight into the spirit mist. That thunder noose had an arm's thickness, directly pulling the 3-headed black shadow that rushed in, violently pulling it out of the spirit mist. Roar! With a sound, mixed with screams of horror and pain, the 3 ferocious beasts were suspended in the air like this, and between their struggles, their true faces were revealed. A black boar covered in spines, a huge spotted leopard with a fierce look, and the last one was a huge black snake that emitted a fishy odor. The 3 ferocious beasts were hoisted high up by the thunder noose. Wisps of thunder light filled the air, and their huge bodies trembled. The terrifying thunder was destroying every cell within their bodies, obliterating all vitality, making the wails of the 3 ferocious beasts more and more feeble, convulsive movements, but also more and more small. In a matter of moments, the 3 ferocious beasts, all scorched black, lost their lives. Knock! The 3 thunder strands were like 3 soft whips under Jiang Che's control, and with a gentle flick, they threw the 3 clusters of black charcoal to the side of the open space. The thunder noose then quickly dissipated into the air. With this much strength, how dare you come to rob the Bodhi sacred tree? Jiang Che glanced at the 3 charred corpses on the ground with a speechless face. The rush was fast. It was just that the strength of this late stage could not be seen. Right at this moment, after Jiang Che realized that the golden glow within his line of sight was fading fast, he was startled and hurriedly looked up, only to see the golden pillar of light, which was thrust into the sky, quickly collapsing and turning into dots of golden light that dispersed in the air. The golden pillar was gone, and a huge conspicuous hole of golden light appeared in the sky, while all around it was a beautiful, brilliant and striking patch of golden clouds. The several giant birds that were previously hovering near the golden light pillars did not leave, but instead slowly lowered their flight altitude. It had been flying back and forth over Peachwood Valley. Obviously, this was having thoughts about the Bodhi sacred tree in the valley. However, it seemed that they were extremely wary of Jiang Che's strength, and these giant birds were hesitant to charge into the valley and snatch the Bodhi sacred tree. The Bodhi sacred tree, the golden pillar of light emanating from it dispersed, but its spirit-gathering effect was still in effect, gathering more and more spiritual chi, causing the Peach Forest Valley to produce great changes. The spirit mist that enveloped the valley gradually thinned out, and they converged in the sky above the valley, changing form and transforming into a single spirit cloud that floated around. For a while, a pattering spiritual rain fell. As his tiger body was bathed in the spiritual rain, Jiang Che immediately felt a surge of euphoria, as if he had undergone a baptism of heaven and earth. Looking back at the Bodhi sacred tree, Jiang Che was extremely happy in his heart. This Bodhi sacred tree that's entering its growth phase is a real treasure, enhancing the effect of spirit gathering by 10 times. The changes brought to this entire Changbai mountain were also too obvious, except for the Peach Forest Valley's aura, which had been so dense that it had turned into a spiritual rain. The mountains outside the valley were stacked up, and in the dense forests of the valley, and at some point, a thin layer of spirit mist drifted up, It could be said that under the influence of the Bodhi sacred tree, the concentration of aura in Changbai Mountain had directly gone up a level. Being soothed by the spiritual rain, Jiang Che was about to stretch his legs when he was about to do so. Suddenly, Jiang Che's gaze flickered as he quickly looked toward the distant sky. At the end of the sky, there was a black and pressurized piece of flowing black clouds composed of countless ferocious birds, rushing towards this side. It seems that the battle will continue. Jiang Che's gaze gradually calmed down. Not a care in the world about the impending wave of birds. They were all first-order goods, and any more would not threaten him. Dakuan City, Military Command. Chapter 63, This treasure must not fall into Lei Hu's hands. Report, sir. There's an important situation at Changbai Mountain. The officer of the drone monitoring squad, grim-faced, hurried in. A few minutes later, numerous officers walked into the conference room and took their seats at the conference table. The multimedia, leaning against the wall, officially started playing a video. The crowd's eyes were focused. The first thing that caught the eye was the pieces of golden clouds hanging high above the sky, shining brightly and conspicuously. Subsequently, it was the outskirts of Changbai Mountain, and in all directions, there were countless ferocious beasts moving around. For some reason, these ferocious beasts were like a torrent, continuously pouring into Changbai Mountain, the surrounding sky, but also gathered a dense number of birds of prey, covering the sky, black and cloudy. Looks, let a person's scalp numb. How could there be so many ferocious beasts gathering at Changbai Mountain? Seeing this scene, the crowd was shocked. To be able to attract so many ferocious beasts, it seems like there should be a heavy treasure coming out of this Changbai Mountain. Extremely likely. There are generally only two types of situations where ferocious beasts gather on a large scale. Other than rare large ferocious beast clans, there are only treasures that come out of the world. And now these ferocious beasts are so diverse and various that they can't be a large group. It can only be the second case, if it really is a heavy treasure out of the world. We must not let these take it away. The officers present murmured and spoke of their speculations and judgments. Have you noticed those golden clouds over Changbai Mountain? The chief of the military department, who was sitting at the head of the table, pondered for a moment and looked at the crowd with some suspicion. Could these golden clouds also be related to heavy treasures? Upon hearing this, the crowd looked back and remembered the golden clouds just now, gradually frowning, also feeling that these golden clouds were somewhat peculiar. Sirs, it is understood that a pillar of golden light had risen in the Changbai Mountains before our drones reached them, but it didn't take long for it to dissipate, leaving only these golden clouds. The drone monitoring officer sitting at the end of the line is the most knowledgeable about the information. Seeing that the crowd was discussing Jin Yun, he hurriedly stood up and spoke out to explain. What? There's a golden pillar of light? A golden pillar of light. This must be the vision of a heavy treasure coming out. It seems that this time, Changbai Mountain has really produced an extraordinary treasure. It's basically certain that there is a heavy treasure coming out of Changbai Mountain. The crowd was very surprised, and then one by one, their faces changed color and their eyes blazed. Since the recovery of the aura, the Dakuan City military, with its strong combat power, had also acquired a lot of treasures and resources in the wilderness, sort of seen the world. However, never encountered a treasure out of the world. Will show, such as Changbai Mountain, this amazing vision. Even the entire official database doesn't seem to have anything similar. From this, it could be seen how precious the heavy treasure that came out this time should be. The situation was urgent, and to further ascertain the truth of the matter, the military chief quickly ordered the drone monitoring squad to send all 6 bionic drones to launch a full-scale exploration of Changbai Mountain. First, we will search for the possible location of the heavy treasure and prepare for the subsequent operation of the military. And it didn't take long for the watchdog squad officers to find their target. After a briefing, it didn't take long to enter the conference room with a happy face. The officers, who had been in the crowd before, were already waiting in their seats. They were also curious about the heavy treasure that had come out of the world, and after receiving the news, they quickly rushed over. The drone watchdog squad officer then quickly played the video that had been captured, and played it back. Chapter 64 I'll take this Bodhi sacred tree. Whoever comes will die. The first thing that appeared on the screen was a huge valley with verdant trees and peach blossoms, full of life. Then, a bright golden light caught the attention of the crowd. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a spiritual root that looked golden and divine. What kind of treasure is this? It looks, surprisingly, so, definitely a heavy treasure. The golden pillar of light from before seems to have been emitted by this spirit root. A treasure that can produce such a vision is really not simple. The radiant and sacred Bodhi sacred tree seemed to have some sort of magical power, attracting all the gazes of the crowd. Nope. Why is Lei Hu here too? Not good. I didn't expect this thunder tiger to run here. It looks like it wants to occupy this golden treasure tree. Returning to their senses, At this time, someone noticed Lei Hu not far away and let out a cry of alarm. At the same time, the crowd also saw Lei Hu and spoke out. Since the fiasco of the battle at Taiu Mountain, the Dakuan city military had received orders from the imperial capital to follow and monitor Lei Hu. Unfortunately, after that, this Thunder Tiger directly disappeared without a trace. The Dakuan city military. How can not find the traces of this guy? Never would I have thought that this Thunder Tiger would run to Changbai Mountain. In the picture, there were countless ferocious beasts surging towards the Thunder Tiger. Thunder Tiger. Ferocious. Thousands of thunder surging. Golden claws breaking through the air. Above the tiger's body, hundreds of thumb-thin thunderbolts spread out, clearing the area in front of them, and a large number of ferocious beasts were instantly turned into charred corpses. The huge tiger's paw quickly swung, manifesting golden claw blades that tore through the air, and in an instant, the blades flew, slicing up countless ferocious beasts and throwing blood and flesh. This Thunder Tiger, like an untouchable barrier, stood in the valley, easily riding, blocking the torrent of ferocious beasts in front of it, not allowing it to advance an inch. This beast is really getting stronger. The chief of the military department, with a look of gravity on his face. The other people's faces were also unsightly when they saw Lei Hu's power like this. This Thunder Tiger was originally strong beyond words. Even the military could not help for a while. If it gets another treasure like this, the consequences will be unimaginable. The matter was so serious that the chief of the military department of Dakuan City immediately reported the matter to the imperial capital. Dean Lin, who had been thinking about the Thunder Tiger and the Black Demon Tiger, received the news and his face changed drastically. That Thunder Tiger, whose original evolutionary level was much higher than the other ferocious beasts, was likely to be one of the great dangers to humanity in the future. In case it is allowed to evolve again, it will be harder to deal with then. Dean Lin, order immediately. Definitely can't let Lei Hu occupy such a heavy treasure. Upon receiving the order, Dakuan City immediately deployed additional manpower to keep an eye on Changbai Mountain, Peachwood Valley. At this moment, the valley was already a sea of corpses and blood, a chaotic hell. On the ground, large swaths of the remnants of ferocious beasts, some charred and blackened, some turned into piles of broken meat. The ground and the nearby peach trees, full of blood, the rich bloody gas filled the air. In the distance, the scattered ferocious beasts that survived, the courage that they had when they were wrapped up before, dissipated cleanly, scared out of their wits, and while fleeing in fear, they also let out a burst of mournful roars of horror. After a great battle, Jiang Che's body wasn't stained with blood and was relaxed. Nangong Luo and Xiaozi, standing beside the green stone pool, protected the Bodhi sacred tree. At that moment, Jiang Che's gaze slightly condensed and saw the bionic drone in the air. It seems that humans have also set their eyes on the Bodhi sacred tree. Not unexpected. The golden pillar of light emanating from the Bodhi sacred tree before it shot up into the sky and was too conspicuous. Chapter 64, I'll take this Bodhi sacred tree. Whoever comes will die. Plus, the tide of beasts that kept coming from outside the mountain caused really too much commotion, and the humans couldn't even think of not paying attention. However, this also made Jiang Che's heart grow more and more alert. Nothing must happen to the sacred tree of Bodhi. This was about his third sister's breakthrough speed. Without a rich aura environment, his third sister's cultivation progress would definitely be slowed down. Then how else would one mattress the third sister's cultivation feedback? Not to mention, afterward, the third sister would have to rely on the Bodhi sacred tree to develop her power. Being targeted by humans is not a good thing. Though he was now able to resist gunfire attacks, it would be hard for a human to take on himself. But if humans were bent on destroying the Bodhi sacred tree, that would be troublesome. Just as Jiang Che was worried in his heart, the ground suddenly shook as a powerful aura came towards Changbai Mountain. Sensing this aura, Jiang Che's gaze was bland as his tiger body pranced, and after a few breaths, he arrived at the eastern peak. Nangong Luo stood behind Jiang Che, his eyes gazing at the wilderness beyond Changbai Mountain. To the east, rumble, beneath the wilderness, it seemed like some monster was traveling through the earth, charging in a straight line. The earth arched high, trees fell, and dirt and rocks flew. Boom! The moment they approached Changbai Mountain, the underground monster came to a violent stop, followed by the earth cracking open, the soil churning up, and a terrifyingly huge thing crawling out of the ground. It was a giant pangolin with a grayish body. Thick armor covered the whole body, emitting a metallic luster. The thick scaly tail constantly swinging, crushing rocks and breaking wood. A pair of dark pupils, full of greed. Sure enough, it's a second-ranked ferocious beast, and there's more than one. In addition to this giant mountain-piercing armor, Nangong Luo also noticed two other second-ranked ferocious beasts. Not far away in the sky, a divinely handsome golden eagle was soaring on its wings, its entire body golden, a piece of delicate plume, glittering in the sunlight. The huge wings that were close to 9 feet in length made this golden eagle, which was like a small airliner, sounding amazing as it flew towards the side. On the earth below the golden eagle, a black torrent, vast and powerful, surged this way. It was a giant rat the size of a calf, gathering with each other, the number of which was simply uncountable. Squeak, intense cries of fear, constantly coming. Wherever this rat tide passes through, there is no life left. Beasts and animals, trees and plants have all been devoured cleanly. And in the center of the rat tide, there was a second-order rat king, whose size was comparable to an elephant, and a large number of giant rats crowded underneath the rat king, pushing it to march. It seems that the vision caused by the Bodhi sacred tree was so astonishing that even these rare second-ranked ferocious beasts were lured here. Nangong Luo sighed in his heart. Fierce beasts were extremely sensitive to the scent of heavenly materials. The aura emanating from the Bodhi sacred tree even caused the ferocious beasts in a radius of dozens of miles to riot and converge into a beast tide to impact the Peach Forest Valley. Nowadays, it wasn't unbelievable to lure the second-ranked ferocious beasts here. However, she wasn't worried at all that she would be robbed of the Bodhi sacred tree. She herself was of the second rank, and she was not at all afraid of these 3 second-rank ferocious beasts, and she was confident that she could win in a fight. Not to mention, there was a big brother who had reached the 3rd rank here to protect him. It was a daydream for these guys to want to get their hands on the Bodhi sacred tree. Come on, I'll see what a bunch of you are. Sensing that the 3 ferocious beasts dared to show malice towards him, Jiang Che laughed coldly in his heart as his gaze flashed with a hint of coldness. Whoever dares to strike the attention of the Bodhi sacred tree will have to die. Chapter 65 The Great Killing. At this moment, the divine handsome golden giant eagle, the giant pangolin armor, and the terrifying black mouse swarm had already entered the Changbai Mountains, and the 3 parties were getting closer and closer to the Peach Forest Valley. The 2 giant tigers, Jiang Che and Nangong Luo, were perched on top of the mountain peaks, looming over them, their gazes pale as they waited for their arrival. The talent of these 3 ferocious beasts was not weak, and they should be the first batch of ferocious beasts to be promoted to the 2nd rank in this heaven and earth after the recovery of aura. If these guys hadn't died prematurely, I'm afraid that their future achievements would be at least a demon king, capable of occupying a party. Unfortunately, since he is bold and wants to rob the Bodhi sacred tree, there is no future. Jiang Che sneered in his heart. Boom! The giant pangolin was the first to arrive outside the valley, relying on its massive size to push across the valley as if it were a traveling bulldozer. Unstoppable, pushing down all the verdant trees and boulders and hills that blocked the road in front of him, he furiously rushed to the near front with an extraordinary momentum. The grayscale armor of the whole body opened slightly, wisps of streaming gray light dazzled between them, and the forelimbs were thick and gigantic claws, firmly grasping the earth. Head slowly raised, the dark eyes of the pangolin armor looked at Jiang Che and Nangong Luo, who were blocking the way in front of them, filled with morose, killing intent. In a few breaths of time, the golden giant eagle was so fast that its area-wide body had already arrived above the Peach Forest Valley, circling continuously in the air. The shadow that was formed under the sunlight was enough to cover a piece of the mountain, making this place as if it was dark. Lastly, there was the black giant rat swarm, endless black rats pouring into the Changbai Mountain, surging towards the 2nd-ranked rat king as they kept advancing. The huge swarm of rats filled a forest to the brim, and what was once a verdant sea of forest was now black. A giant black rat, writhing in the black tide, with ear-piercing cries emanating from its mouth, looked extremely disgusting. The 2nd-stage rat king, on the other hand, was embraced by the rats in the center, his pair of vicious rat eyes peering at Jiang Che on the mountain peak with malice. Due to Jiang Che's powerful aura and excessive size, the 3 second-ranked ferocious beasts, all of them, didn't make their first move. Instead, he quietly stared at Jiang Che, his body emitting a ferocious might, wanting to force him to leave. Jiang Che stood on top of the mountain peak, not moving a muscle. Both sides confronted each other. The atmosphere was grave, and some weak ferocious beasts in the distant mountains and forests were scared to the point of frantically running away. However, the Bodhi sacred tree in the valley had a fatal attraction to the 3 ferocious beasts. Instinctively, they knew that as long as they obtained this item, they would be able to gain evolution. So no matter who is blocking the way, they can't be deterred. It didn't take long before some ferocious beasts couldn't help themselves. Newbie, a loud chirping sound came from the miles of sky. The wind suddenly rolls in and the big wings cover the sky. The golden giant eagle took the lead. It was seen that its huge wings slowly vibrated, and its entire body emitted an endless golden divine radiance. Bathed in the sunlight, the golden giant eagle was as if it was a being born from the sun, divine and extraordinary. With a chirp, he danced in the air, and his body suddenly lit up with golden flames, which gradually densely covered his entire body. causing the golden eagle to transform into a golden flame divine eagle at this moment. Just seeing the golden giant eagle's eye pupils flashed with a hint of coldness, the golden flame wings violently revived, and his body quickly swept toward the bottom. The flames were blazing, and above the eagle's body, large swathes of golden light flames, detached, one bright and incomparably bright, like shooting stars falling towards Jiang Che. Golden flames continued to streak down in the air, illuminating the entire Changbai mountain heaven and earth, and a blazing heat wave poured down from the sky, sweeping through the mountains and forests in all directions. Looking up at the rapidly falling flames of gold, Jiang Che's gaze was cold, and the thunder power within his body instantly rioted. The surface of his body glowing with purple light as thunder surged out. Thunder rapidly accumulates. The huge tiger body perched on the tip of the mountain. The light becomes brighter and brighter. Gradually purple light rushes to the sky, suppressing the golden light, as if the whole heaven and earth are haloed in purple. Boom! Chapter 65, The Killing Spree. A huge pillar of thunder shot out from his mouth. The thunder pillars sent by Jiang Che were ferociously explosive, with thunder surging and filaments of blinding white light entwined, emitting an unrivaled aura of destruction, and the powerful might made the space seem as if it was being distorted at this moment. The thunder pillars pierced through the sky, shattering all of the falling golden flames. Dots of golden light dissipated, and in an instant, they bombarded the golden giant eagle. Boom! The berserk column of thunder exploded at the golden giant eagle's shoulder, hardening the right wing and tearing it apart, and the golden eagle's wing directly detached from its body and fell down. In a moment of time, blood was spilled in the air. Fresh wire. The golden giant eagle in the air issued a wail. The action of flight instantly stalled. The bright golden light quickly dimmed. Charred piece of the body quickly fell downward. Squeak! With a heartbreaking sound of trees breaking, the golden eagle fell heavily. The ancient trees broke. Branches and leaves splashed. The deep sea of forest smashed out a conspicuous big hole. In an instant, blood splattered and dyed the area red, and the bones in the golden giant eagle's body broke inch by inch under the powerful impact. The broad eagle's body was stuck in the broken wood of the forest, unable to move, and its beak, covered in blood, was feebly emitting a guttural wail. Die! In the next moment, Jiang Che's attack came again. Boom boom boom. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. A terrifying thunderbolt as thick as a thigh continuously bombarded. The heavily injured golden giant eagle was simply incapable of dodging, and thunder bursts continued to explode on its body. After letting out a mournful and shrill scream, the golden giant eagle was submerged in the lightning and eventually turned into a charred corpse. Jiang Che's gaze was cold and emotionless as he glanced at it and stopped paying attention. These second-ranked ferocious beasts were pathetically weak to him, unable to even receive a single blow from himself. While Jiang Che was fighting the ferocious beast, Dakuan City, Military Command, a bionic drone high above, recording the scene in its entirety. This thunder tiger. Inside the conference room, some people were shocked by Jiang Che's strength and their tone briefly lagged. The golden eagle lost too quickly. I'm afraid that the other two ferocious beasts won't be a match for this thunder tiger either. This golden eagle looks much stronger than the general ferocious beasts. It should be a rare secondary evolution. Even so, it is still not the opponent of the lay tiger. This lay tiger should not evolve 3 times? Someone's voice trembled. Let's not care how strong this is. Our / purpose this time is not it. Right now, this thunder tiger is fighting with other ferocious beasts, so it's a good time to take the opportunity to take out that precious tree. The military chief, frowning, murmured, the above has given a deadly order. This time this golden treasure tree, even if we can't seize it, then even if it is destroyed, it can't fall into the hands of this head. Pass the order for the Transcendent Squad to move immediately. Yes, the outskirts of Changbai Mountain, on a shady hillside, a group of black-clad Transcendents, hidden under the shade of a shadowy tree, waited anxiously. They were none other than the Transcendent Squad sent by the military department of Dakuan City, and they were currently waiting for orders. There were 9 people in a group, and among them, 2 Transcendents had an extraordinary aura. One was a middle-aged man with a strong body and a military temperament, while the other was an old man with a withered body and gray hair. Chapter 66 Humans want to destroy the Bodhi sacred tree. The two stood in front of the crowd, talking to each other. Captain Zhang, this time, thanks to your ability to hide from the ground and avoid a lot of dangers, I didn't realize that the ferocious beasts are just this much on the outskirts of this Changbai mountain. The old man's face was kind and smiling as he praised. Elder Li, you're flattering me. This recluse time of mine is too short. It can only be used for emergencies. This time to seize the treasures. I still have to rely on you, old man. Captain Zhang shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. Alas, this time, the military department will give such an important task to this old man of mine. and I don't know what to think. In case it's messed up. A hint of melancholy flashed in Moncler Outlet Store Lee's eyes and he sighed. Master Lee, who made your transcendent ability to be invisible? The military department searched around and found that you are the most suitable. As soon as Captain Jiang saw that the old man was a bit worried, he hurriedly gave a word of relief. This time, the military department had sent the two of them to lead the team, and apart from the fact that their transcendent abilities were suitable, there was also the fact that the two of them were innate transcendents. Innate transcendent is without the help of heavenly materials and treasures, awakened on their own transcendent ability, and ferocious beast's natural awakening is basically the same. That's why the two of them are quite a bit stronger in terms of strength than the rest of their contemporaries. Otherwise, the military department wouldn't have been comfortable letting the two of them lead this operation. And one of them, Moncler Jacket's Outlet Lee's stealth ability, is extremely crucial to this treasure-grabbing operation. This ability enables the entire Transcendent Squad to enter a state of invisibility and smoothly pass through the dangerous mountain forests of Changbai Mountain. As long as it wasn't a ferocious beast with a particularly sensitive sense of perception and smell, it wouldn't be able to discover the existence of the Transcendent Squad, and their own recluse ability, although also able to take the crowd to recluse walking, to avoid danger. But the consumption of their own spiritual energy is too great. At most adhere to 10 minutes, completely unable to be used for a long time like Moncler Jacket's Outlet Lee, can only be in the moment of danger in case of emergency. For example, the several dangers encountered before were when the Transcendent Squad bumped into, sniffing and sensing, particularly sensitive ferocious beasts. In order not to scare the snakes, they could only use the ability to hide from the ground. Captain Jiang and Master Lee had just chatted for a few moments when one of the team members next to them hurriedly came over and said, Captain Jiang, Master Lee, the military headquarters instructed us to take advantage of the moment and sneak into the valley to seize the treasure tree. Well, the military orders are finally here. Captain Jiang was instantly delighted. The mood, which was still somewhat depressed, quickly dissipated. This Changbai Mountain was not a good place, and if the squad stayed here for a long time, they might encounter fatal danger at some point. Now that the order had come, it was better to hurry up and set out to complete the mission in the shortest possible time and leave Changbai Mountain as early as possible. Well then, let's go. For his part, Grand Master Lee nodded and casually waved his hand, and stars of silver light flooded up and filled the air as if it were a brilliant silver veil, enveloping the crowd. Afterwards, the silver veil light quickly dimmed and disappeared into the air, and the people below, their figures were also instantly hidden. After completing their stealth, the group quickly rushed in the direction where the valley was located. The moment Jiang Che and the golden giant eagle struck down, the Rat King seized the moment and ordered the tide of black rats to attack. A purple-black light was seen exploding from the Rat King's body, enveloping the entire group of rats. A giant rat became exceptionally ferocious under the mysterious purple-black light, its body a circle larger, its eyes red-blooded and berserk. They fell into a frenzy, crowding and howling, turning into a black torrent that kept surging towards the peak. Boom! The giant mountain-piercing armor not far away also launched an attack at this instant. Its thick claws shrouded in gray light and slapped hard against the earth. Between the shaking of the sky and the shaking of the ground, surging gray spiritual light quickly swept across the earth, and a piece of rock scale armor shaped like its own scales surfaced from above the ground. Chapter 66, Humans want to destroy the Bodhi sacred tree. These rock scales, each the size of a door panel, were incredibly sharp at the edges, glowing with a cold metallic light. They pooled in the air, emitting a sparkling gray light. Ow! With that, the pangolin roared. Whoosh! A piece of rock scales, quickly breaking through the air, cutting out gray streams of light, like a swarm of furious killer bees, densely packed, constantly shooting toward the peak above. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, Jiang Che turned back around, his eyes glowing with divine light. Thunderbolts and rumbles resounded through the heavens and the earth. A huge purple thunderball, hanging high above the sky, purple light shining brightly. On the surface of the sphere, endless thunder light leaped, emitting bursts of roaring. The water tank-sized thunderball was like a small purple sun, purple light filling the sky and occupying the entire sky. In the next second, a thunderball flashed with purple light, cutting through the sky as if it was a missile strike, striking towards the black rat tide. Boom! 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 The power of the thunderball was terrifying to the extreme, crashing into the flowing rats, instantly bursting apart with a powerful force that obliterated all living creatures within the range of 100 meters, toppling the ground and sending dust flying. As a ball of thunder fell, the still huge rat swarm was quickly wiped away like a painting on a drawing board. At this moment, the earth was overturned and shattered, and large swaths of trees were reduced to nothingness, becoming a scorched earth. The Black Rat King disappeared into the blinding light of the lightning before he could let out a scream under the constant bombardment of the thunderball. Even his body was obliterated in the blow. On the other side, the rocky scales urged by the giant mountain-piercing armor also attacked at this moment. Countless gray streams of light broke through the air. Bang! 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 A piece of rock scale that struck Jiang Che's purple gold shield caused ripples, but it was completely unable to break through the defense. The giant mountain-piercing armor. In those dark pupils, flashed a trace of horror, and a chill ran through his heart. Life and death crisis. It was seen that its body was glowing with gray light, and a pair of stout front claws were glowing brightly, gently planing against the earth, and in an instant, half of its body was drilled under the ground, still trying to run. Ridiculous. Watching the movements of the mountain-piercing armor, Jiang Che laughed coldly in his heart. His tiger's paw stepped forward gently, and the thunder light leapt. A powerful thunder drilled into the earth from the tiger's paw, spreading continuously on the ground at an extremely fast speed, arriving in an instant. Boom! The earth shook, and with a flash of lightning, the ground instantly burst open, and the mountain-piercing armor that had already burrowed into the ground had not yet had time to rejoice, and was blown out of the ground along with a large portion of soil. The pangolin flying in the air only had time to let out a terrified roar. A bursting ball of thunder in the sky crashed directly over. Violent explosions that persisted in the air. Blinding flashes of light for a long time. By the time the purple light that haloed the heavens and earth dispersed and the thunderballs were exhausted, the giant mountain-piercing armor had already disappeared without a trace and turned into dust. Heaven and earth were silent. At this moment, the mountains and forests outside the valley had been turned into a barren and scorched land. The golden giant eagle, the black rat tide and the giant mountain-piercing armor were killed by Jiang Che in a matter of moments, collecting the thunder on his body. Just as Jiang Che was about to relax, Nangong Luo seemed to sense something and quickly looked underground with an icy gaze. It's a human scent. Chapter 67 Death to the Dispossessed and the Invisible. Rewind the clock to 3 minutes ago, in the mountain forest not far from the battlefield. This time, the Transcendent Mortal Squad sent by the Dakuan Military Department had a lurch in their pace and stopped continuing forward. The battlefield is in front of you, with a wide open view. Thunder Tiger was like the god of thunder descending to the earth. Purple light filled the sky, and hardened the giant mountain-piercing armor by blasting it out with a ball of thunder. At this moment, the crowd's eyes were wide open, filled with shock. With this Thunder Tiger guarding the valley, if they wanted to get their hands on the treasure, wouldn't it be harder than climbing up to heaven? Captain, this Thunder Tiger is in the way. How are we going to get past? The team member asked in a trembling voice, his heart pounding. This is too strong. If we are discovered, we don't think any of us can escape. I think we can simply go around the road. It was suggested that it was less daring to go over the front. This treasure is in the valley behind the mountain. No matter how much we detour, we can't hide from this Thunder Tiger's sight. And it's too late. The battle is over. If we don't act, they will return to the valley. Captain Chang, the recluse standing at the front of the crowd, had a grave expression on his face and shook his head slightly. Upon hearing this, each of the people showed an anxious expression. We're all stealthy, so I guess we might as well put up a fight. At that moment, someone proposed, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Captain Chang. No, this Thunder Tiger is incredibly strong and extremely extraordinary. Its perception ability is definitely not weak. The probability of Shadow Body's strong intrusion being discovered is extremely high. Captain Chang directly refused, and then added, there is not enough time. This way, I will first use my recluse ability to go and destroy that precious tree, and then return directly. You guys stay here to meet me. He had already calculated that the distance was not long, and the time it took to make this round trip was still within his reach. And when he was hiding, his breath was covered by the earth, and he was even more hidden than in his invisible state, making it difficult to be perceived. Captain! No! Captain, you are alone. This is too dangerous. Captain, take me with you. For good measure. The crowd was taken aback and looked over with some concern, opening their mouths to advise. Well, the mission is important, and that's finalized. Captain Chang waved his hand and settled the matter. Then he looked at Grandpa Li and instructed, Elder Li, they are all in your hands. Once I am discovered by that head, you will hurry to take everyone away. Captain Chang, be careful with everything. Seeing that Captain Chang's mind was made up, he didn't try to persuade him any further and nodded his head. Moncler Outlet Store Online. Subsequently, under the worried gaze of the crowd, Captain Chang was instantly enveloped by a ball of brown aura, and in the blink of an eye, the entire person disappeared into the earth and traveled towards the mountain peak ahead. After Captain Chang left, Moncler Outlet Store Li frowned, and after thinking for a moment, he did not follow the request of Captain Chang just now and waited here with everyone. It's too close to the valley. To be on the safe side, he took the others to a hidden place a few miles away and told the crowd to stand by. Next, He rushed back on his own and leaned toward the valley, ready to take advantage of the opportunity to pick up Captain Jiang. Human? The moment he heard Nangong Luo's heartbeat, Jiang Che's heart was immediately on guard. The transported man? I didn't realize the humans were coming so soon. How dare you run under their noses? Nangong Luo's perception was extremely sharp due to his cultivation technique, and the moment the other party approached, he sensed that something was wrong. Immediately, he locked onto the recluse. Chapter 67, Death of the Escapist and the Stealthy. She was seen with a pair of tiger eyes, which were glowing with a glowing purple light, staring at a certain location on the mountain, her sight following the other party's rapid movement. Not good. His aim is the Bodhi sacred tree. We can't let him succeed. After discovering the other party's traveling route, Nangong Luo's pupils shrunk. His heart was shocked. He didn't dare to hesitate and quickly rushed towards the valley. Hearing Nangong Luo's heartfelt voice, Jiang Che also reacted, and with a flash of his body, he easily surpassed Nangong Luo between tiger leaps. In a few breaths of time, Jiang Che rushed back into the depths of the valley and arrived next to the Bodhi sacred tree. It was also at this moment that a recluse light drilled out of the ground, and a silhouette revealed itself. As soon as Captain Jiang came out, before he could remember to take a closer look at the Bodhi sacred tree, he spotted a flash of Lei Hu, and his heart went cold. It's too late. Clenching his teeth and displaying a look of determination, he saw his hands move quickly. In a flash, several grenades were thrown and flew towards the Bodhi sacred tree. How dare you? Seeing this scene, Jiang Che was furious in his heart. The other party was clearly trying to destroy the Bodhi sacred tree, and destroying it when they couldn't get it was simply a crime that deserved death. Boom! The air erupted in a blinding flash as three slender streaks of thunder shot out, bursting the three grenades with precision in the air. In the next second, Jiang Che's terrifying tiger body moved, and his limbs, which were like giant pillars, stepped fiercely towards the ground. The earth shook violently, and a berserk aura swept across the entire valley. Jiang Che instantly arrived in front of the other party, his anger surging to the heavens, his tiger palm fiercely slapping out, setting off boundless waves of air, an infinite amount of huge power pressing down. His might was unparalleled, as if he was capable of suppressing everything. Boom! Damn! At this moment, with the plan failing and himself already unable to escape, Captain Jiang also had a death wish and could only rage at Jiang Che. He purposely shouted extremely loud as a way to alert the others outside the mountain. Before the words fell, the tiger's palm came down with a roar, and Captain Jiang's fragile body, under the terrifying force, directly exploded and turned into a mist of blood. This? Captain Jiang. Seeing this scene, the eyes of Grand Master Li, who was secretly lurking on top of the mountain peak, showed his eyes to be cracked, and his eyes were filled with hatred. The state of mind fluctuated violently, causing it to yet unconsciously leak its breath. There are others. The vigilant Nangong Luo immediately sensed it, and his gaze quickly backed up to a mountain forest in the peaks, filled with coldness. Whoosh! Spotting the lurker, Nangong Luo directly struck out. Nangong Luo's tiger body, golden and glittering, wisps of golden light continuously surged out, quickly condensing around him, transforming into dozens of 3-foot-long golden light blades hovering, shooting in that direction. Golden blades of light kept coming, incomparably sharp, cutting off all the branches of the trees in the patch above, revealing the bare mountain. Subsequently, going unabated, a golden blade of light struck on top of the mountain boulders, and immediately the mountain let out a roar, violently colliding, causing a large amount of debris to splash in all directions. As a stealth ability, there was nowhere to hide. Moncler Outlet Store. Although he wasn't shot by the golden blade of light, he couldn't avoid the densely packed debris, and was directly struck by several projectiles of debris, just as if he had been hit by a bullet. The intense pain caused Grandpa Li to directly exit his stealth state, exposing himself to Jiang Che's line of sight. No good. Li Moncler Outlet Store was horrified, shocked out of a cold sweat, his body silver light flooded, about to cast the stealth ability again, ready to escape. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying thunderbolt quickly fell from the air, instantly bursting apart and frying his corpse. Within a short period of time, the two powerful transcendents sent by the military department of Dakuan City were killed in action one after another. Chapter 68, When a Tiger Fights, One Will Be Hurt? With the loss of the two main forces, this mission could already be declared a failure, and this scene of the two men's deaths were all clearly transmitted to the rear of Dakuan City by the device worn on their chests. Inside the military command, the whole conference room was silent and the atmosphere was grave. Looking at the two screens that were disconnected in rapid succession, the officers present each had a grimace, hatred surging in their hearts. Their Big Koan military region, many times in the hands of this head of Thunder Tiger eat defeat. This Thunder Tiger is now considered to be a big trouble in the heart of their military, After a short silence, the military chief looked around at the crowd and ordered in a cold voice. The purpose has been discovered by Lei Hu. It's impossible to complete this mission. Have the others evacuate quickly. Yes. As the order was given, the other transcendents who were waiting anxiously in the distance were suddenly in a panic and fled towards the outside of Changbai Mountain. After resolving the minor trouble, Jiang Che suddenly looked up at the sky, his gaze flickering slightly. At the moment, there were several drones circling in the air, recording everything below. The Bodhi sacred tree is considered to be targeted by humans, so we have to be careful in the future. Jiang Che's tiger eye slightly closed and his tiger mouth opened. Purple light flashed and a thunderbolt was sprayed out. Boom! Thunder struck the sky with a flash of light, quickly splitting into several paths in the air, spanning the length of the sky and destroying several drones with precision. Immediately afterward, the live feed that was being broadcast from the command center of Dakuan City was instantly disconnected. In the future, humans must not be allowed to know what's going on within the Changbai Mountains. Looking at the wreckage of the drone that had fallen into the valley and turned into debris, Jiang Che secretly said in his heart, "This time, humans were able to find this place, and I guess it was the drones that were responsible for the pot." Relying on the drones, the humans were able to see the interior of Changbai Mountain clearly. Not only the Bodhi sacred tree, but he and Nangong Luo were also exposed to human sight. He didn't want to live under human surveillance all the time, so he secretly resolved in his heart that in the future, if one human drone came, he would destroy one. How did Big Brother know there was something wrong with these bionic drones? Nangong Luo, who was standing behind him, had a surprised look on his face. It was important to realize that these military drones, using extremely advanced bionic technology, were almost indistinguishable from ordinary flying birds when flying through the air. Only under deliberate observation is it possible to notice that the bionic drone's movements are, well, a little uncoordinated. She was able to recognize these bionic drones, and that was because she had been a human in a previous life and had been exposed to understanding. And his own big brother, a tiger, could find something wrong? That's weird. Jiang Che didn't notice Nangong Luo's surprise, turned around, slowly walked to the sleeping place, plopped down, eyes closed, and entered a state of rest. What's the point of not sleeping when the trouble's already been solved? Daikuan capital of New Caledonia. Inside the conference room, the officers were full and were on a video call with Dean Lin, who was in the imperial capital. Dean Lin, failing your expectations, we have failed. The military chief's face was somber as he looked at Dean Lin and said in a deep voice, "This Thunder Tiger's strength is beyond the norm. It was not something you could have dealt with, and it makes sense that the mission failed." Dean Lin sighed. He had already seen the results from the video sent to him. For this operation, the Dakuan City Military District has done its best. They could not fight Lei Hu in the first place, and they also wanted to destroy that precious tree under its eyes. How difficult it was. For this reason, the Dakuan City military also buried 2 innate transcendents with great potential. A great loss. Dean Lin's heart was sad. Chapter 68, When a tiger fights, one will be hurt. Until now, there had been quite a number of human transcendents who had died at the hands of this Thunder Tiger on the Dragon countryside. In his opinion, nowadays, it is already difficult to eliminate this head with the power of just one city and one place. It had to take a lot of effort to link up the forces of several surrounding cities, or even a province, to encircle it. However, the various cities and regions, with the majority of their military strength nowadays being dragged into the wave of ferocious beasts, were unlikely to give up on clearing the ferocious beasts within the boundaries of their garrisons and run to the Changbai Mountain. Even Dean Lin had to admit that he was powerless to take this Thunder Tiger right now. But if they don't deal with it in time and let this keep occupying that precious tree, I am afraid that it will be even more difficult to deal with in the future, and they will have to spend even more. Dean Lin, regarding this Thunder Tiger, I wonder what the above plans are. It can't just be. The military chief's brow furrowed as he asked with some concern. Now, this Thunder Tiger is honestly squatting in the Changbai Mountain is okay, but no one knows that the other party will run out one day. In case of a sudden attack on the city, the military will have a hard time when the time comes. Let it stay in Changbai Mountain for the time being. When the time is ripe, the above will mobilize the neighboring military forces and launch a siege against it. Dean Lin pondered for a moment and said slowly, "It couldn't be helped. This Thunder Tiger, who couldn't move at all now, could only be allowed to live for a while longer. Is there no other way?" The military chief was a bit reluctant. This Thunder Tiger had caused Dakuan City to lose a lot of strength. Should we just let them get away with it? Dean Lin was silent, his heart heavy. Actually, we don't have to do it directly. We can use other forces. This Thunder Tiger is so powerful. If we can lure other powerful beasts to Changbai Mountain, with the attractiveness of that precious tree, both sides are bound to fight each other. So perhaps we can reap the benefits? someone in the quiet conference room spoke up, offering this plan. Before the giant pangolin and other ferocious beasts are not powerful, but it is still not a match for this thunder tiger. For that matter, an officer shook his head and sighed. Obviously, it's like a bad idea for the program. With the successive strikes, many in the military have lost confidence in facing Lei Hu. That's right, this plan is simple to say, but if you want to implement it, you still have to find a ferocious beast whose strength isn't too different from this thunder tiger. In my opinion, it's difficult. Another officer spoke up, voicing his analysis. Other powerful beasts? When Dean Lin heard this, his face moved slightly, and a light flashed in his head. He thought of the black demon tiger. This black demon tiger, in the known information, was considered to be the topmost ferocious beast in terms of strength under the thunder tiger. The strength was powerful and at the same time, it seemed to have a grudge against that thunder tiger. From the battle at Oolong Mountain, this black demon tiger had grown stronger and stronger, and had also displayed very bizarre means, vicious bloodworms, and blood-colored bone spears. If the black magic tiger can be introduced into the Changbai Mountain, with the strength of the black magic tiger, it may not be able to fight the thunder tiger, but if the two tigers fight, the thunder tiger has a high probability of being injured. At that point, it's their military's chance to strike. This plan will work, but it does require finding an eligible ferocious beast first. Dean Lin was delighted in his heart and nodded with a smile, looking at the crowd. I do have an option here. What do you think of that black demon tiger? Black devil tiger? Yeah, and the black demon tiger. The crowd was a little surprised and remembered. Chapter 69, The Fourth Order. Jiang Che's invincible sweeping and divine might was so great that he first overrode the beast tide, and then followed it up with a thunderbolt to kill 3 second-ranked ferocious beasts. Now, the surrounding ferocious beasts were finally honest. No more ferocious beasts dared to hit the Bodhi sacred tree, even if they instinctively sensed that the treasure was in the valley. The terrifying aura that permeated it caused a ferocious beast to be terrified and deterred. Although Jiang Che had slaughtered too much before, causing a large number of ferocious beasts to be scared and scatter, there were still too many ferocious beasts, and there were still some ferocious beasts that remained in Changbai Mountain. Because of the Bodhi sacred tree's spirit gathering effect, it made Changbai Mountain's spiritual chi even more dense, so these ferocious beasts couldn't leave and chose to cultivate here. Jiang Che didn't expel them, as long as they didn't come close to the valley. After all, this huge Changbai Mountain, the aura is rich, and all the time to the heaven and earth overflow. He and Nangong Luo and cannot be completely absorbed and digested. The rest of the aura are wasted. Squinting his eyes, at this moment, Jiang Che's thoughts were swirling and his eyes were flashing as he was thinking about something. Think of the previous black rat wave. I'm afraid that second order Rat King is the weakest of the second order ferocious beasts, but by the time the other party commanded the boundless tide of rats to come madly, I'm afraid that some powerful second-ranked ferocious beasts wouldn't dare to fight with them. That's the power of gathering a crowd. A moment later, he had a plan in mind. The third sister had once said that she would create a power of her own and lay out the future. And the holy land of cultivation created by the Bodhi sacred tree was the perfect choice for a party's power station. With the existence of a holy land of cultivation, the development of the forces involved was incredibly fast. Therefore, in the future, when he could find a time, Jiang Che was prepared to take all of these ferocious beasts that stayed in the Changbai Mountain under his command, and establish a ferocious beast force that belonged to them. Such a ferocious beast force might not be able to deal with a strong enemy, but it would also be able to clear Jiang Che of some minor troubles, without him having to do everything himself. It's simply a cultivation treasure. After his thoughts were sorted out clearly, Jiang Che yawned, feeling the incomparably dense aura around him. His body and mind were soothed. Even if you don't cultivate, these heaven and earth auras drill into your body, nourishing every part of your body, as if soaking in a hot spring. Smelling the intoxicating peach blossom fragrance, a violent sleep came. Even sleeping here is quicker than in the outside world. Everything finally calmed down, and Jiang Che slowly entered dreamland. Behind Jiang Che, looking at this Bodhi sacred tree that had successfully entered its growth period. At this moment, Nangong Luo's gaze was very eager. The effect of spirit gathering was increased tenfold, and the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth within the entire valley was naturally dense, which also meant that her cultivation speed would be accelerated, and the time needed to break through her cultivation level would also be shorter. Thinking of this, the desire to cultivate in Nangong Luo's heart grew stronger and stronger. Can't wait. Looking aside at the aura-heavy green stone pool, she quickly stepped in and immersed her tiger body in the water. Close your eyes and lie still, feeling the pool water and the surrounding air. The extraordinary concentration of spiritual chi. Nangong Luo's heart was so excited that he didn't dare to hesitate, and quickly operated his cultivation technique, absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. In the green stone pool, the tiger's body was coiled and golden. In an instant, the aura of heaven and earth and the air and water began to frantically pour into the tiger's body, as if 100 rivers were converging into the sea, stirring in the veins. These auras were quickly refined into spiritual energy, which rolled and surged, making a roaring sound of rivers pounding within the body. And with the continuous operation of the cultivation technique and the continuous accumulation of spiritual energy, Nangong Luo's cultivation was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 69, The Fourth Order. As Nangong Luo fell into cultivation, the golden light of the Bodhi sacred tree above shone brightly, and between the branches and leaves, a small soft figure was revealed. Little Violet lazily lay on the branch, bathing in Bodhi's golden light, her mouth and nose moving slightly as the rich aura surged into her body. It was as comfortable as eating spiritual fruits, and strands of aura were swallowed into the abdomen like this, turning into one's own spiritual energy and raising one's cultivation level. At this moment, little Violet, unconsciously falling into cultivation, her body blossomed with a faint violet light, and the golden light that was sprinkled down, mirrored each other. And so, nearly 10 days have passed. During this period of time, everything was peaceful in the entire Changbai mountain, without any ferocious beasts disturbing them. And humans did not have the head iron to try to sneak in again. Over the valley, the spirit clouds were long. From time to time, spiritual rain as fine as hair would fall, pattering and moisturizing everything. In the depths of the rosy peach blossoms, Nangong Luo was motionless, lying on his back in the water of the green stone pool, immersed in cultivation, unable to extricate himself. At this moment, the golden light above Nangong Luo's tiger body gradually flourished, emitting a rapid fluctuation of breath, vaguely having the image of leaping up. The auras in all directions, as if they had received a call, surged towards Nangong Luo in unison. The wisps of heaven and earth aura transformed into a vortex, stirring up the wind and clouds. A gust of wind swept, green peach leaves clattered, pink petals flying in the sky. Nangong Luo was under the vortex of aura, constantly running his gongfu and refining the majestic aura. Spiritual energy converged in the veins at great speed in a short period of time. At the moment, her entire body was vaguely bloated with pain, as if her body would burst open in the next second. Knowing that it had reached a critical moment, Nangong Luo clenched his teeth and persevered, continuing to refine the aura into his body. Boom! Suddenly, a roar came from within his body, and the aura emanating from his body instantly skyrocketed as his spiritual energy surged within his body and a powerful pressure spread out. Finally a breakthrough. Nangong Luo slowly opened his eyes, his heart overjoyed. After nearly 10 days of bitter cultivation, relying on the treasure created by the Bodhi sacred tree, Nangong Luo's strength finally made a breakthrough, advancing from the early stage of the second rank to the middle stage of the second rank. Wow! Excitedly leaping out of the water pool and shaking the water stains on his body, Nangong Luo couldn't wait to experiment with his own strength. His body was glistening with golden light, and the wisps of golden light, like a group of long, swimming snakes, continued to converge and intertwine in the air, transforming into hundreds of golden light blades, a slice of sharp, biting edge, hanging in the air, emitting a blinding light. As Nangong Luo's mind moved, the golden blades of light instantly moved as if they were schools of fish swimming, constantly darting in a space above. These golden light swimming fish flexible, fast speed at the same time, but will not collide with each other. At once, Nangong Luo's eyes glowed, mobilizing these golden blades of light. Now she was as good as her arms, no longer having the lag she had before. This is the benefit of increased cultivation. Just as Nangong Luo's eyebrows were raised in joy due to his strength increase, Jiang Che's side was also awakened by the system prompts as expected. Ding! Bound target Nangong Luo's strength has broken through. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 times the feedback. Jiang Che woke up from his slumber and just realized what was going on. Third sister breaks through again. Boom! A spiritual energy like an abyss like the sea leaked into his body, and the demon pill in Jiang Che's body violently trembled as a purple golden light blossomed. Chapter 70 Spitting in the Mouth. Humanity's Tiger Removal Program. Buzz. Driven by the spiritual power, the demonic Dan rotated crazily and began to slowly grow larger, and vague purple golden lines appeared on its surface. In the next second, Jiang Che's cultivation was like riding a rocket, rapidly soaring, the surging spiritual energy directly crashing through the solid fourth stage bottleneck, destroying it. At this moment, a divine tiger whose entire body was shrouded in a purple golden glow, as if it was an ancient divine beast that had come from the immortal realm, reappeared on earth. In just a few short breaths, Jiang Che's cultivation crossed over the late third stage to the early fourth stage. The divine purple and gold giant tiger slowly stood up. The light on its body was extremely bright, as if it was a purple and gold sun rising from the valley. the light reflecting and emitting a fourth-order aura that quickly swept across the entire Changbai Mountain. Those ferocious beasts that still remained in the Changbai Mountain, their limbs softened and instantly collapsed to the ground, their hearts fearful to the extreme as they let out wails that showed weakness. Fourth-ranked ferocious beasts. At this moment, Jiang Che could be said to be the only fourth-ranked ferocious beast in the entire world, and at the fourth order, you can mouth the words of a human being, with a coldness at his throat. It was as if something east melted away, and it was very pleasant. Jiang Che had also found that feeling of talking in his previous life, and was so excited that his eyes widened. Ha ha ha, I can finally speak. I was suffocating. This is so much better. Pacing back and forth, Jiang Che was overjoyed. Since turning around and being reborn, it had suffocated him, and all he could do was roar back and forth day after day, unable to speak, and communication was a problem. Now, finally, it's over. Big brother. Nangong Luo had just been surprised that his own big brother's strength had broken through again, and had even been promoted to the 4th rank. Over here, Jiang Che gave her a surprise. Seeing Jiang Che spit out human words, Nangong Luo's heart was in shock. At that moment, it was even more certain that Big Brother was the reincarnation of an ancient demon god. Otherwise, why would you say human words? You have to know. Generally speaking, after a ferocious beast breaks through the 4th stage, the human speech refers to the ferocious beast's ability to learn and speak. The ability to learn to communicate in a human language rather than just speaking the human language of this world. This sister of mine, she likes to brainstorm. It seems like I can't get rid of this ancient demon god reincarnation. Hearing Nangong Luo's heartfelt words, Jiang Che only felt a burst of amusement and almost made a sound. Realized that he is now able to spit and naturally laugh. Luckily, at the last minute, he held back and didn't move. Never reveal that you are able to eavesdrop on the heart, even for the most reasonable person. After knowing that the other party was able to hear his heart, I am afraid that his heart would be very uncomfortable. It's better to keep this secret forever. Imperial. An important meeting is taking place. Due to Lei Hu's performance, coupled with Dean Lin's relevant report, it had already attracted the attention of all parties in the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom. This time, the above action is not small. The Su province, and its surrounding provinces of the large military districts, have sent representatives stationed in the imperial capital, to participate in this meeting. Chapter 70 Spitting in the Mouth. Humanity's plan to get rid of tigers. The conference room was filled with people, while Dean Lin sat at the head of the table. This meeting was chaired by him. At this moment, on the large screen in front of them, video footage was being played, recorded by the military all along, of Thunder Tiger's battle footage. A little bit of time passed. The participants here all stared at the screen. Lei Hu's video will be watched in its entirety. Seeing the powerful might of the Thunder Tiger in the picture, all the people were shocked. After the video ended, Dean Lin cleared his throat, looked around the crowd, and said solemnly, the theme of this meeting, the Tiger Removal Program. This Thunder Tiger, as you can see, has caused considerable losses to our military over this period of time. This Thunder Tiger is really strong. It's still the first ferocious beast I've seen that can withstand gunfire. It's simply terrifying. There were people from the foreign military region who hadn't paid attention to this matter before, but now that they saw Lei Hu, they couldn't help but marvel. This Thunder Tiger isn't very good. It's even stronger than the last time we encountered it in our military region. The golden giant ape that had already evolved for the second time. Seeing the extraordinary nature of Lei Hu, someone's face was grave as he slowly said, the 3 ferocious beasts at the end of the video, whether it's the mountain-piercing armor, the black giant rat or the golden giant eagle, are all estimated to be second evolutions. This Thunder Tiger was able to easily exterminate them, so I'm afraid it's already more than just a second-ranked ferocious beast. Dean Lin? After an officer finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Dean Lin with a question in his eyes. When the others heard this, their hearts were also shaken and they all looked at Dean Lin. Could it be that this Thunder Tiger was really a third-order fierce beast? That's right. Our research institute on the destructive power of this Thunder Tiger on the line of measurement. This is very likely to be promoted to the 3rd stage. This is also the reason for convening this meeting. This Thunder Tiger's growth rate is far beyond that of other ferocious beasts. Its potential is extraordinary. Once it cannot be snuffed out early, it will become a great danger in the future. Dean Lin nodded, his face cold, and said in a deep voice, 3rd-ranked ferocious beasts are not easy to kill. One careless move and the whole army could be wiped out. Just like in the video, it's clear that it's already surrounded and the rockets are firing in unison. The average ferocious beast would have been dead long ago. Who would have thought that the other party would still have such a strong spiritual power shield? With the deep mountains and old forests, the army can't swing at all. I don't recommend a hard fight. At that, a gentlemanly-looking officer, frowning, made a suggestion. Yes, this thunder tiger's shield is indeed strong. It's all able to block the guns, but it will always have a limit. Dozens of rockets can be blocked. I don't believe it. Hundreds, thousands of them can still be blocked. A stout officer, on hearing this, hastened to retort. Unreasonable. This thunder tiger isn't dead. Would it give you such an opportunity? Normal ferocious beasts know how to dodge. What do you mean? What's wrong with my words? Hard to hit? Just cover it with fire. Now it can still escape. This Changbai mountain, with its high mountains and dense forests, it's hard to find, and you want to cover it with firepower? How much military power would that cost? How many resources will be consumed? It's unbelievable. You, there. Seeing the two sides bickering, Dean Lin hurriedly interrupted with a voice and slapped at the tabletop. The two men shut up instantly, and the other spectators sat up straight and solemn. I didn't call you here this time for you to argue. As for how to deal with this thunder tiger, I already have an idea. Everyone watch the next video first. Dean Lin used his eyes and signaled to his subordinate sitting at the end of the table. The subordinate then quickly got up and maneuvered the multimedia to play the next video. Participants looked over. This black tiger, officially named the Black Demon Tiger, is wanted because of the National Wanted List, so I think everyone knows something about it. This Black Demon Tiger is very strong. Even if it's not a third-ranked ferocious beast, it's probably not far off. And most importantly, it has a grudge against the Thunder Tiger, which is something we can utilize. Chapter 71, Fang Yuan's whereabouts exposed. And the most crucial part of this tiger removal plan lies in leading this Black Demon Tiger to Changbai Mountain. Once this tiger enters Changbai Mountain, with the lure of that precious treasure tree, coupled with the fact that the two tigers still have a grudge, after they meet, the two sides are bound to fight to the death. At the same time, if two tigers fight, one will be injured. And next, on our human side, we can naturally reap the benefits. And no matter which one of the Black Demon Tiger and Thunder Tiger is injured or dead, it's good for us to be able to get rid of a big enemy. As the crowd watched the video, Dean Lin stated the purpose of the meeting in a calm tone. It's this Black Demon Tiger. Ha, this is a good method of yours, Dean Lin, to be able to make these two heads fight to the death. Although the Black Demon Tiger's strength is inferior, its methods are indeed bizarre. And this Thunder Tiger is expected to be injured or even seriously injured if he is not careful. Indeed, it is a good method. These two heads originally have a feud, and now they see that precious tree. Then it is not necessary to fight to death. After watching the Black Demon Tiger's image data, the crowd was talking and excited. Everyone listen to me. Dean Lin pressed down with his right hand. The crowd instantly quieted down and looked at Dean Lin. Although the plan, this time, is more feasible, due to some accidents, the location about the Black Demon Tiger has been lost. Dean Lin had a bitter smile on his face and shook his head. This caused the crowd to be stunned for a moment, their faces changing colors. Gradually everyone had a guess in their minds about this mission. Dean Lin, then what is the mission of our various militaries this time? Someone asked uncertainly. Naturally, I'm going to search for the Black Demon Tiger's whereabouts with all my might. Once found, no matter what method is used, make sure to lure it to Changbai Mountain. Dean Lin's face was instantly serious and his tone was solemn. Yes. When the crowd heard this, they were not surprised and quickly stood up and responded in unison. Suzhou in Jiangsu, deep within a large mountain, the forest flourished, and a giant tree rose up from the ground, its branches and leaves touching each other, like a tall guard, guarding the treasure buried in the mountain. Dead leaves piled up in the dimly lit forest, and a patch of one-person tall bushes grew on the ground. Wow! A bush that was next to a tree trunk suddenly shook its branches and made a noise. A calf-sized hare squeezed through the shrubs and slowly stuck its head out, its green fur blending in with the turquoise shrubs, its crimson eyes observing the surroundings with great vigilance. A moment later, it seemed that no danger had been detected, and the green-haired giant rabbit, which had not moved a muscle, moved its steps and stepped out of the bushes. The next second, only heard a whoosh. The next second, there was only a sound of whoosh, and a flash of red light flashed through the dimly lit forest. The green-haired giant rabbit was horrified and ran back with its legs spread out, but it was still too late. The red light was incredibly fast and hit the green-furred giant rabbit in an instant. The violent impact caused the green-haired giant rabbit to roll several times directly on the ground, letting out a miserable scream, very painful, and stomping its legs sharply. In a few breaths of time, the body of the green-haired giant rabbit dried up. All the vitality was gone, turning into skin and bones, and there was a hidden red light coming out from above the fur. Whoosh! The red light penetrated his body and sped through the air, disappearing into the body of a horrible creature not far away, in the dense forest. Wow! With the sound of trampling leaves, Fang Yuan took a step and slowly revealed his figure, surrounded by an invisible ferocity. Since the last battle at Oolong Mountain, Fang Yuan had successfully escaped with his injuries, and after getting rid of the tracker, he ran far away in one breath and hid here. It's been just as well not to go out for fear of the humans finding the location. Chapter 71, Fang Yuan's whereabouts exposed. And after this period of time, it has been verified and confirmed his previous suspicions. The thing I got rid of earlier was really a human tracking device. Since getting rid of the thing, there had been no humans coming after them. Apparently, the human was losing his place and could no longer find him at intervals and close in like he used to. As the pure blood chi within the bloodthirsty compass was released and his flesh was nourished, Fang Yuan's pupils shrank. The feeling was simply exhilarating. Revolving the heaven-swallowing demon cannon, he quickly transformed this blood chi, and scarlet spiritual energy surged continuously within his body, pushing Fang Yuan's cultivation to progress. A minute later, Fang Yuan let out a long breath, feeling his cultivation getting closer and closer to the late second stage. His heart bursting with joy. Just wait, the humiliation the humans gave me, I will return it all in the future. When he thought of the harm caused by humans using those magic treasures, Fang Yuan's heart palpitated, and at the same time, he was filled with hatred. He vowed to avenge this in the future. At that moment, a dark shadow flashed quickly across the branches and forks ahead. Whoosh! The blood-colored bone spear shot out, accurately penetrating the extremely fast black shadow, bringing up several blood flowers. LOL. With a miserable scream, the dark shadow instantly stiffened and fell from the tree trunk to the ground. Looking toward the ground, it was a giant squirrel. By now, the squirrel was dying, its tail as wide as a faceplate twitching slightly, its thick, smooth fur covered in blood. Fang Yuan didn't care and walked over, swallowing it in one mouthful, chewing it a few times before swallowing it into his stomach. At the same time, there was a huge poplar tree outside of Dihuang Mountain in Xiling City, Su Province. In the thick green canopy of the poplar tree was lying a man. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes. His face was pale, his mouth was sweet, he spat out blood, and his whole body looked weak. That was a tiger just now? And a black tiger. What a terrifying might. When did this great yellow mountain appear? Such a terrifying giant tiger. At this moment, recalling the evil black tiger in the dim forest, Li Yu's eyes were filled with panic and his mind was a mess. Li Yu is a native of Western Spirit and one of the scattered transcendents in Western Spirit City, and it was only by chance that he awakened his transcendent abilities. His transcendent ability was the Sentinel Beast, able to control ferocious beasts for his own use, similar to the Sentinel Beast masters in novels. Unfortunately, with his current strength, he could only control ferocious beasts of low strength, and his combat power was not strong. That squirrel just now was his Imperial Beast. Since he was able to share his vision with the Imperial Beasts, he often controlled them to enter the depths of the Great Yellow Mountain, hoping to find some heavenly treasures to use to enhance his strength. In this way, he would also be able to control powerful ferocious beasts in the future and become a powerful beast swordsman. However, he didn't expect that this time, he encountered a terrifying black tiger that instantly killed his Imperial Beast squirrel. As soon as the Imperial Beast died, Li Yu also suffered a backlash and was injured. This treasure hunt is a lost cause. Wait, the giant black tiger. As Li Yu laughed miserably, he suddenly had a flash of light in his head and thought of something. Then, eyes sizzling, he quickly took his cell phone out and made a few quick clicks. Immediately afterward, the page revealed that the imperial capital had issued a national wanted notice. Looking at the high-definition image in his cell phone, Li Yu's heart jumped and his hand tightened. This guy is a black magic tiger? Chapter 72, Fang Yuan was furious. Who captured this demon lord's bloodthirsty compass? What? Any news of the black demon tiger? Inside the Imperial Capital Research Institute, President Lin's face changed in delight when he learned of the good news from the military in the Soviet province. Yes, Dean, said the assistant who walked in, all smiles. After the Imperial Capital meeting, all the major military regions received orders to search for the black demon tiger. However, after this important task was issued, during this period of time, there has been no useful news coming back from the provincial military districts. Without the trace of the black devil tiger, then the tiger removal program prepared by the military has not been able to carry out as desired. And with every day that passed, that thunder tiger would become 1 point stronger. Dean Lin was distraught. Now, finally, there is good news. Show me. Dean Lin got up, took a few steps forward, quickly took the tablet handed over by a side assistant, and clicked on the video image that had been sent over from the Soviet province. The image is rather dim and seems to have been shot from above the woods, with tree branches and leaves obscuring the front of the camera from time to time. At that moment, a huge black tiger flashed across the screen and quickly disappeared into the dense forest. Although the black tiger had appeared for a very short period of time, it was still able to be clearly seen that the black tiger looked almost indistinguishable from the wanted black demon tiger. With dark fur all over his body and eyes full of malice, he exuded a strong aura of ferocity. One look at this evil beast was capable of striking fear into the heart. Really this? Well. Finally, Dean Lin recognized it at first glance and laughed out loud, excited. Afterward, he looked at his assistant at the side. Where is this black demon tiger now? What else is going on? Give me the details. Dean. This black devil tiger. Then, the assistant on the side nodded and quickly recounted the relevant information sent by the Su province from beginning to end. It turned out that time, Royal Beast Master Liu failed in his treasure hunt and lost his royal beasts, but inadvertently found the black demon tiger's trail. When Liu returned to Xiling City, he immediately reported the matter to the military. The Xiling City military was the first to get the news and was naturally pleasantly surprised. No one expected that the nation's most wanted evil beast, the black demon tiger, was hiding in their West Spirit City. Due to the fear of causing an oops incident, the Western Spirit military chief did not immediately report it, but instead specially dispatched a microdrone that dived into the depths of the Duhuang mountain to search for it. After a wide range of exploration, he managed to find the black demon tiger's trail. Afraid of spooking a snake, the Xiling City military didn't dare to act without authorization, and could only report the matter to the Su province military region while secretly monitoring the black demon tiger's whereabouts. Eventually this good news was also reported to the imperial capital by the military region of the Soviet province. Dean. The Su province military region said that because this matter is of great importance, they don't dare to make a move and are waiting for instructions from the imperial capital. The assistant took the tablet that Dean Lin returned and continued. Very well, don't make a move for the time being, and observe for a while. You go down first. Dean Lin nodded, satisfied in his heart. Finally, we have found it, and the plan to get rid of the tiger can proceed smoothly. Yes, the assistant saluted and turned to stride away. How on earth can we lure this black demon tiger into Changbai Mountain? Not a good idea. Chapter 72, Fang Yuan was furious. Who captured this demon lord's bloodthirsty compass? Waiting for the assistant to walk out the door. Inside the office, Dean Lin's brow furrowed slightly as he picked up the teacup on the table and silently pondered. Right now this black magic tigress is found, but this is not. Usually those obedient pet cats and dogs will certainly not let humans fiddle. So, it becomes a challenge to introduce it successfully to the Changbai Mountain. A few days later, Dahuangshan, with its lush forests and trees, deep in the depression. In the dark forest, a huge black shadow walked slowly. It was as if a man-eating beast hidden in the darkness was about to reveal itself in all its horror. It was a vicious black tiger of enormous size. In Fang Yuan's tiger mouth, he was biting the corpse of a tiger-type ferocious beast, dripping with blood, as he walked into a cave. The cave, which he had snatched from a giant bear, was dry and cozy enough to live in. After swallowing the giant bear, Fang Yuan stayed. Walking deeper, he skillfully plopped down on a pile of hay, stretching out his bright red tongue full of barbs and licking the fishy sweet blood from his prey. Fang Yuan's tiger eyes narrowed slightly in enjoyment. In the next second, it opened its abyssal mouth with dense tiger teeth, ruthlessly tearing into the prey corpse, gnawing off a piece of flesh and blood, swallowing it in a big mouth, and emitting body-chilling noises. The flavor is not bad, just a little less blood. This ferocious tiger, which was only at the first rank strength, for the current Fang Yuan, it was just a punch in the teeth. In terms of cultivation, it was able to bring about very little enhancement. Fang Yuan's current increase in strength was mainly assisted by the bloodthirsty compass, by drawing on a large amount of ferocious beast's blood qi, purifying it, and then feeding it back to himself. During this period of time, the speed of his cultivation progress could be said to be getting faster and faster. At the same time, the ferocious beasts of the Greater Yellow Mountain suffered. Their numbers plummeted in a short period of time, and many of them fled outward. Relying on the help of the bloodthirsty compass, his strength was on the verge of stepping into the next realm. The increase in strength also allowed Fang Yuan to regain his confidence. Walked away from the human blow at Oolong Mountain with confidence once again. Now he was even more foolish in his mind, wanting to go out and cause trouble and take revenge on the humans, turn resentment into appetite. In a matter of moments, Fang Yuan gnawed the overall ferocious tiger into a white skeleton, empty of blood and flesh. In the end, even the skeleton he did not spare, seeing it as a single abominable human being. All of them were viciously chewed and swallowed. Recalling in his mind that he was being chased by humans, Fang Yuan suddenly thought of his big brother and third sister whom he hadn't seen for a long time, and the tiger's mouth rose slightly as the evil light flashed in his eyes. I wonder where those two idiots ran off to. Could they have been killed by the humans? Judging himself, he was chased so miserably, and with that size of the stupid big brother. He was probably a thorn in the side of the human race as well. Thinking of the last time they had met, the lousy way they had been beaten by that stupid big brother, Fang Yuan's heart stirred with murderous intent towards Jiang Che. It's best if you didn't die. When this demon lord completes his revenge on the humans, you stupid bastard will be next. With a cold snort in his heart, Fang Yuan's eyes showed a fierce light, and after thinking about the stupid big brother and third sister of his own, they don't seem to be simple, and I am afraid that it is not possible to die so easily, and as long as they live, I'm sure they will meet in the future. At that time, he didn't believe that with his status as an ancient demon lord, he would still lose to his stupid big brother. It is necessary to make life worse than death. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Suddenly, Fang Yuan, who was thinking of a bright future, his eyes changed and his heart burst with anger. Boom! The terrifying tiger body fiercely stood up from above the ground, with an incomparably vicious demeanor and a fierce aura. Something happened to the bloodthirsty parasites he sent out to forage for food. Eat a bear's heart and leopard's gall. Who dares to grab this demon lord's bloodthirsty compass? Chapter 73, The Black Demon Tiger Took the Bait. Outside the rhubarb mountains, a rush of dull footsteps, like rain hitting fallen leaves, kept coming. A lanky, muscular human transcendent ran furiously through the mountains in a hurry. At this moment, his behavior was very strange. It was seen that he had a joyful face, and his two thick arms, raised high, were carrying a airtight, huge metal box. This metal box was extremely large, already able to be compared to an ordinary container. If it wasn't for the fact that this strong man was a flesh-strengthening type of transcendent, he wouldn't have been able to shake this box at all, let alone carry it all the way to run wildly. Dang! 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 The metal box that was held above his head was vibrating wildly at that moment, its walls bulging and then subsiding. It continued to make, like a thunderous sound, as if there was something inside, constantly hitting the walls of the box. Report, Captain. It's a go. The burly man gasped for air, his whole body muscles tensed, and as he ran, he didn't forget to speak into the contact, reporting the situation to the top. Understood. Keep moving forward. We'll be right over to meet you. In the headset, there was a sharp response. Understood. The burly man gritted his teeth, sweating like a pig, and ran forward insistently. There's nothing I can do. I don't dare stop at all. Who knew if the black demon tiger would already be chasing after it? Before long, there was a buzz from the sky. A helicopter quickly leaned toward the burly man, dropped in altitude, and landed. Captain! The burly man let out a long breath of relief and threw the metal box to the ground with a thud and a big smile. Ha ha, good job. Come on up. We need to leave right away to prevent the black demon tiger from catching up with us. The officer sitting in the helicopter was satisfied and smiled, patting the other man on the shoulder and urging him on. Soon the burly man boarded the helicopter. After lifting off, the metal boxes on the ground were also quickly lifted by special ropes. Phew! Just as the burly man leaned against the helicopter, unable to stop breathing, the black demon tiger has already chased after it. It seems that this demon insect is indeed very important to it. It's the right bet this time. The officer held his tablet and watched the video captured by the miniature drone below him on video, and couldn't help but have a smile on his face. In the video, the black demon tiger is running wildly through the forest, extremely frantic, looking pissed off. They had just captured the demon worm and this black demon tiger rushed over in a hurry. It looked like the demon worm was not low in the other party's heart. Thinking about this, the officer couldn't help but admire Dean Lin's wise decision. Ever since the discovery of the black demon tiger's trail, the Shilin City military had been ordered to keep an eye on the other side. As time passed, they naturally discovered the existence of the bloodthirsty parasites. After noticing that, this black demon tiger would often send the demon worms out. Purposefully, a micro-drone was detached to monitor it. It was discovered that this demonic worm had actually foraged in the Great Yellow Mountain, sucking dry an unknown number of ferocious beasts, and would return to the black demon tiger from time to time. Even though they didn't know what the demonic worm did, the military was still reporting the matter in its entirety. This clue was immediately taken seriously by Dean Lin. Previously, he had never known how to introduce the black demon tiger into the Changbai Mountain, but this time, he had finally found a grip. Dean Lin thought that this demonic insect should be extremely important to the black demon tiger, so he set up a plan to capture the demonic insect and lure the black demon tiger. As long as the bet was right, the black demon tiger would inevitably be introduced to Changbai Mountain. As for betting wrong, what to do in case the demon worm might not be important to the black demon tiger? Then we'll think of something else, and we can't afford to put it off any longer anyway. Chapter 73, Black Demon Tiger Takes the Hook. Dean Lin's heart was now beating more than once he thought of that thunder tiger. If this continued, the other party might have another breakthrough, and then the outcome would not be easy to say. and in order to successfully capture the demon worms, the military even used a special alloy as the material and spent a large amount of money to create this metal box, trying to use this metal box to lure the magic bugs in and capture them. This special alloy was recently synthesized by the Dragon Kingdom, and was exceptionally valuable, with a hardness that exceeded all kinds of materials known in the world. After countless experiments, almost no ferocious beasts were able to cause damage to this alloy. This time when I tried it, I really got credit for it, and the effect was outstanding. The ferocious demonic worm couldn't escape at all after entering the metal box. Let it have copper teeth and an iron mouth, but there is nothing it can do. Roar! Shortly after the helicopter lifted off, a gust of wind swept through the mountains and huge objects came out of the mountains. Fang Yuan finally rushed over, his face grimacing like a madman, and let out a roar at the helicopter. Damn humans! I knew it was you who were up to no good. How dare you take away my bloodthirsty compass? You simply deserve to die. Looking at the metal box hanging from the helicopter, Fang Yuan cursed, and with a thought, the blood-colored bone spear shot out. Whoosh! The bone spear turned into a bloody light and broke through the air, triggering a gust of wind and pointing directly at the rising helicopter. But the human side was prepared. Since they knew that the black demon tiger had a means of long-range attack, the military would naturally not fail to defend itself. A wind attribute transcendent struck out. Just as the bloodlight was already close to the helicopter, a green-colored wind wall emerged and blocked the bottom. Boom! The scarlet bone spear's impact was largely diminished due to the distance, and it flew out backwards the moment it collided with the wind wall, which also collapsed under the impact. The wind attribute transcendent inside the helicopter immediately stifled a grunt and turned white, clearly not feeling well. Good thing, blocked the blow without incident. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the helicopter flew higher and higher, quickly getting out of Fang Yuan's attack range. Damn it! Looking at the helicopter that was getting farther and farther away, Fang Yuan was furious. The human was considered to have hit Fang Yuan in the waist and eye this time, knowing that the bloodthirsty compass was the key to his cultivation breakthrough. Without the bloodthirsty compulsion, his cultivation speed dropped by at least 50%. Once he couldn't get back the bloodthirsty compass, then Fang Yuan would have to be so angry that he would vomit blood. Boom! In the next second, Fang Yuan, with black light floating on his body, exerted his natural ability, and his limbs stomped violently, splattering the soil, transforming into a black shadow, and disappearing into the forest. Did the black demon tiger give up? The strong man stretched out his head and looked towards the back, and did not find the black demon tiger catching up, and said with some doubt, could it be that this demon worm wasn't that important to the black demon tiger at all? No, it's approaching us. It should be intentionally hiding its tracks, not wanting us to find it. One of the transcendents with closed eyes said faintly. Sense? The burly man was a bit surprised, knowing that the other party was a transcendent with sensory abilities. Well, this is chasing us very closely, not far below us. Don't drop your altitude in case you are attacked by a sneak attack. The sensing transcendent opened his eyes and nodded, alerting the pilot in front of him. Understood. The forward pilot gave a backward gesture. The black demon tiger. It really took the bait. At those words, the junior captain officer's heart rejoiced. Chapter 74 Submit, or Die. Deep in the Changbai Mountains, in the Peach Forest Valley, the greenery is lush and the aura is dense. Spirit clouds were floating, peach blossoms were in full bloom, and the aroma was overflowing. With a rumbling sound coming from the earth, Jiang Che, who was lying on the ground, smoothly turned over. The days are a bit boring. Looking at Nangong Luo, who was immersed in cultivation every day, Jiang Che teased little Violet with his own fluffy tail, a hint of melancholy flashing in his eyes, a bit bored in his heart. I didn't realize that eating and sleeping wasn't as happy as I thought it would be. He was getting a little tired of it all, and figured he'd have to slow down for a day or two before he could get back into laying flat. Kirikou, Xiaozi was interested in Jiang Che's tail. As the thick tail moved up and down, Violet kept bouncing and jumping, her 4 short legs pawing at the air, happy as can be. Right, why don't we go collect some minions? Jiang Che thought of the ferocious beasts living in Changbai Mountain right now. All of these ferocious beasts were attracted by the Bodhi sacred tree, and they coveted the rich aura and chose to inhabit the Changbai Mountain. Jiang Che didn't drive them away either. Just in the past few days, Jiang Che had keenly sensed that there were several places within the Changbai Mountain where powerful auras had emerged. He was familiar with it, and it was similar to Nangong Luo, both with a second-order aura. Only, Nangong Luo was in the late second stage. These ferocious beasts were only in the early second stage. Afterward, Jiang Che immediately understood. This should be a ferocious beast relying on the rich aura to successfully break through to the second stage. One must know that nowadays, it was still only the early stage of the aura recovery, and second-ranked ferocious beasts were already considered hegemonic. capable of dominating a party. And in Jiang Che's opinion, these guys, they were all considered unstable elements in Changbai Mountain. In order to prevent them from scourging the Changbai Mountain, it was necessary to strike a heavy blow, a hard blow, and it was best to be able to take them under their wing and whip them on a daily basis. Do what you think and never hesitate. Jiang Che got up with a bang and took a step toward the outside of the valley. Kirikou, little Violet also obediently grabbed her master's tail and flew into the air, jumping onto Jiang Che's back and purring in triumph. Violet, let's go. Jiang Che smiled at little Violet, who was lying on top of his head, and his speed steeply accelerated, exiting the Peach Forest Valley in a very short period of time. Changbai Mountain was extremely large, and Peachwood Valley was in the center of the mountain range, so Jiang Che searched for it based on the directions that had been exposed when the second stage ferocious beasts had broken through earlier. Through his fuzzy senses, Jiang Che was basically certain that in the entire Changbai Mountain, apart from him and Nangong Luo, there should still be 5 second-ranked ferocious beasts. These 5 second-ranked ferocious beasts had all broken through only during this period of time. Jiang Che decided to go from near to far, going to the nearest place first. In fact, he didn't know if those second-ranked ferocious beasts were still active in that area anymore, so he could only try to find them. 10 minutes passed. Jiang Che had already passed through a large area of mountains and forests, and was not far from his destination. Suddenly, there was the sound of water flowing in the distance. Jiang Che, with his tiger ears moving slightly, felt the dense water vapor that gradually surrounded him. There's supposed to be a creek up ahead. Quickly stepping forward, after crossing a hill, Jiang Che's eyes lit up. At the bottom of the hill, a small, curving river ran through the pine forest, its water flowing fast and making a crashing sound. Approaching the small river, Jiang Che observed the surrounding area and did not find the second-ranked ferocious beast. However, Jiang Che wasn't in a hurry because he realized that the other party's aura was extremely thick along this small river, indicating that this second-stage ferocious beast often moved around this side. After thinking about it, Jiang Che took a step and followed the river, looking for it. Against the direction of the water flow, Jiang Che arrived at the end of the creek, and what met his eyes was a tall waterfall. Rumble! The water roared down from the heights and crashed into the deep pool below, splashing and rolling in white waves. Found you. Chapter 74, Submit, or Die. Jiang Che looked at the white figure soaking in the deep pool and smiled. It was a huge second-order white bull, its entire body submerged in the water pool, its eyes closed and its tail constantly fluttering in an extremely enjoyable manner. Jiang Che laughed strangely in his heart and walked directly over. A weak thunderbolt that struck the water. Snap! Thunder instantly spread to the white ox, and the thunder light leaped and densely covered his entire body. Moo! Intense pain struck, and the white bull's eyes snapped open, screaming in pain as his body shook. I was just about to move, but I realized that my body was tingling and I was not in control at all. Moo! The white bull struggled hard and was horrified when he caught a glimpse of Jiang Che on the shore. Submit, or die! Jiang Che roared, his body glowing with purple light and thunder leaping. After advancing to the 4th rank and refining the throat bone, Jiang Che was not only able to speak human language, but also had the ability to communicate with any animal. Just make a sound and the other person will understand what is being expressed. Now, a tiger's roar had startled the Changbai Mountain heaven and earth, and the white bull, in its panic, had also heard what Jiang Che wanted to do, but the white bull was also a violent temper, and hadn't suffered this kind of aggravation since it was promoted to the 2nd rank, so it naturally wouldn't obediently give in. Moo! A pair of bull's eyes stared angrily at Jiang Che. The white body of the bull, surging with wisps of blue light, water waves flashing, about to strike. Boom! But at that moment, a thunderbolt fell at extreme speed. How dare you make a move against me? Electricity won't kill you. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart and struck again. In an instant, the thunder spread to the entire deep pool, and the entire water pool was already purple, with the thunder light leaping on the surface, just like a lake of thunder pulp. With a mournful scream, the white bull instantly stiffened and floated on the surface of the water, its thunderous light entangled and its limbs constantly shaking. At this moment, a tear of remorse flowed from the white bull's eye. Humph! Submit or die. White bull, you don't want me to chop again, do you? While Jiang Che was tempering the white ox, under the Bodhi sacred tree, Nangong Luo ended today's cultivation and slowly opened his eyes. Where's Big Brother? Looking at the ground not far away. Empty. Nangong Luo's eyes were thoughtful, and just at this moment, a familiar tiger's roar came from outside the valley. Big Brother should be suffocating. Nangong Luo would smile. A roar went up over the wilderness. A helicopter, flying fast from a distance. At this point, the helicopter. Sir, we're already in the boundaries of Dakuan City up ahead. The driver in front of him, suddenly warned. Good. since we're almost at Dakuan City, we're not far from Changbai Mountain. The officer was overjoyed at his words, first letting out a light laugh, then turning his head. He looked at the senshi who had awakened his sensing ability, and said, confirm it once again. Is the black demon tiger still following behind? Yes. The senshi nodded and closed his eyes, sensing everything quickly. A moment later, the senshi nodded to the officer before responding. Captain, following. This is quite capable of running. Following for such a long time. Well then, let's fly directly towards Changbai Mountain. It should already be ready over there. The officer nodded, blandly, and not far away, above the ground. Fang Yuan looked at the drone and gritted his teeth in hatred. Chapter 75. The plan to get rid of the tiger is only allowed to succeed, not to fail. In the air, the helicopter made a buzzing sound and sped all the way to the direction of Changbai Mountain. The metal box hanging below was shaking and roaring as the bloodthirsty parasites inside crashed madly. A dark shadow traveled quickly through the shaded mountain forest, where the mist filled the air. It was Fang Yuan who was using his natural ability, the power of extreme speed, to run wildly, following closely behind the helicopter. The huge and incomparable tiger body seems to be very light and agile. Across the ditch leap hill, wading and climbing the mountain, constantly changing position, relying on a variety of terrain to hide their whereabouts. Where exactly are the humans going to transport my bloodthirsty parasites? Was it intentional? Staring at the helicopter flying at an even speed in the air, the traveling Fang Yuan, his tiger eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze sharp, as if he could see through everything. Fang Yuan wasn't stupid. Having fought with humans so many times, he naturally sensed that something was wrong. Originally, he had thought that he had hidden himself so deeply that it should be impossible for humans to find him again, but he had not realized that he had actually been exposed to human sight for a long time. This time, the other party should have prepared for this and deliberately captured the bloodthirsty compass. And it seemed that these humans were trying to rely on the bloodthirsty compulsion to lead themselves in that direction. One didn't need to think about it to know that there must be some kind of intrigue waiting for them in the unknown land ahead. Fang Yuan then thought of the powerful magic treasures of the humans, the damage they would bring to him every time. Last time, he allowed himself to vanish, and this time, I'm afraid the humans will be more prepared. Fang Yuan's eyes shifted as he hesitated in his mind. Right now, his best choice was to directly retreat, no longer pursuing, enduring the pain to abandon the bloodthirsty parasites, so that the humans' plan would naturally fall through. But he just couldn't swallow it. Gritting his teeth, Fang Yuan's eyes showed a fierce light, his heart indignant to the extreme. While at the zoo, other than getting cleaned up twice by the stupid big brother, everything was fine and no one was looking for someone themselves for no reason. But by the time he left the zoo, he had never been able to get through it on his own, and he was resentful. Blame it on the damn humans. These guys, day in and day out, tried to find ways to cross him, and the unluckiest thing was that most of the endings were injuries to themselves and fleeing in a sorry state. Really had enough. As long as this demon lord follows carefully all the way and doesn't venture in, I don't think there's much these humans can do with themselves. However, since you dare to capture the bloodthirsty compass and scheme against this demon lord, you will definitely not settle with these humans. Thoughts turned 100 times, without much hesitation. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Fang Yuan had already made up his mind in his heart. Today, I'm going to see what these humans are up to. It wasn't just Fang Yuan who was like that. Truly, the bloodthirsty compulsion was too useful to him and extremely crucial. Moreover, in order to successfully refine this demonic compulsion, it took Fang Yuan a lot of. There was absolutely no way that he was going to give up like that. Even if there was a dragon's den and a mountain of daggers in front of him, Fang Yuan would still try to break through, clearing all the distracting thoughts from his mind. Fang Yuan, who was running wildly, violently leapt forward, and the blood light above the tiger's body blossomed as his breath rose. At once, the original, gradually slowing down speed, quickly increased, and chased after the helicopter that was pulling away from the distance. Time faded, one fleeing, one chasing, whether it was the helicopter or the black demon tiger. The distance between them and Changbai Mountain was getting closer and closer. Chapter 75. The plan to get rid of the tiger only allows for success, not failure. Helicopter. The propellers above were spinning at breakneck speed, producing an unmistakable cacophony of sound that poured into the cabin from all directions. The officer sat in the center, his face taut, and shouted to the front, "How far is it? And about how long will it take to reach Changbai Mountain?" "Sir, we're 50 miles from Changbai Mountain. It'll probably take another 10 minutes. Soon." The driver, sitting in the front, responded loudly after glancing at the instruments. Upon hearing this, the officer's gaze turned to the transcendent beside him who had the ability to sense, and said, Confirm once again whether or not the black demon tiger is following behind him right now. Okay, hold on. The Senshi immediately closed his eyes, and an invisible force surged out from within his body, spreading downwards and sweeping through the mountains and forests. A moment later, the corners of the perceiver's mouth rose slightly, quickly opening his eyes and nodding to the officer. Captain, it's been confirmed. The black demon tiger is dead behind. Good. Immediately send a message to the provincial military region side. Also, notify the Dakuan City military that will be arriving at 2:20 so they can prepare for that. The officer reached up to check the time and, with a serious face, instructed the correspondent, who was standing by. As long as they could successfully introduce the black demon tiger into Changbai Mountain, then the mission of their Transcendent Squad would be complete. Meanwhile, it will soon become clear whether this tiger removal program will be successful or not. Imperial. Inside the Institute. Is it finally time to start? Once the plan comes to fruition this time, the black demon tiger and thunder tiger will have no way of escaping. Receiving the report from the Su province side, President Lin smiled. His eyes kept flickering. His heart was looking forward to it. This is something he has been looking forward to for a long time. Although the genetic warrior program that he had led had been proceeding methodically, producing quite a few stunning results, most of the experimental materials had come from first-order ferocious beasts, and the genetic potions that had been researched were not of a high grade. The genetic material of those powerful ferocious beasts was obtained very rarely, and if this plan was successful, then their institute would be able to obtain the blood and flesh of the black demon tiger and thunder tiger. These two ferocious beasts were not simple. With extraordinary strength and great potential, they could be considered the best amongst the ferocious beasts. He can't wait now. Wanting to use these two blood and flesh as genetic material to make high-grade genetic potions, slowly calming his emotions, Dean Lin calmed down and then recruited his assistant to give orders to the Su province side. This time, the plan to get rid of the tiger is only allowed to succeed, not to fail. Outside of Changbai Mountain, the trees were extremely flourishing and lush, and had formed a forested area. The trees here, although not as tall as in the Changbai Mountain, but a tree is also as high as tens of meters, are considered to be behemoths. The sky-supporting crowns of the trees were like one huge green canopy, covering the sky and the sun, connecting with each other in the air, and looking at them from above, it looked like a vast green ocean. The sunlight in the sky was blocked out for 7 to 8 hours, and at this moment, under the green ocean, between the dimly lit mountains and forests, there were vaguely human figures swaying. If one were to look closely, one would be able to realize that there were a large number of humans hiding in the shadows underneath this green ocean. There was silence all around. These people in groups of 3 to 5, uniformly dressed in black combat uniforms, guns, armors and shields, all exuding a military temperament. Extraordinary martial arts. Standing upright, gazing at the Changbai Mountain in front of them, to be able to approach the dangerous Changbai Mountain. These people were naturally extraordinary. All of them were transcendents. And they were from military districts all over the Dragon Kingdom, and each one of them was an expert in their military district, with a strong aura. This time, the imperial capital attached great importance to the plan to get rid of the tiger, and gave an order to draw all these experts over to ensure that the plan was foolproof. Chapter 76 Jiang Che, a mere helicopter wants to come and attack my Changbai Mountain? Now, all they have to do is wait. When the black demon tiger and thunder tiger erupt into conflict, and when both of them lose in the end, the people lurking in this place will instantly rush into the Changbai Mountain, and take the opportunity to remove the two heads in order to eliminate future problems. As the time drew near, the crowd waited in silence. Coming, a stout, burly man, seeing the distant black dot through the gap between the canopy, gave a low gulp. The others followed the line of sight and looked over. Everyone, the black demon tiger has been lured over. Time is running out. Everyone get ready to fight and be safe. The burly man immediately turned around with a serious face, looked around the room, and barked a command to the crowd. The other people's hearts tightened as they heard this, and the atmosphere gradually became gloomy. The people present, before leaving the military region, had basically seen the image data of the black demon tiger and the thunder tiger, knowing that these two heads are powerful, berserk and vicious, extremely not to be messed with. Therefore, the danger of this operation was extremely high. Facing two ferocious tigers, a single mistake could cost one's life. Under the depressing atmosphere, everyone began to silently check up on the weapons and equipment they were carrying to prevent some oversights and omissions. In the process, the black dot that was still in the sky was slowly getting bigger, getting closer and closer to Changbai Mountain, and below the helicopter, a dark shadow remained. Fang Yuan stared deathly at the metal box in the air, in hot pursuit, panting lightly under his breath, his footsteps getting heavier and heavier. After a long run, even Fang Yuan was exhausted. If not for the fact that his physical body was nourished by spiritual energy, he would have collapsed long ago. However, as he kept chasing, he suddenly realized that the concentration of aura around him was slowly rising. Mind blown. Looking at the Changbai mountain in front of him, Fang Yuan's eyes erupted with a brilliant light. The aura was so rich. What a treasure land for cultivation. But why would humans lead themselves here? What the hell do they want? Originally, Fang Yuan guessed that he should be taken to a wide area, after which he would be caught in the blow of that special type of human magic treasure. But now he realized that this was not the case, and that these humans were clearly trying to introduce themselves within the mountain range ahead of them. What's in this mountain range? To be able to let humans count themselves out like this? For some reason, Fang Yuan could not help but feel a bad premonition welling up in his heart. Although the mountain range in front of him was rich in spiritual qi and was definitely a good place to cultivate, he didn't believe that the humans were so kind as to find a cultivation treasure for themselves. Changbai Mountain, outside the Peach Forest Valley, in a mountain depression, Jiang Che stood on top of a wide flat area, facing a group of juniors that he had just taken in, clearing his throat for a lecture. One could see that his tiger eyes contained light and his body was majestic, exuding a kingly aura. And in the open space in front of Jiang Che, there were 5 second-ranked ferocious beasts such as the giant bear, white bull, and red snake. This was the reason Jiang Che had almost run all over Changbai Mountain to find these 5 guys. Nowadays, the number of promoted second-ranked ferocious beasts was still too small. At this moment, the 5 ferocious beasts were staying there honestly, with soulful eyes, not daring to move. In the center, there stood 2 huge brown bears, their limbs as thick as pillars, their bodies as if they were small mountains. Their whole body was fluffy, and with 2 dark eyes, they looked very naive. What was most special was that on their brown fur, there were many purple star points, densely covered all over their bodies, making the 2 brown bears look extremely extraordinary. To the left, lying on its back, was a white cow as white as snow. It's the one in the waterhole at that end. There was not a single stray color in the fur of the entire body, and the 2 bull horns that spiraled upward were raised high, as if they were going to pierce through the sky. A pair of protruding bull's eyes, seeing Jiang Che, were filled with fear at the moment. Chapter 76, Jiang Che, a mere helicopter wants to come and attack my Changbai Mountain. On the right side was coiled a giant red-scaled snake. Red-scaled giant snake. Body size over 20 meters. Water tank thick. A piece of dark red scales densely covered all over the body. Slashes and axes. Silent and motionless, as if a huge dark red rock carved into a horrifying stone statue. Next to the red-scaled giant snake, there was a one-eyed green wolf lying on its back, its wide body occupying a large area, and its thick green-colored fur, covering the ground, looking like a giant green blanket. And no matter whether it was the hideous snake head of the red-scaled giant snake or the very vicious one-eyed wolf head, all of them were hanging low at the moment as a sign of submission. Tilting his head and glancing at his juniors who had become well-behaved, Jiang Che cursed in his heart. It's all a bunch of ES. At the beginning of the encounter, the good guys, one by one, they are untamed and manic. That is, after he was severely whipped. These dogs, only honest. This Changbai Mountain is this king's territory. If you want to cultivate here, then you have to follow my orders. I declare that from now on. You are my men. Next, I'll give you a task. Gather spirit fruits with all your might, and send them to the peach forest when you find them. If anyone dares not to hand it over, I will not blame the king for severe punishment. All heard. Jiang Che's tiger's mouth opened slightly and kept roaring softly as he commanded a group of his men in beast language. Oh wow. The 5 minions were jolted and cowered as they issued a response. The intelligence of second-stage ferocious beasts was comparable to that of a child, and they were basically able to understand Jiang Che's meaning. In order to stay in Changbai Mountain, a precious place to cultivate, they could only succumb to Jiang Che's lustful authority and honestly follow orders. Roar! Go on! As Jiang Che let out a soft roar, the 5 ferocious beasts slowly got up and burrowed into the dense forest as if they were relieved. Watching his little brothers leave, Jiang Che was satisfied. Now that's fast. With little brother working on her behalf. In the future, the third sister's cultivation resources will not have to suffer and look all over the mountains by herself. With a cozy heart, Jiang Che was about to turn around and head back to the valley for a beautiful sleep, when suddenly, his gaze unintentionally discovered something wrong. Ha! What's that? Jiang Che's movements lurched as he looked toward the distant sky, his eyes hesitant. There seemed to be a black spot that was still moving rapidly in this direction. A moment later, the black dots grew larger and larger, and Jiang Che finally got a good look at them. Helicopter! Humans coming through again? Jiang Che was instantly alert. The location of the Bodhi sacred tree was exposed last time. The last time humans failed to destroy the Bodhi sacred tree. This is a comeback? Afterwards, Jiang Che quickly ran back to the peach forest and woke up Nangong Luo with the beast language. Roar! Third sister, wake up, a human is coming again. Nangong Luo's heart jumped as he quickly opened his eyes, stopped cultivating, and leapt out of the water pool. The two tigers quickly rushed out of the valley and stood on top of the mountain peaks, staring at the helicopters that were getting closer and closer in the sky, their bodies exuding a horrifying aura. Ready to strike. No, how come there's only one helicopter? As time continues to pass, Jiang Che's eyes change slightly, looking and looking again. Surprisingly no other helicopters appear behind him. A mere helicopter dares to come to Chang Mountain to find trouble? Originally thought that humans had a big battle, but I didn't expect this. Jiang Che's heart was instantly disdainful. Chapter 77, this metal box doesn't contain a bomb, does it? Time flew by and 10 minutes slipped by. Through the windshield, the beautiful and spectacular Chang Mountain, covered with a green carpet, jumped into the eyes, occupying the entire field of vision. Helicopter. Sir, up ahead is Chang Mountain. Do we just fly there? Or, the driver inquired to the officer behind him. Where's the black demon tiger? Did it follow? The officer's face was serious as he looked aside to the senshi. The senshi would understand, close their eyes, and cast their ability to sense. A few breaths later, the senshi showed surprise on his face, disbelievingly confirming it again and again, and secretly saying in his heart, "Ha, strange, this black demon tiger has disappeared. Did it not follow? Captain, no black demon tiger found." The senshi looked to the officer and shook his head. As a first-order transcendent, his sensing ability wasn't strong enough, and there was naturally a limit to the probing distance. Within his sensory range, there was no sign of the black demon tiger. How? Is this lost? The officer's face changed and his heart sank. This is bad. The key to this tiger removal program was still the black demon tiger. But now, previously, the plan had been going smoothly, and this was about to accomplish its purpose. But unexpectedly, there was a mistake at the last moment. The officer's mood was now as bad as it could be. After a brief silence, and I don't know if it's this sensing something, or is it simply being thrown off? Never mind, let's stop and wait and see. Frowning, the officer shook his head and sighed. Understood. As soon as the words left his mouth, the pilot maneuvered the helicopter and hovered in the air. Observe the black demon tiger's movements at all times, and report immediately once it appears. The officer's gaze was filled with worry, and he didn't forget to give a command to the senshi on the sidelines. Stopped? Oh, this is deliberately waiting for me? Sure enough, it's without good intentions. On top of a high slope in the distance, Fang Yuan hid in the shadows and looked at the helicopters in the air from afar, smiling coldly in his heart. Trying to trick me into entering the mountain? What a good plan. Afterward, Fang Yuan's gaze turned to the direction of Chang Mountain, his eyes heavy. Looking at that Chang Mountain, a sense of crisis inexplicably flooded his heart. Intuition told him that inside this great mountain, there seemed to be a terrifying crisis hidden, with extremely terrifying creatures lurking in it, terrifying people and emitting breaths that made people's souls tremble. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan, before, decisively gave up chasing the helicopter. Although he wanted to take back the bloodthirsty compass, Fang Yuan was not a reckless person and would definitely not joke with his own life. In the face of human encirclement, he is not afraid. The big thing is to rely on the momentum of the mountains and forests. To avoid, can easily hide away. However, when he faced other powerful ferocious beasts, he did not have the advantage in this regard, and could only rely on his own strength and tough it out. The ferocious beasts in this great mountain were not simple. Before figuring out the purpose of the humans, he would never rush into this big mountain. Since you want to wait, take your time. Fang Yuan laughed in his heart, turned his body, and quickly disappeared into the mountain forest without a trace. A few moments later, still haven't sensed the black demon tiger's aura? Inside the cabin, the officer was so anxious that he couldn't help but utter a sentence. Chapter 77, is there a bomb in this metal box? No. At those words, the senshi opened his eyes and shook his head with some disappointment. This dam is so cunning. At once, the officer's face showed an expression of frustration, and he cursed angrily. It was now certain that this black demon tiger should have realized that something was wrong and simply gave up. The luring of the black demon tiger was a failure, representing that their plan to get rid of the tiger this time was considered a complete failure. Whatever, now that we've entered the outskirts of Chang Mountain, if we wait any longer, Lei Hu might take a shot at us. Just throw the metal box into the peach forest. The officer was at his wit's end now and gritted his teeth, deciding in his mind to take a gamble. Judging from the black demon tiger's behavior earlier, this demon insect should be very important to it. He just couldn't believe that the other party had really just given up. The helicopter then rose quickly, flying as high as it could in case it was attacked by the thunder tiger. Thunder Tiger's attacks were extremely long-range, and care had to be taken in this regard. Buzz off! It wasn't long before the helicopter flew from the outskirts to the depths of the Changbai Mountains and hung over the Peachwood Valley. Sir, we've reached our designated position. Do we jettison the metal box? Throw it down. In the next second, the metal box hanging below the helicopter was dropped straight down. In the middle of the peach forest, Jiang Che and Nangong Luo looked up at the sky. The helicopter above the blue sky was only the size of a peanut meter in their eyes due to its height. Although the humans had sent just one helicopter over, the other parties seemed to have the audacity to just fly over Peachwood Valley. It looked extremely arrogant, and it was completely as if he didn't put Jiang Che in his eyes. What the hell do humans want? At this moment, Jiang Che and Nangong Luo were both a bit confused. Quickly rushing back to the peach forest from the peak, he stood in the center of the valley, staring at the other party's every move. Big brother, be careful. Seeing the helicopter throw down a black object, Nangong Luo reminded Jiang Che. His own big brother had killed a lot of people and snatched resources from humans, so he could be considered a thorn in the other side's side. This falling thing is probably another one of those things that humans have come up with, to deal with big brother. Violet. Jiang Che nodded slightly and turned his head to look at Xiaozi. Kirikou. The little purple on top of his head immediately understood, and with a flash of purple light, it instantly transformed into a purple battle pattern that encircled Jiang Che's neck. In the next moment, an incomparably powerful aura violently rushed out from within Jiang Che's body, sweeping through the mountains and forests in all directions. Anyway, stack in armor first. After merging with Little Violet, Jiang Che cast a spiritual power shield. In an instant, the dazzling purple gold light bloomed greatly, and a special pattern emerged, like a substantial flowing light shield, quickly enveloping the entire tiger body. After reaching the 4th rank, the power of this spiritual power shield had doubled several times, and it was difficult for ordinary guns and cannons to shake it in the slightest. At this moment, Fang Yuan had absolute confidence, even in the face of saturation shelling from the human army. With this spiritual shield in place, one would be absolutely unharmed. Third sister, back away. Jiang Che instructed Nangong Luo. Humans were tricky, and while he had a spiritual shield, Nangong Luo didn't. It's better to be careful. Okay, big brother, if the situation is not right, hurry up and escape. Nangong Luo was self-aware, and after hearing Jiang Che's words, he nodded his head and gave a reminder before quickly retreating backward. Waiting for Nangong Luo to run into the distance, Jiang Che raised his head and stared at the metal box in the air that was falling at great speed, quietly waiting for it to fall. What would humans put in there? It couldn't be a massive bomb, could it? Could it be that it wants to rely on the explosion to destroy the valley and destroy the Bodhi sacred tree? Chapter 78. Is it the breath of Lao air? He actually came to Changbai Mountain. The speed of the metal box's descent, which was very fast, continued to zoom in Jiang Che's line of sight. It's getting closer. In a flash, a dark shadow flashed before his eyes. The violent and ear-piercing wind whistling sound, which was getting louder and louder, made people's hearts and minds tighten. Next moment, rumble, terrifying and appalling collision sounds exploded within the valley, constantly echoing like thunderous booms. Deafening. The huge metal box, smashed on top of the ground. The powerful impact directly first shocked the ground. Cracks spread. Subsequently, a horrifying shockwave swept through. The surrounding earth was instantly overturned. Dirt splattered. Dust rose in all directions. And the nearby peach trees were also affected by the wave, breaking off at the waist, with their branches and leaves fluttering about. After a period of sky shaking, the valley gradually quieted down. The dust that had filled the room slowly cleared, and the blurring vision became clearer. Jiang Che, who didn't move like a mountain, stared forward and surveyed the metal box not far away. At the moment, this metal box is lying in the pit. Violent impact did not make its deformation damage. It seems that the material is extremely strong. Jiang Che took a step and slowly approached the large pit. He didn't act rashly, but walked along the perimeter of the large pit, observing. Nangong Luo, who was far away, honestly stood beside the Bodhi sacred tree and silently watched all of this without taking the liberty of moving forward. You don't have a psychic shield yourself. It's better not to add to the confusion. Jiang Che sighed. After waiting for a while, I realized that the metal box was not moving. With his psychic shield over his head and his body taut, he carefully walked into the pit to the metal box. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Che raised his tiger's palm and gently tapped the metal box. There was a hollow sound. Empty? A trace of surprise flashed through the tiger's pupils, and Jiang Che was puzzled in his heart. It doesn't look like there's a bomb stuffed in here. Is there something in here or not? This human is pulling some kind of stunt. Afterwards, above Jiang Che's tiger paw, sharp claw blades stretched out like a long, chilly knife, and slashed fiercely at the box, trying to cut it open to find out what's going on. Zira! With an ear-splitting clang, sparks flew, the unbelievable scene appeared. Only a few shallow claw marks appeared on the surface of the metal box, where the tiger's claws had just scratched. It didn't break open? Jiang Che's pupils shrunk slightly as he looked at the box in front of him with some surprise. Interesting. That's not a simple material for a metal box. It was important to know that Jiang Che was already a fourth-ranked ferocious beast, and even if he relied only on his physical strength, a claw would be able to easily tear iron and crack stone. And yet, I didn't realize that now only a few shallow marks were left on this metal box. Unfortunately, as good as the material is, it's hard for me. Jiang Che didn't care. His spiritual energy surged and he executed his natural ability, Vajra Claw. Above the tiger's claw, glittering golden light flooded. Streams of fireflies entwined, the light gradually bright, the golden claw, bursting out of the biting sharpness, against the metal box a vicious stroke. Rip! The originally unbreakable metal box was sliced right through, as simple as a knife scratching paper. As Jiang Che slashed through a few claws, the metal box was broken open with a huge gash. The light from the outside world, shining through the gap, revealed the inside of the box. Let's see what's inside. Jiang Che looked over and saw that in the center of the metal box, there was a strangely shaped ferocious beast corpse lying. This ferocious beast, its body was dry in skin and bone-like, as if it had been sucked dry of its essence by something. Jiang Che was stunned in his heart, and his gaze was filled with his doubt. Why did this human send a beast's corpse here? It's not like there's a threat to yourself. Chapter 78. Is it the breath of Lao air? He actually came to Changbai Mountain. It can't be for my amusement, can it? Jiang Che was a bit puzzled. Suddenly, the dry corpse in the box moved, and a red aura instantly sprang out and flew towards Jiang Che. A ferocious aura came over him. Jiang Che was startled and stepped backward. Something. Bang! Luckily, there was a spiritual shield, and the purple golden light flashed, and the bloodthirsty parasites were directly blocked, falling and flying out. The bloodthirsty parasite shook its head and stabilized itself in the air. Only then did Jiang Che see clearly what this red aura actually was. It was actually a blood-colored worm, with a hideous appearance and blood light gathering around its body, emitting a rich and ferocious aura, looking extremely vicious. Bloodthirsty Compass failed to land a single blow and did not give up. Red light flashed in the air, resounding with air-breaking sounds as the bloodthirsty parasite shot out explosively, crazily hitting the spiritual power shield on Jiang Che's body surface. Bang! 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 Inside the valley, a collision sound rang out. Unfortunately, compared to the bloodthirsty compass, Jiang Che's cultivation was too much higher, and the defense of his spiritual shield was terrifyingly strong. The bloodthirsty parasites, with each violent attack, could not shake the spiritual shield in the slightest, and even less on the surface of the shield, causing a ripple. This is human tactics? Trying to assassinate me with a worm? Thinking is too beautiful. It's just a daydream. Jiang Che's gaze was slightly cold as he looked at the bloodthirsty compass that was struggling, a terrifying aura radiating from his body. Hiss! Seeing that the bloodthirsty parasites had been unable to break through the defense, they were upset and let out a hissing, violent and incomparable. Steeply, a great sense of crisis welled up in his heart, and the bloodthirsty compass palpitated, decisively abandoning his attack. Seeing a flash of blood light on the insect's body, the bloodthirsty compass transformed into a rapidly fading red line in the air, and disappeared in the direction of its master. Humph! A stinker! You want to leave? Did you get my permission? Boom! Looking at the distant red light, Jiang Che laughed coldly in his heart as he braced his limbs on the ground and fiercely stepped, transforming into a purple shadow as he chased after them. Regardless of whether this bug was a human tactic or not, but if it dared to attack itself, it would have to leave its life behind, and it could not be allowed to get away easily. Outside the Changbai Mountains, Fang Yuan did not leave directly. After realizing that the helicopter had entered the depths of that big mountain, Fang Yuan hid in the middle of the mountain forest, silently observing the situation. He was a little reluctant, wanted to see if there was a chance to get back the bloodthirsty compulsion. The bloodthirsty parasite is approaching me? What happened? Did it escape on its own? On top of the hill, Fang Yuan, who was hiding in the shade of a tree, suddenly froze, and then rejoiced. Here's your chance. Not daring to hesitate, Fang Yuan scurried forward and leaned towards the direction of the bloodthirsty parasites. In the Changbai Mountains, rumbling, the earth trembled, the trees shook crazily, and in the dim forest, there was a burst of strong sound of stepping on the ground. The purple shadow that Jiang Che had transformed into was constantly weaving between the trees, closely chasing after the bloodthirsty compass. This little bug is quite fast. Looking at the fleeing bloodthirsty parasites in front of him, Jiang Che was surprised in his heart. There's something not so simple about this blood-colored bug. This flying speed was able to rival him, a fourth-ranked ferocious beast. It is? Right at this moment, Jiang Che, who was in pursuit, had a heartbeat in his heart. The eyes shifted slightly. He had just sensed a familiar aura. Isn't that the scent of a penis? Jiang Che's gaze lit up with some incredulity. The second one actually came to Changbai Mountain too? Chapter 79, Brothers Reunited. Jiang Che was certain that this was definitely the scent of the second oldest, Fang Yuan, that fellow. To know, he and Lao Er in the zoo, living together for half a year, between the two tigers, that is long familiar cannot be familiar, so it is absolutely impossible to recognize a mistake. Moreover, Jiang Che also realized that this penis seemed to be approaching his side. The two sides seemed to be traveling relative to each other, and if the two tigers didn't change direction, it was estimated that it wouldn't be long before they met. After a long time. But next, Jiang Che was a bit puzzled. And how did the second one come to Changbai Mountain? Could it be that this guy knows that he is in Changbai Mountain, and is desperate and can't survive outside, so he specially came to join himself as a big brother? No, it can't be. With this guy's character, it was estimated that even if he died, he would have to die outside, and it was absolutely impossible that he had come to defect to himself. Delegate? Come to devour yourself is more like it. However, Jiang Che thought for a moment and felt that he might be overthinking it. What if, say, the dick is just passing through? Is it a coincidence? But how can there be such a coincidental thing, passing through Changbai Mountain even if this is now all rushing toward their side? Forget it. What's the point of thinking about it? He was able to hear the heart himself, and when he saw his penis later, he would naturally understand. Jiang Che shook his head, clearing the cluttered thoughts from his mind, and his gaze flickered with some anticipation as he pursued towards the location of the second oldest. Since the last time in the Snake King town, it has been a long time since I've seen Lao Er, but I miss him to death. He had an itchy hand. The ferocious beasts encountered during this period of time were all too weak and powerless, and when a slap went down, either their brains burst out, or their feces and urine flew all over the place, and they couldn't die anymore. It was only the oldest guy who had thick skin and flesh, who could carry it and beat it up the most vigorously. The main reason was that this guy had practiced the heaven-swallowing demon cannon, and his self-healing ability was extremely strong. As long as he didn't kill anyone, he would be able to recover from even the heaviest injuries. It's just a perfect sandbag. There was a hint of playfulness in Jiang Che's eyes as he secretly laughed in his heart. Lao Er, Lao Er. I wonder if you've made any progress in this period of time. Don't be as unbearable as the previous times. However, Big Brother will definitely have regard for brotherly love and show you mercy. Whoosh! The red light transformed by the bloodthirsty parasites traveled in a straight line through the mountain forest, not avoiding or dodging the tree trunks, branches and leaves that were in the way, crashing out a hole and penetrating through. At this moment, the situation is very critical. Feeling the terrifying aura behind them, the bloodthirsty parasites, terrified, ran for their lives. It had already consumed the pure blood chi that it had stored. Unfortunately, no matter how much it ran, Jiang Che was following it like a dog's skin, unable to get rid of it at all. Both sides chased and fled. The ferocious beasts in the mountains and forests along the way were scared into scattering in all directions, and the forest, which was originally quite calm, was stirred up into a mess. And with the passage of time, the two sides had run from the depths of the Changbai Mountain to the periphery, and were looking to get out of the Changbai Mountain. The bloodthirsty compass was only a compulsion, and in the end, it couldn't compare to Jiang Che, a genuine fourth-ranked ferocious beast. The long period of extremely fast flight had already caused his physical strength to gradually run out of steam, and the pure blood chi in his body was even more depleted. Without the support of blood chi, the blood light transformed by the bloodthirsty compassion had begun to dim. The speed that had originally surprised even Jiang Che could no longer be maintained and slowed down with the naked eye. It was only when Jiang Che approached violently that the blood light transformed by the bloodthirsty compass would burst into flashes and sprint toward, desperately trying to pull away some distance. In fact, with the current speed of the bloodthirsty compass, Jiang Che was already able to directly catch up and exterminate it. Luckily, Jiang Che's attention at the moment was no longer on the bloodthirsty compass. A pair of tiger eyes looked at the mountain peak in front of them and erupted into a brilliant bright light. Close. He could feel it. Himself and his penis are getting closer. Chapter 79, Brotherhood Reunion. The two tigers were separated by just one hill. As long as you cross the peak ahead, you should be able to see the second Fang Yuan. Boom! With excitement in his heart, Jiang Che directly accelerated, transforming into a black shadow that cut through the sky like lightning, and rushed towards the mountain peak in front of him. But this time, it scared the bloodthirsty parasites flying in front of him, thinking that Jiang Che was going to rush over and exterminate himself. At the moment of life and death, The bloodthirsty compass let out a fearful insect cry, crazily squeezing its own potential. Bloodlight exploded and flew toward the front. It sensed that the master was just ahead, and on the other side of the mountain. Fang Yuan was seeking his special senses with the bloodthirsty compass and approached it. He had sensed that the bloodthirsty parasites were not far away. Cross a clear stream and leap to a meadow. He was about to continue walking, but Fang Yuan suddenly stopped in his footsteps with some doubts in his heart. The tiger's eyes narrowed slightly. There's a problem. There was something a little off about the emotions coming back from his own precious compulsion. Very panicky looking. Is it in some kind of danger? Fang Yuan's heart was suddenly furious. Although the bloodthirsty parasites had escaped, the humans would definitely not give up and would inevitably give chase. Now, there must be a human attacking the bloodthirsty parasites. Damn it! If my own precious parasites are injured, this demon monarch will definitely extract the skin of these humans and break them into pieces. Fang Yuan's pair of tiger eyes instantly turned crimson, and berserk killing intent rushed out, diffusing in all directions. Extremely dense, anxious in his heart, he instantly increased his speed, transforming into a black shadow and rushing into the mountain forest in front of him. A few breaths later, Fang Yuan was getting closer and closer to the bloodthirsty compass. The sensation between the two sides was getting stronger and stronger, and vaguely, he was already able to see a bit of red light appearing on a distant hill. My precious compost! Seeing the figure of the bloodthirsty compass, Fang Yuan instantly became excited, realizing that his precious parasite seemed to be unharmed. Fang Yuan's heart was also relieved. The bloodthirsty compulsion is close at hand, but just after running not too far, Fang Yuan seemed to notice that something was wrong, and his speeding body violently stalled, stopping under the mountain peak. Afterward, Fang Yuan's gaze was puzzled as he crossed over the bloodthirsty parasite and looked at the mountain forest behind it. How is this scent? A bit familiar? Wait, why does it feel like the ground is shaking a little? Is it an illusion? Fang Yuan then lowered his head, glanced at the earth, and became more and more puzzled. Just then, hiss! The bloodthirsty parasites that fled in panic finally found their master and erupted into a hiss of excitement, flying down from above the mountain at great speed, instantly failing to enter into their master's body. Successfully retrieving the bloodthirsty compass, Fang Yuan hadn't even had time to be happy yet. Rumble! Immediately followed by a sound like a thunderous stomping sound. The entire ground trembled, and a huge behemoth came into Fang Yuan's eyes. The size of the ancient beast, the colorful and oily fur, the eyes that make people sick at a glance, and the huge tiger paw that hurts when you slap it down. Fang Yuan instantly froze. No wonder the scent was so familiar. It's him? But why is this guy here? Chapter 80, Lao Air. After not seeing you for so long, you're still pulling like this. Outside of Changbai Mountain, there was a ravine 10 miles away from the outskirts. At this moment, there are a large number of humans gathered here. A military green rectangular barracks stand. Outside the barracks, there is a powerful and domineering armored vehicles. Not far away from the open space, there are also a few helicopters parked. This place is a temporary camp for the military in Dakuan City. In the center of the camp, in a special barracks, a monitoring equipment was placed side by side, 3 rows in total, and the screen was filled with people, all staring at the screen with full attention. And on top of this screen, what is shown is the drone overlooking all over Changbai Mountain. These vast numbers of devices, interfacing with the large number of drones cruising above the skies, transmit the captured footage in real time. Lei Hu is out. Everyone, come see. Just then, one of the fighters suddenly got up and yelled out in surprise, greeting the others. Seriously, let's see. At those words, the people present gathered around and looked toward the screen in unison. Sure enough, in the video screen, vaguely, there is a huge big thing running in the mountains and forests. Looking at the figure and the colorful fur, obviously a giant tiger. And given the size of this giant tiger, it was basically certain that it was that Thunder Tiger. It is indeed Thunder Tiger. How did this Thunder Tiger get out? The crowd murmured, somewhat surprised. Hasn't this Thunder Tiger been staying in Changbai Mountain? Why did he suddenly come out? Why? Did you hear that Thunder Tiger is out? Everyone, get out of the way. At that moment, the chief of the camp heard the news and immediately rushed over. The crowd rushed to make way. It's really this Thunder Tiger. Why did it run out? The camp officer leaned over and stared carefully at Jiang Che's figure in the video. Frowning, could it be that it sensed the black demon tiger's aura? The mind guessed. That's right, those two were already feuding. The camp chief thought he had figured it out. This Thunder Tiger must be going to the Black Demon Tiger. That is to say, the Black Demon Tiger should still be nearby. Sir, look, it's the Black Demon Tiger. He really hasn't left. And the next moment, a warrior pointed at the screen and exclaimed. Sure enough, the Black Demon Tiger didn't run far. The camp officer's gaze shifted over, and the moment he saw the screen, his pupils shrank, and then a wave of joy surged through his heart, only to see that the thunder tiger suddenly stopped after crossing a mountain peak, and in front of it stood a black figure. It was clearly the disappearing black demon tiger. That's when the others saw it. When two tigers meet, there will be a battle. This scene invigorated the crowd present. The long-awaited battle between the two tigers is about to begin. Outside the Changbai Mountains, Fang Yuan and Jiang Che finally met up. Jiang Che's eyes gleamed as he stared at Fang Yuan. He paced in place, walking back and forth, repeatedly sizing up Fang Yuan with some excitement in his eyes. Hey, after all this time, I finally got to see this dick guy again. Chapter 80, Air. You're still so pulled after such a long time. Let's see. It's okay. No missing arms or legs. No trauma on the body. By the looks of it, this guy is doing okay out there, so he shouldn't be in too much danger. However, just now, after that blood-colored bug rushed into Fang Yuan's body, Jiang Che saw it clearly. The heart also understood. This blood-colored bug. It seems that it should be the thing of the second oldest. No wonder this worm was incomparably hideous, with a ferocious aura, ferocious behavior, and had sucked a ferocious beast into a dried corpse. If it's linked to the penis, it makes sense. Isn't this a devilish tactic? This guy, Lao Air, is an ancient demon monarch, and this blood-colored worm looks like a good match indeed, compared to Jiang Che's ease and excitement. At this moment, Fang Yuan's pair of tiger eyes were wide open as he looked at Jiang Che, who was walking back and forth, his eyes shocked, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Damn! What bad luck! How can I run into this stupid tiger here too? Returning to his senses, Fang Yuan first reflexively took a few steps backward. Humph! This demon lord is still afraid of you. Feeling that he had shown his cowardice, Fang Yuan braced himself, straining his neck, and walked back again, staring dead at Jiang Che. But immediately afterward, Fang Yuan sensed the aura emanating from Jiang Che's body. At that moment, the tiger's body shook, greatly shocked, and in the sea of his heart, it was as if a shocking wave had been set off. Surprisingly, he sensed an aura of danger from this stupid tiger. As if encountering a life and death crisis, the body instinctively tightened and trembled uncontrollably. This guy's aura, why is it so strong? How is it that every time he encounters this stupid tiger, his strength is above his own? Fang Yuan was having a hard time in his heart right now. This stupid big brother's cultivation level has broken through too fast. I can't catch up with it myself, no matter how much I chase after it. During this period of time, although he had been hiding from the humans, but relying on the bloodthirsty compass, with an ample supply of pure blood chi, Fang Yuan's cultivation had risen quite a bit. Originally, I thought that after encountering the oldest three, I could easily take them and devour them all to ease my heart's hatred. Never thought that this stupid big brother's strength was still stronger than his own. How could this be? Fang Yuan's eyes were red with rage. He himself, a reincarnation of a demon lord, was no match for a stupid tiger, and the fire of jealousy burned brightly in his chest. This fire, if it could be spewed out, it would probably be enough to incinerate heaven and earth. Hearing Fang Yuan raging impotently in his mind, Jiang Che was happy in his heart. Come on, this dick still hasn't learned his lesson. It seems that the previous lesson wasn't enough, actually wanting to devour himself, and it was more than normal to be outmatched in strength. He himself had 10 times the feedback, and unless his penis was also hung up, in this life, it was probably impossible to surpass himself. Subsequently, Jiang Che sensed the oldest two's aura and learned of the other party's realm, which was already in the late second stage. Well, from the perspective of the entire ferocious beast community, the oldest two can be said to be very strong, even extremely excellent. After all, during this period of time now, although quite a few second-order fierce beasts had appeared in the world, those that were able to reach the late second order were estimated to be rare. Of course, if compared to himself, it would be much worse, between the two, but there is a full difference of two great realms. Put the two of them together and it's the difference between an elephant and a dog. The penis, it's just little Karami. It's not worth mentioning. Jiang Che estimated that if he slapped his palm down, his penis might have to lie on the ground. Alas, Lao Air, you, the ancient demon monarch, can't do it either. Still pulling like that after all this time. It's so boring. It's only good as a sandbag. Jiang Che's burst of teasing eyes looked at Fang Yuan in a puzzled manner. What's that supposed to mean? Just in case this stupid tiger suddenly makes a move on himself. With a vigilant face, Fang Yuan stared at Jiang Che's every move, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Chapter 81. No, you guys fight instead. In the middle of the mountain forest, there was a huge crater on the ground, which were the footprints left behind by Jiang Che as he ran. A giant golden tiger followed the footprints on the ground and ran wildly at breakneck speed, and soon followed suit and rushed out of Changbai Mountain. It was none other than Nangong Luo, who was afraid of something happening to his big brother. Originally, she stayed under the Bodhi sacred tree, watching her big brother as he explored the metal box. But I didn't expect that a strange insect appeared in the box and escaped straight away after failing to attack big brother. Just as she froze, her big brother went straight after her. Big brother is also too impulsive. After seeing Jiang Che rush out, Nangong Luo immediately felt bad. This is most likely a human ploy. If big brother chases out like this, I'm afraid he'll be introduced into the human encirclement and be in danger. Wanting to rush to help, but she was afraid that it was a ploy to get rid of the tiger, and that the human's true purpose was still the Bodhi sacred tree. There was a real possibility that the other party would wait for an opportunity to destroy the Bodhi sacred tree after luring the two of them away. Once they let the other party have their way, the destruction of the Bodhi sacred tree would definitely destroy Nangong Luo's series of plans for the future, and many of his ideas would have to be readjusted. She hesitated a little. However, after just a moment of hesitation, Nangong Luo decisively chased after him. Between the Bodhi sacred tree and Big Brother, she still chose Big Brother. After all, without her Big Brother, she wouldn't have been able to obtain the Bodhi sacred tree, or have the strength she had now, and to be able to keep cultivating peacefully was all because of her Big Brother's care, and since her Big Brother had always been so good to her, she didn't want the other to be hurt one bit. Although the Bodhi sacred tree was valuable and important, there was absolutely no way to compare its position in Nangong Luo's heart to that of his elder brother. Following the traces and running all the way, Nangong Luo quickly chased after him and sensed his big brother's scent. It's just on the other side of the mountain. Boom! Anxious in his heart, Nangong Luo's golden tiger body, transformed into a golden light, rushed towards the mountain peak. In a few breaths of time, he crossed over the mountain peak and managed to see, at the moment, Jiang Che standing at the bottom of the mountain. Lucky it's okay? Could it be that I was overly concerned? Nangong Luo then felt a sense of relief in his heart and looked around, realizing that there was no human ambush. It's him. However, she soon saw Fang Yuan standing across from her big brother. A flash of disgust flashed in his eyes. For this second brother, she will not have a good face. This guy is ferocious, not recognizing his 6 relatives, and will do whatever it takes to achieve his goal. He even made a move on her in the beginning, biting her, and if it wasn't for his big brother's timely rescue, he might have died at the hands of the other party. This revenge is something she's always remembered. Sooner or later, she was going to get it back from the other side. How did this guy end up in Changbai Mountain? Did he think he was strong enough to come after Big Brother? Isn't this a death wish? Big Brother is all 4th ranked, and if this guy, the second, dares to make a move, he will surely be beaten half to death. This is going to be fun to watch. Nangong Luo's heart was happy. His mood was instantly good. His eyes rolled, and he immediately took a step and quickly leaned over. Not a moment later, Nangong Luo ran to Jiang Che's side and looked at Fang Yuan with a cold gaze. Ha! It's the oldest guy. Nope, that's scent. When Fang Yuan saw Nangong Luo, he didn't take it seriously at first. This guy was just a dish in front of himself. However, when he sensed the aura of the oldest 3, his heart was stunned and his eyes changed. Seemingly unable to believe his own judgment, Fang Yuan looked at Nangong Luo again and again, constantly determining something. How is that possible? Chapter 81, No. Why don't you fight? Why is the oldest Sora so strong too? And vaguely above him, boss can't beat it even if it's not. After all, he has never been able to defeat the other side. It's not a big deal if he loses again. But now, that he has been reduced to the point that he can't even compare with the oldest 3? How? Instantly, Fang Yuan stumbled, barely able to stand still, as the sound of a shattered Dao heart seemed to emanate from within his body. At this moment, he was physically and mentally frustrated, with a face of uncertainty and frustration, not daring to believe it, and reciting the words in his mind. Ha. Joyful. Hearing Fang Yuan's heartfelt words, Jiang Che was overjoyed in his heart. Good lord, the dick is getting a little autistic from all the blows. You're still an ancient demon lord? It's so easy to break defense. No, it looked like I needed to beat up Lao Air today, to inspire his fighting spirit as a demon lord and revitalize him. This kind of disheveled appearance was not a posture that a demon lord should have. That said, it's not really a wonder that the dick got a whole lot of broken defense. Even if Jiang Che himself was a hang, this was something that Lao Air really couldn't compare to, and he had never been able to get a bargain from Jiang Che's hands. Most of all, it was still the oldest. The third sister's performance nowadays had kind of given the oldest a blast, and was the main reason why he had broken his defense. The oldest two just saw the third sister as an ordinary tiger now, feeling that it was shameful that he, an ancient demon monarch, couldn't even compare to an ordinary mortal tiger. But the second one, he didn't know that he was not small. Originally as the female emperor Reborn, has been even more cultivation hard, plus Jiang Che's constant help. Cultivation enhancement want not fast are difficult and the second one had been wandering around outside, single-handedly, no matter whether it was the time spent on cultivation or the resources for cultivation. There was not as much as the third one, so it's normal to be better than that. Forget it, let big brother beat you up. I think I'll recover soon. Jia. Looking at Lao Er's self-loathing appearance, Jiang Che looked a little overjoyed and walked forward wistfully. However, Jiang Che had just taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped. He suddenly remembered the blood-colored bug. That bug just now belonged to the penis. How did it end up in the hands of a human and thrown into his own territory? Jiang Che looked at Fang Yuan with a probing gaze. By the looks of it, that blood-colored bug seemed to be important to the oldest. There is a high probability that Lao Er ran to Chang by mountain for this bug. Jiang Che's thoughts flew and he immediately had a guess, his eyes playing up. Humans are a bit sinister. They want me and my dick to lose both of us, don't they? Good math. Humans grabbed the blood-colored bugs, threw them into Peachwood Valley, and lured the penis over. Odds are, those humans are hiding around right now, in unknown places, waiting for an opportunity. Meanwhile, inside the temporary camp of the military in Dakuan City, after discovering the encounter between Lei Hu and the Black Demon Tiger, all the officers in the camp rushed over, along with the warriors in charge of monitoring the video. All of them gathered together. In the wide barracks, there was actually no sound at all at this moment. Everyone was staring nervously at the screen, waiting for a shocking battle. Time was passing and the barracks were so quiet you could hear breathing. But the battle that the crowd had been waiting for still hadn't been fought. Just seeing the Thunder Tiger and the Black Demon Tiger confronting each other for half a day, and still not making a move. The crowd was also unconsciously agitated, and their hearts were very anxious. What is this? So harmonious. You guys fight instead. What's the deal with looking at each other like that? What's the deal with looking at each other like that? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Chapter 82, running away just like that? Is the Black Demon Tiger scared? Sir, didn't you say that the Thunder Tiger and the Black Demon Tiger have a grudge? Why aren't they at war yet? How long has it been going on? They're not going to stop fighting, are they? A warrior couldn't help but inquire. These two heads just keep standing there against each other, and don't see any other action. Looking can make people anxious to die. You two fight instead. Yes, sir. Why are these two tigers acting so strangely? Just keep staring at each other. Are they jealous of each other? Sir, if the Black Devil Tiger stops fighting, what should we do next? You guys, is there something wrong with this Black Demon Tiger? It looks droopy? At that, the others also turned their gazes to the camp chief and asked in disbelief. It's hard for people to watch a good battle between two tigers, but now there's nothing to watch. I'm puzzled too. The Black Demon Tiger has always been murderous and decisive. How could it be so abrasive this time? Let's wait and see first. This Black Demon Tiger and Thunder Tiger have a grudge, so they should still fight. When everyone had quieted down, the camp chief frowned, helplessly. A wave of disappointment washed over the crowd, and they were all listless when they returned to their seats. The original excitement had long since been drained by this Black Demon Tiger fellow. Could it be that he's afraid of Thunder Tiger? It can't be that he was scared by Lei Hu last time. The camp officer took a special look at the Black Demon Tiger in the screen, and laughed bitterly in his heart. Don't tell me, it's a real possibility. Last time when the two tigers met, this Thunder Tiger had beaten the Black Demon Tiger miserably and fled in a mess, probably beating out the psychological shadow. Now, encountering the Thunder Tiger again, the Black Demon Tiger was presumably so scornful of the Thunder Tiger that the possibility of not daring to make a move was high. The camp officer looked back, and several other officers glanced at each other. Both could read the worry and agitation in each other's eyes. Things have gotten so bad that everyone is actually in a hurry right now. If these two tigers didn't fight, then all their efforts in the meantime would be wasted. Ugh! The camp officer sighed softly and was about to head for the door. He had other things to take care of and couldn't stay here forever. And just then, in front of the surveillance video, there was a gasp. Look! Thunder Tiger is moving. As soon as the words fell, with a burst of rapid footsteps, the people inside the barracks once again converged, each one full of surprise. The camp governor also stopped and came forward excitedly. At the moment, the crowd stared at the screen, not daring to blink for a moment. Come on, second. Let Big Brother give you a good drilling. Jiang Che laughed badly in his heart as he took a step and continued to run towards Fang Yuan. GGG. Did not meet after such a long time, but at least it is also his own blood is thicker than water of his own brother. I must do my duty as a big brother. Now, since the oldest two had been struck with a loss of motivation, it was up to himself. The oldest brother, To help. As long as he keeps comforting his penis, I'm sure he'll get back on his feet. At the same time, it lets the second know that your big brother will always be your big brother. No matter what kind of bull ***** demon monarch you are, you should know to respect your elder brother. Don't think of plotting against him day in and day out. Jiang Che's eyes showed a fierce light. Although his movements were not fast, but with every step he took, the ground would slightly shake. His aura was raging, and the aura it emitted was incomparably terrifying as it vastly pressed towards Fang Yuan. What does this stupid tiger want? If you dare to come any closer, this demon lord will not be polite. Seeing Jiang Che suddenly approaching him with an unkind look, Fang Yuan immediately got into the spirit of vigilance and let out a warning roar. Although there was panic in his heart, as a demon lord with his own pride, he could never flee without a fight, even if it is dead. Dead even. After feeling the aura emanating from Jiang Che's body, Fang Yuan instantly recalled, in the past, the scenes where he had been repeatedly thrashed by the other party. Chapter 82, running away like this? Is the black devil tiger afraid? Humiliation and pain constantly echoed in his mind. At once, Fang Yuan's body and mind trembled, and fear wrapped around his heart, unable to dispel it. No, this place can't stay. This guy is obviously trying to make a move on me. I'm not running away, but I'm not ready, and there are humans lurking around here, so I can't mess around. In the next moment, Fang Yuan turned around and ran. On the way to escape, in order to comfort himself, Fang Yuan found himself a reason that made sense. The heavy-looking black tiger body was unexpectedly light and fast, and in an instant, Fang Yuan had already run 100 meters away. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. The devil monarch also carries the word Jun, and is likewise a gentleman. Although he was defeated by the stupid boss several times and 3 times, Fang Yuan firmly believed that as long as he could live, he would always surpass the other party one day. Staying green is not a worry. One can't just die in vain. Fang Yuan's speed was extremely fast and disappeared from the drone's view in a moment, and seeing this scene, the smiles on the faces of the originally expectant-looking military crowd in the makeshift camp froze. What happened? This black demon tiger just ran away? Is the black demon tiger afraid? Damn it, this black demon tiger is actually trying to escape? This black demon tiger is simply a waste. Originally thought that this was fierce and hostile, but I didn't think it was also a soft egg. This black demon tiger's behavior was really catching people off guard, and a stunned crowd was in a state of shock. Immediately, the military crowd broke into a frenzy. During this period of time, they had gone through a lot of trouble for this tiger removal program. If the black demon tiger avoided the battle, it would be a lost cause. Sir, what's going to happen now? Should we still make a move on Thunder Tiger? The officer was also numb and laughed bitterly in his heart. This is ed up. Unexpectedly, this black demon tiger usually looked ferocious and killed countless ferocious beasts. How come when you encountered this Thunder Tiger, it was like a mouse seeing a cat, turning around and running away? With such a run, the plan to get rid of the tigers simply won't work. And just as the officer was about to report the situation to Dean Lin for instructions, a startled voice sounded. Look, Thunder Tiger is going after them. Seeing that Lao Er was so decisive, scattering his legs and running away, Jiang Che laughed in his heart. This dick is ghostly and not as headstrong as he was before. However, it was hard to meet Lao Er, so Jiang Che naturally couldn't let him leave like this. Straight after them, Jiang Che stepped on the ground with all 4 limbs and leapt up, as fast as a flying rainbow, and soon chased after Fang Yuan, just 100 meters away from the other party. What are you running for, dick? I'm your big brother. Come on, let big brother give you a good pain. Looking at Fang Yuan's perky tiger buttocks in front of him, Jiang Che's gaze turned, and his body flashed with lightning. Then, a thunderbolt blasted over. No good. The moment he heard the sound of thunder, Fang Yuan looked back and his liver and gallbladder trembled dramatically, only to feel a sudden chill in his tailbone. Chapter 83, Elder 2. Big brother is sharpening you. Damn, this stupid bastard is really vicious. How dare it? He had suffered from this thunder when he was in Snake King Town, so he naturally didn't want to try it again. Most importantly, that particular part of the body was struck, then he might as well be dead. Immediately, Fang Yuan felt his potential explode as his body quickly dodged and brushed against the thunder. Boom! The terrifying thunder directly struck Fang Yuan's side, blowing out a crater and splattering dirt in all directions. So close, so close. Fang Yuan's heart speculated. If this hit on his own body, he did not dare to think. Although he luckily dodged the attack, Fang Yuan still didn't dare to be careless and scurried forward furiously. However, he also knew that the stupid boss was clearly faster than himself, and that if he wanted to leave smoothly today, he still had to think of some other way. Subsequently, Fang Yuan communicated the bloodthirsty compass in his body. Rear, after realizing his attack, was dodged by the dick guy. Jiang Che's eyes revealed some surprise. This dick guy still has some growth. He's gotten a lot faster. However, that was as far as it went. In front of him, the other party had no hope of escaping. In the next second, a purple light blossomed on Jiang Che's body. Endless thunder light leaped out, and several thunderbolts shot out, like a thunder snake, spreading in the air, attacking Fang Yuan from different directions. Ah. Fang Yuan turned around and only felt ice cold all over his body. Under the stress, the muscles of his entire body were tensed, and his natural ability was running to the extreme, with a blood-red aura emanating from his body. It was also at this moment that the thunder fell steeply. Boom, boom, boom. The roaring sound was continuous, and arm-thick thunder struck with a terrifying power, as if it was able to destroy everything, and in the purple thunder light, a red and black figure was constantly leaping at an astonishingly fast speed. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, Fang Yuan was like dancing on a sword and managed to hold on until the end without being struck by the thunder. Hoo. Fang Yuan stood there, his chest rising and falling violently, gasping for air. Part of his fur had been rubbed by the thunder and was already scorched. His limbs propped up on the ground, trembling slightly. Having successfully escaped, he did not feel the slightest bit of relief, but instead his mood sank to the bottom. The thunder was dodged, but it took time. Fang Yuan's pair of tiger eyes that glowed with a cold light, tiger hairs exploding, stared back in death. With a dull stepping sound, Jiang Che took a step and slowly walked closer to Fang Yuan. Run? Why don't you run? Looking at the wretched Fang Yuan, Jiang Che's eyes teased as he kept his footsteps unceasingly, pressing towards his opponent. Spell it out. Knowing that he would not be able to leave today, Fang Yuan's heart was fierce and decided to counterattack, and the bloodthirsty parasites that had been stored in his body for a long time shot explosively towards Jiang Che. Whoosh! The red light flashed and instantly arrived in front of Jiang Che, who was even able to make out the bloodthirsty parasite's hideous face. But right at this moment, Jiang Che's tiger palm broke through the air, carrying with it a horrifying wind whistling and chi energy, and directly slapped on the bloodthirsty compass. Bang! The majestic and unparalleled palm force that acted on the red-colored jacket directly hurt the bloodthirsty parasites burst out with a hiss of pain and shot out backwards with a bang. With a bang, the entire body of the insect was embedded in the trunk of a tree not far away. The bloodthirsty parasites stuck in the wooden layer let out a burst of feeble wails. The blood-colored light on their bodies dimmed, obviously not lightly injured. For that matter, it was still the reason that Jiang Che had scruples and didn't go all out. After all, the bloodthirsty compulsion looked important to the oldest too. Chapter 83, Second. Big Brother is sharpening you. Otherwise, when he struck down with his palm, it was highly likely that this bloodthirsty compass would be directly shaken into a bloody mist. With a single strike, the bloodthirsty compass was beaten half to death and lost its fighting power. Although Fang Yuan's heart ached for the bloodthirsty compass, his eyes were still calm and his heart was not flustered. He had long known that the bloodthirsty compass could not help the other party. The bloodthirsty parasite is just a blindfold. He also has another killing trick. In the next second after sacrificing the bloodthirsty compass, the scarlet bone spear also turned into a bloody light and flew out of Fang Yuan's mouth. Jiang Che had just blocked the bloodthirsty parasites when the blood-colored bone spear rushed over, incomparably sharp and emitting a morose chill, shooting straight at his face. In the face of Fang Yuan's killing move, Jiang Che's eyes were indifferent, not even moving as he watched the blood-colored bone spear kill, seemingly not placing the strike in his eyes. Humph! How dare you be so arrogant? Let's see how you die later. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, and his gaze toward Jiang Che was filled with sarcasm. The scarlet bone spear was not like the bloodthirsty compass. Although the bloodthirsty compass could be used to fight, its main function was to assist Fang Yuan in his cultivation. The scarlet bone spear, on the other hand, was specialized in attacking, and its attack power was much stronger than the bloodthirsty compass. Today, this fool was so arrogant that he was bound to die under his bone spear. Thinking that this stupid bastard would die a horrible death soon, Fang Yuan was filled with pleasure and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Jia. Dare to make a move against this demon lord. This is what you'll get. Just as the blood-colored bone spear was about to approach, a purple golden light bloomed, and a spiritual power shield instantly surfaced, blocking between the blood-colored bone spear and Jiang Che. Bang! The blood-red spearhead and the spiritual power shield collided together, causing a terrifying impact. With the point of impact as the center, the spiritual light on top of the shield flickered and rippled. Although the scarlet bone spear's attacking ability was very strong, it still failed to break through the spiritual shield, and immediately after, a terrifying counter-vibration force struck, and the scarlet bone spear instantly transformed into a bloody light and flew out backwards. How? Looking at the spiritual power shield Jiang Che had raised, Fang Yuan's eyes widened with shock. Before Fang Yuan could make any other movements, a behemoth had already rushed over. Not good. Boom! In the next second, Jiang Che directly pounced Fang Yuan to the ground. Roar! Stupid tiger, let go of this demon lord. Damn it, take your stinking hands off. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Fang Yuan roared repeatedly and struggled. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and no matter how much Fang Yuan resisted, he could only be pressed into the ground and rubbed by Jiang Che, suffering humiliation. There's quite a bit of flowery work, bugs and spells, but unfortunately, it's of no use to your big brother me. Jiang Che disdainfully glanced at Fang Yuan underneath him, and directly raised his love tiger's palm to start a family education for his oldest brother. Bang! 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 The tiger's palm kept swinging, smacking Fang Yuan's big mouth. With great force, after a few strokes, the right side of Fang Yuan's face, obviously swelled up. Stupid tiger, just wait. In the future, this demon monarch will definitely use the bloodthirsty compass to suck you alive. Fang Yuan, who was pressed underneath, felt the right side of his face, which was already numb, and let out a pained roar, resentful in his heart. Well, you still dare to scold me, don't you? Hearing Fang Yuan still hurling curses in his mind, Jiang Che laughed coldly, and afterwards, his hand became heavier, the heavy tiger's palm, swinging out the residual shadow, crackling and falling like rain. In half a minute's time, Fang Yuan's head swelled into a pig's head, and he gained a whole big circle of weight. Ah, Lao Air, big brother is sharpening you and exercising your resistance to fighting. It's all for your own good. Chapter 84, The Promised Defeat of Both Sides? How come it was Lei Hu who rubbed the black demon tiger on the ground? At this moment, Fang Yuan felt as if his entire head wasn't his own anymore, completely devoid of any other sensation other than the pain that was drilling through his heart. His eyes were swollen and squinted into a line, making his vision blurry, and he just felt dizzy for a while. Asterisk. Someday, Fang Yuan cursed in his heart, and his hatred for Jiang Che was as continuous as a torrential river. Bang! In the next moment, Fang Yuan was once again slapped on the head by Jiang Che. The brain, already bulging, swelled even more after the blow. Woo! A sharp pain struck Fang Yuan. The pain caused his tiger body to tremble, and he could not stop a burst of pain screams from his mouth. Humph! Deserved! Seeing the oldest two being violently beaten by the eldest brother, Nangong Luo, who stood back and watched the show, was painfully happy in his heart. It should be hit hard. It is better to beat its death with a slap. If it hadn't been inappropriate, she'd have wanted to rush up and give it a few hard slaps while she had the chance. Let's see if this guy dares to be arrogant in the future. Hiss! And just then, the bloodthirsty parasites that had originally been driven into the trunk of the tree finally broke free from the wooden layer. The hideous insect body of the bloodthirsty parasites flew with difficulty in the air. Staggering, its blood-colored light dimmed beyond recognition. It flew towards its master, wanting to help him out. But when the bloodthirsty parasites were really flying over Jiang Che, they were terrified of Jiang Che's breath and means, and didn't attack at all, as if they were a headless fly, hesitating in the air and flying back and forth. By the way, this is a compulsion? And that bone spear? The bloodthirsty parasites naturally caught Nangong Luo's attention, and when he thought about Fang Yuan's means of dealing with Jiang Che just now, Nangong Luo's heart shook a little. How did Lao Air know the art of compulsion refining, and blood refining magic weapons? Nangong Luo's gaze was dead set on the bloodthirsty parasites in the air, his heart filled with doubts. Unlike Jiang Che, Nangong Luo had been a human empress in her previous life, and although she had been reborn and returned, her insights and eyesight were still intact. There were very few things in this world that she didn't recognize. This blood-red bug and blood-colored bone spear were naturally not something rare, and Nangong Luo recognized them at a glance. These two items were clearly the compulsion and blood-refined magic weapon that had been refined. To be honest, to be able to see these two things at the early stage of aura revival was something that Nangong Luo had definitely not expected. According to her memory, these things shouldn't have come out at this point in time. Now, why is it ahead of schedule? One must know that secret arts like this one of refining parasites and blood-refining magic weapons would only be gradually circulated and known by many people in the future, after the heavens and earth had set off a second aura frenzy and those immortals and gods had begun to revive. And nowadays it was still the early stage of the aura recovery, and it was still very early to the recovery of the immortal god, and it was impossible for these secret arts to flow out at all. That was why Nangong Luo was surprised that Lao Air was able to acquire these secret arts. Where the hell did the other guy learn that? Could it be that an unknown immortal god has revived in advance? Thoughts flew through Nangong Luo's mind, and his heart was filled with confusion. She turned her gaze to Fang Yuan, staring at the other's swollen head with ghostly eyes. If only I could open up the second's head and look at it. It would all make sense. Thinking about it, without a clue, just as Nangong Luo wanted to give up. Could it be that the oldest two happened to enter some hidden relic and obtain the inheritance inside? Chapter 84, The Promised Defeat of Both Sides? Why is Lei Hu rubbing the black demon tiger on the ground? With a flash of light in his mind, Nangong Luo's pair of light golden tiger pupils steeply brightened, and his gaze turned, once again sizing up Fang Yuan, who was pressed under his body. Thinking seriously, Nangong Luo felt that there was really such a possibility. The dick guy is quite mysterious and not simple. At that time, in the middle of the zoo, he had discovered that the other party had extremely high spiritual intelligence and also possessed an extremely special method of forging the body. After forging her body, her strength was stronger than even she, a reborn person, and if it wasn't for the help of her big brother, she was afraid that she would have been swallowed by this fellow, Lao Air. Now that this second old man had demonstrated the method of compulsion refining and blood refining magic weapons, it didn't seem, well, particularly strange. While Nangong Luo was thinking, Jiang Che's beating of Fang Yuan continued, and a burst of thick slaps accompanied by a mournful scream floated continuously in this mountain forest. This guy does have some chance, but even if he got the inheritance, so what? It's still not like he was beaten to a pig's head by Big Brother. Returning to his senses, Nangong Luo disdainfully glanced at the beaten Fang Yuan. However, while despising the oldest two, Nangong Luo couldn't help but marvel at the power of the eldest brother. The second one, even with the means of the immortal god, was still powerless under his elder brother. At this moment, in the barracks, there was a dead silence, and the people stood there in silence. Only the video footage showed the screams of the black demon tiger from time to time. Earlier, the sudden escape of the black demon tiger had frightened the military crowd. Reacting, the military rushed to drive the drones after them. Luckily, the black devil tiger didn't run too far, and it didn't take long for the drone to capture footage of the two giant tigers fighting each other. It was thought that a thrilling battle was about to start, but what happened next made the people present look stunned, each with their mouths wide open, not knowing what to say. That's not what they were thinking at all. Shouldn't it be that after the two tigers meet, they have a great battle, roar and wreak havoc on the mountains and forests, and in the end, both of them lose? But the plot is going the wrong way now, isn't it? Why is this black devil tiger so weak? It was just pressed down by the thunder tiger and violently beaten without any resistance. Sir, seems a little off. The strength of this black devil tiger seems to be a little weak, and it can't beat the thunder tiger at all. After a brief silence, a warrior finally couldn't help but speak up. His tone hesitant, the words came out as if they were a blow. Looking at the black demon tiger as if it was a weak chicken, just being rubbed on the ground by Lei Hu, the officer's face turned green. Where is this wrong? This is so wrong. Isn't this black devil tiger usually quite capable, tyrannical and ferocious, regicide, extremely powerful and feared? But what is the situation now? How come in front of Lei Hu, so unbearable? That's right, we underestimated Lei Hu's strength. I didn't expect this to be so strong. The officer's mouth twitched as he nodded helplessly and explained. When he thought of Dean Lin's goal for this tiger removal program, the officer inexplicably wanted to laugh. Originally, they were thinking of triggering a fight between the two tigers, and it would be best if they could make them both lose their lives, and then in the end, they would reap the benefits. But never expected. Dean Lin, as good as your plan looks, there is a fatal problem. That would be overestimating the strength of the black demon tiger and underestimating the frighteningness of the thunder tiger. Now, this black demon tiger was not a match for the thunder tiger at all, and the idea of trying to make them both lose was a complete failure. Chapter 85 Shame. Strange shame. Sir, so what now? At this rate, I'm afraid that the black demon tiger is going to be killed by the thunder tiger. While the thunder tiger won't hurt a single hair, the officer who stood by looked as if he was crying and laughing. Our main target is Lei Hu. If the other party is not injured, we will never be able to take it. This black demon tiger is really a waste. Another officer, frowning, said slowly. The others, at that moment, gazed in unison toward the military governor. Alas, what else can we do? We misjudged Thunder Tiger's strength and can only admit defeat. The plan to get rid of the tiger has failed. Good thing, there's still this black demon tiger. The officer had a bitter smile on his face and shook his head slightly, letting out a long sigh in his heart. However, if the black demon tiger died at the hands of Thunder Tiger this time, it would be considered a gain. Although it still couldn't help Lei Hu, it was at least a scourge that had been removed. Well, so molded. It looks like the fire is about right. Looking at Fang Yuan, who was bleeding from his own mouth and nose and had a red face, Jiang Che nodded slightly, feeling that it was just right. Spinning around, the movement stopped. He slowly retracted the tiger's palm that was stretched out in midair, and the appalling aura that was spreading out on his body was also gradually converging. Afterward, Jiang Che slowly got off Fang Yuan and took a few steps backward. His gaze was bland as he quietly watched Fang Yuan, who was paralyzed on the ground. Although the second oldest was rebellious, but it was enough to teach him a lesson so that he could learn from his mistakes. But Jiang Che had never moved to kill. After all, a total of 3 leaks. Less that one. Jiang Che are heartbroken, dripping blood. He was still counting on his penis to contribute 10 times the feedback. So how could he lay a heavy hand on it? If he really breaks Fang Yuan, he'll lose a lot of money. Looking at Fang Yuan's tiger face that had swollen into a hamburger, Jiang Che couldn't help but praise himself in his heart. As a big brother, he was really responsible. Eldest, big brother is doing this all for your own good. I hope that after this prodding, you'll be able to regroup and try to become stronger. At this moment, Fang Yuan naturally couldn't hear Jiang Che's heartfelt words, and he was now a star wrapped in pain and humiliation. Muddled. Why did big brother stop? Not killing him? Nangong Luo was a little surprised in his heart. The second is so ruthless and vindictive. How can he not cut off the roots? Letting the other party go this time. The next time this guy's strength increased, he would definitely come back to seek revenge. Nangong Luo really didn't understand. The last time in Snake King Town was also like this. After the elder brother beat the second half to death, he suddenly withdrew his hand and let the other party leave. If you don't kill the snake, you'll be left with your own damage. Outside Changbai Mountain, inside the temporary camp. Sir, why has this thunder tiger stopped? Spotting the problem, a warrior pointed to the screen. Puzzled. The scene in the video footage is still strange. Battles between ferocious beasts were always either you die or I die, and the scenes were extremely bloody. Oftentimes, though, a ferocious beast tried its best and killed its opponent, but they themselves are no better, often dying violently from excessive injuries, creating a lose-lose situation. Those of them, who had also seen Thunder Tiger's ferocious battles, were ruthless and merciless when hunting other ferocious beasts, and would rarely leave any survivors. Chapter 85 Shame. Strange shame. But what's going on today? With a great advantage, Lei Hu actually didn't lay a hand on the black demon tiger. This is so surprising. The people present were extremely puzzled. The officer was also confused at the moment, shocked by the sudden appearance of this strange thing, and his thoughts were in turmoil. Didn't the dean say that this black demon tiger and thunder tiger had a grudge long ago? How come? The face shifted and the officer was in shock inside. According to this situation, this black demon tiger would probably escape. In this case, it also means that this time, the tiger removal program, the human beings are a big loss. Not only was the all-important thunder tiger not dealt with, but even the black demon tiger, which was expected to be killed, would survive and continue to get away with it. This busy half a day, mobilizing so much manpower and resources just to kill this ferocious beast. But in the end, it was a waste. Who could stand that? The military governor's heart was incredibly heavy. Better call Dean Lin. For the situation at hand, the military governor is confused in his head and does not know what to do. After calming down a bit and weighing the pros and cons, the officer still decided to report the matter to Dean Lin first and listen to the other party's instructions. It didn't take long for the chief to get through to Dean Lin. How is it on your side? Is Lei Hu injured? Did the plan go well? In fact, Dean Lin had been waiting for the following to report the latest situation. Now that the call had come, he rushed to answer it and was the first to speak, his tone full of anticipation. Dean Lin, situation is not too good. Lei Hu and the black demon tiger did fight, but the black demon tiger's strength is the most important thing is that after Lei Hu injured the black demon tiger, he didn't kill it, but instead chose to let the black demon tiger go. Dean Lin, this matter, nowadays. What should we in the Dakuan military region do to deal with it? The military governor was anxious in his heart and spoke extremely fast, recounting what had happened and seeking instructions from the other side. How did this happen? Imperial capital. On the other side of the phone, after listening to what happened, the anticipation in Dean Lin's heart instantly dissipated. His brows quietly furrowed, and his heart flooded with sorrow. How could he not have expected things to take such a turn for the worse? Some things have even exceeded one's expectations. Knowing that the Thunder Tiger was strong, but not expecting it to be strong like this, facing the Black Demon Tiger which was at the top of the strength amongst the ferocious beasts, it was all a crushing situation. If he had known this, he would not have chosen the Black Demon Tiger as his target when he was planning the tiger removal plan. Moreover, Lei Hu surprisingly spared the Black Demon Tiger. This also showed that the relationship between the two tigers should also not be as simple as imagined, not just a relationship of enmity. If the two sides just had a grudge, with Thunder Tiger's style, He would never let go of the black demon tiger. Can't figure it out. These things, they're so unexpected. Dean Lin's face became more and more ugly, knowing that his plan to get rid of the tiger completely failed. However, he is just very unwilling in his heart. Can he just let go of these two heads like this? With the potential of these two ferocious beasts, they would definitely be a great danger to the Dragon Kingdom in the future. If you don't remove him early, Dean Lin really doesn't feel at ease. Wait, the black demon tiger is injured. Suddenly, Dean Lin's heart stirred and he paused, an idea coming to his mind. His face slowed down a bit and he confirmed to the other side of the phone. Are you sure the black demon tiger is injured? Yes, Dean Lin. Through the surveillance video, the black demon tiger was beaten with blood all over his face. It was miserable, and it looked like he was hurt quite badly. The military governor, who was silently waiting for instructions, made a point of glancing at the screen with unmistakable certainty. Chapter 8686 My family's penis. Only I can bully it. Others absolutely can't. Very well. Since Lei Hu can't move, let's leave it for now. Let's turn our target to the black demon tiger. This black demon tiger was injured by the thunder tiger. It's a great opportunity. We must focus on stopping it. Make sure we don't let this escape again. Knowing that the black demon tiger was injured, Dean Lin's face was happy and his heart was much lighter. At least it was something. Spinning around, orders were given. In his opinion, both the thunder tiger and the black demon tiger were actually scourges. Since he couldn't kill the thunder tiger, let's kill the black demon tiger first. Please rest assured, President Lin, I, the Dakuan military region, will definitely do my best. The military governor, with a straight face, responded loudly, while the Dakuan military region and the imperial capital were on the phone, discussing their plans. On the other side, after realizing that Jiang Che had suddenly stopped and even got off of himself, Fang Yuan, who had already been punched to the point of being a bit confused, came to his senses in a flash. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Yuan endured the pain on his head and stood up violently, rushing to retrieve the bloodthirsty compass and the scarlet bone spear that had fallen in the distance. Carefully looking at Jiang Che and realizing that the other party had no intention of making a move, Fang Yuan scattered his legs and ran away, the power of extreme speed being exerted to the extreme, the bloodlight glistening on top of the tiger's body. Afterward, relying on his dazed vision, Fang Yuan lowered his head and charged hard, and in a split second, he burrowed into the jungle not far away and disappeared from Jiang Che and Nangong Luo's field of vision. Roar! On his way to escape, Fang Yuan roared furiously, venting his anger. Damn stupid boss, just wait for me. This demon lord swears that this revenge will be returned tenfold. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and swore in his heart. His sunken eyes were bloodshot beyond measure, and his body exuded a dense killing intent. He was a hallowed devil ruler, but he was defeated by a head one after another, and he also suffered a tragic beating. It's a disgrace. It's a great shame. Having let Fang Yuan go just like that, Nangong Luo had some hard feelings in his heart. Big brother, he's no good. Why don't you just kill him? She quickly walked over to Jiang Che's side and inquired in puzzlement. After all, one mother and one son. Just teach them a lesson. There's no need to kill them. Jiang Che looked at Nangong Luo and slowly shook his head as he slowly said, Big brother, you are just too merciful. You already spared it once when you were in Snake King Town. Nangong Luo sighed in his heart, not recognizing Jiang Che's statement at all. This guy, Lao Er, is ruthless. Even if he is taught a lesson, he won't learn from his mistakes. Instead, he will hold a grudge. In the future, if the other party grows up, it will definitely become a great danger to the heart. If we don't kill it this time, I'm afraid that Fang Yuan will come back to take revenge on Big Brother in the future. If it were me, I would not have given him a chance. Nangong Luo looked at the direction Fang Yuan had disappeared in, his eyes containing killing intent, some unwillingness and pity. The oldest three is quite decisive and sees things thoroughly. It wasn't without reason that she was able to become an empress in her previous life. Hearing the heartbeat, Jiang Che glanced at Nangong Luo and secretly nodded in his heart. However, how could she have known that the oldest two would never be able to surpass Jiang Che? As long as Lao Er dared to come and seek revenge on Jiang Che, then what he faced was being constantly suppressed. After all, as soon as Fang Yuan's cultivation increased, Jiang Che's cultivation would increase tenfold accordingly. In this situation, no matter what level Fang Yuan had cultivated to, it was impossible for him to be Jiang Che's opponent. Let's go back. Jiang Che was thinking about the Bodhi sacred tree, and urged Nangong Luo, turning around to return to Changbai Mountain. It wouldn't be fun to come out and have your home stolen. Better hurry back, don't let the humans get to you. Ugh, since Big Brother didn't want to kill, what could he do? Chapter 8686 My penis. Only I can bully. No one else can do it. Nangong Luo shook his head and sighed in his heart. and after looking back, he quickly followed. Dakuan Military Region, temporary camp. Inside a barracks, the officers were conducting a meeting in a serious atmosphere. Everyone, Dean Lin's orders have come down. Since Lei Hu didn't kill the Black Demon Tiger, then we will do it ourselves. This time, we absolutely can't let this get away again. The military governor looked around at the crowd with a chilling look in his eyes and exclaimed. The strength displayed by Lei Hu was too astonishing. They didn't dare to move and couldn't move. Besides, the other party wasn't injured yet, but the Black Demon Tiger was injured at the moment and was much weaker than the Thunder Tiger, so they naturally had to take advantage of his illness. Right now was the best chance to kill the Black Demon Tiger. If he let the other party escape again, it would be difficult to find them again. The military region troops immediately set off and set up an ambush in the direction of the Black Demon Tiger's advance based on the drone unit's guidance. In addition, immediately sent a message to the Transcendents lurking on the outskirts of Changbai Mountain, telling them to move in and assist us in rounding up this Black Demon Tiger. Although the tiger removal plan failed, it's not a loss to be able to kill the Black Demon Tiger. The military governor, with a serious face and solemn tone, gave a quick order to the seated officers. Yes, the crowd rose in unison and answered the call loudly. A moment later, a loud and clear horn sounded, and the entire makeshift camp was instantly agitated. Inside one barracks, the warriors quickly put on their equipment, grabbed their weapons, and rushed out, quickly assembling in the open space of the camp, moving in a neat and tidy manner. Armored vehicles, self-propelled artillery, tanks, and other heavy equipment slowly started up with a dull sound, and several helicopters loaded with ammunition quickly lifted off. As the order to depart was given, a torrent of warriors, consisting of warriors, quickly surged out of the camp, with the armored artillery unit following closely behind, and killed towards the Black Demon Tiger in great numbers. Because he was worried that something would go wrong with the Bodhi sacred tree, Jiang Che rushed back extremely fast. At this moment, Jiang Che and Nangong Luo, one after the other, had already arrived outside the Peach Forest Valley and walked up to the mountain peak. Buzz off! Suddenly, in the sky, there was a familiar sound. Jiang Che's footsteps lurched and he turned his head to look over. It was found that there were indeed several helicopters far above the distant sky. It is? Jiang Che's eyes narrowed. What did these humans want? Humph, humans trying to mess up again? Due to Jiang Che's movements, Nangong Luo also cast his gaze over and found several helicopters hovering in the air, and coldly snorted in his heart. But just then, the bomb nests below those helicopters suddenly emitted bursts of fire, as if they were attacking something. With that, a roar came from the distance. Immediately after that, the place below the helicopter, even more gunfire, the sound of rapid and violent. Should be a battle. No good. Something's happened to the second one. Jiang Che instantly understood and his gaze went cold. If you can't kill him, go with the dick. Thinking about the penis being injured by himself. At once, Jiang Che's heart was furious. These humans, how dare they use me as a gun? Boom! Afterward, Jiang Che's body turned, as fast as lightning, and violently rushed toward the place where the battle was taking place. No matter what happens to the penis, that's the only thing I can kill. Not you humans.